Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Hero I Need by Nicole Snow, narrated by Carly Robbins and Jason Clark. 1. True Stripes, Willow. No, 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 and also no. This is not how I imagined my life. Red lights flashing on the dashboard like evil eyes, headlights dimming, the engine losing power. Panic like a thrumming war drum in my pulse, tears in my eyes, and worst of all, none of it's for me. I'm letting him down when he needs me most, and it makes me sick. This can't be happening. Not here, not now. Not in the middle of Nowheresville, North Dakota. The farm fields and cute sleepy houses yawning on forever in the hills like a painter's wet dream are too adorable for this. Too anticlimactic a backdrop for a disaster this big. Ugh. But let's back up. Once upon a time, I had plans. Go to a good school and work my rump off. Travel internationally. Work with endangered animals, especially big cats, the first and, probably, only love of my life. Win accolades for my work, just like dear old Dad. Maybe get interviewed by National Geographic, or at least land a few articles in hotshot science journals. Talk to kids about the living wonders of every four-legged beast in the Felidae family. Finally, meet Prince Charming somewhere underneath an African sunset with layers of light that show off the love in his eyes. All his dreamy, growly, infinitely obsessed with me goodness as he gets down on one knee and asks me to marry him. Of course I'd say yes. Then on to an awesome life with my best friend, taking time off from our illustrious careers to work on our picture-perfect family. 3 smart, well-behaved little angels who'd grow up surrounded by Mother Nature, our third wheel, and who might even follow me in my work, just like I followed Dad. Yeah. So it's funny how fate works. I think God must have a soft spot for every department of transportation under the sun, since he loves long, winding, entirely unpredictable detours. Like the one I'm on now. Holding in a scream and gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles go ivory white, because it's the only thing I can do not to start pounding the dash like an angry little monkey. Welcome to my detour of a life. So far, all I've accomplished is school, resulting in one big fat unremarkable BS in zoology. If I didn't love animals so much, I might get hung up on the BS part. But Dad stepped up and put me through my program, which I'm endlessly grateful for. I just wish I'd known everything after graduation would be a one-way ticket to hell in a handbasket. Oh, sure, my father had a comfy entry-level field job lined up for me, but I'd been like, "Oh no, Dad, you've done enough. I can take it from here. I'm a big girl." Why? Because he understood. He knew it was coming. Unfortunately for me, I inherited just enough of the Macklin family pride to make it a driving force in my hamster wheel of a brain. So rather than take a cushy job where I would have been welcomed as the world-renowned rhino expert's daughter, or have people sneering that I'd only gotten the gig because Peter Macklin is my father, I took a job at the Exotic Plains Rescue in Minot, North Dakota. Mistake number 1. Seriously, North Dakota, where there are not a large number of exotic cats roaming the wilds, unless you count the occasional cougar, or Bruce. I glance in the rearview mirror nervously, wondering how he's holding up in the stock trailer I'm pulling. He might be over 500 pounds and host a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth that could shear the flesh off a Christmas turkey in one pull, but he's as mild as a house cat. Honest. A cat who eats 5 pounds of raw meat for breakfast and will never see the inside of a litter box, maybe, but a big kitty nonetheless. He's an adorable lumbering hunk of orange and black-striped sweetness, born and raised in total captivity. I'll spare you the lecture on how you can take the tiger out of the wild, but you'll never rip the wild out of him. He's as gentle of a giant as he can be, but that's not the point. I'm worried. His front paw was so swollen this morning, he wouldn't put any weight on it. A quick check showed there's nothing broken, but an infection could cripple him. I fix my eyes on the road and try not to let my lip quiver for the 100th time. Easier said than done. Bruce stole my heart the moment I met him. I'd been so full of myself then, so sure that my job at the rescue was my calling, or at least my launch pad. A delusional part of me even thought my rescue work in North Dakota could lead to something real, a door to the kind of fame Dad has in his work with rhinos. Nope. Within weeks, I noticed things that made me shiver. Little inconsistencies that didn't add up. Owners who seemed to enjoy being evasive. Today was the straw that broke the camel's back and gave me an ethical dilemma I doubt any fancy schmancy philosopher ever thought up. What the hell do I do with a ginormous contraband tiger who desperately needs my help? The truck chugs again, and my attention goes to the dash lights. A grim reminder of just how little I'm able to give poor Bruce the help he needs. The battery light, which was flashing off and on, stalls and stops on an angry F-U red. A second later, the headlights go out. Boom. Not just a flicker like before. My heart sinks into my gut. They come back after another jerking motion, but I don't feel any sense of relief, or hope, or anything. Even on high beams, the headlights are so dim I can barely make out the faded white line painted along the edge of the road. And it's far too late after sunset to keep going safely through the darkness with no lights, even if these highways are so deserted they're practically haunted. Forget the fact that I'm breaking down on the side of the road with a stolen tiger for a second. It's worse than that. I'm sputtering out in the middle of flipping nowhere. Just when I'm ready to swallow my own dried-out tongue, I see it. Like some kind of miracle. A pattern of flashing lights ahead, catching my eye. Not the police, because that wouldn't be the kind of miracle I need right now. But it looks like a billboard? Oh, yes. It's a business, and if I'm lucky, it'll be a quaint motel or rusty gas station or lonely truck stop. I lay my foot on the gas pedal, hoping to juice enough power out of this baby to get me to the lights. They're looking a lot more purple now, winking on and off. Make that literally winking. I smile when I see the shape of an exaggerated cartoon face with one big happy winking eye. Fate must have a sense of humor because it's actually a cat. This billboard was meant for Bruce and me. I used to be a believer in those things. Signs from above, good luck and synchronicity. Whether I've lost my faith in fortune or not, I can't deny how excitement fills me as the truck snorts onward, like a stubborn horse. Despite the fading headlights and the hateful red battery light, I'm stalling out completely, just as I lurch into the parking lot that belongs to the Purple Cat billboard. The Purple Bobcat. That's what the sign says the name is. A bar, I think. A very closed bar, by the looks of things. Sigh. The only signs of life are a couple of tall area lights in the lot and the neon purple flashers on the billboard. My excitement wanes as the truck rolls to a grunting stop and the engine dies in an empty lot. Welp, so much for that miracle I ordered. With a defeated sigh, I put the truck in park and try starting it again, but nothing happens. There's a sharp click when I turn the key and then dead silence. Holy hell, now what? I mutter, stabbing at my belt buckle and popping open the door to climb out. A minute later, I've got the hood propped open, frowning at the vehicle's metal guts. It's times like this when I wish I'd paid more attention when Dad would break down on Namibian dirt roads. Somehow he always managed to doctor up the old field jeeps and 40-year-old trucks just enough to get us back to camp. But I didn't inherit the Macklin knack for repairs. I'm a zoologist, not a mechanic. But I have to try. It was the battery light flashing, so maybe one of the cables is loose or something? Before digging around under the hood, I walk back to the trailer and step on the hitch so I can peer through the wide opening in the slats. Bruce is flopped down on the same hay pile that was there when I loaded him. His glassy eyes shimmer in the darkness as he lifts his head and looks at me. "Yo, what's the story, lady? Are we gonna get back on the road or what?" I imagine him saying. I smile even though my heart aches. "Sorry, my dude, we aren't there quite yet. Car trouble. This is just a brief pit stop, so don't worry. I've got your back, furball." He yawns, showing off that insane cave of a mouth, then licks his paw like the overgrown kitten he is. Even in the darkness, I can see the rusty stains from his injury. The same wound I'd discovered this morning, the one I couldn't ignore. Consequences be damned. Before I get angry for him again, I jerk myself away from the trailer and scan the highway, trying to see if there's anything else nearby. We haven't gone far enough to be safe, not by a long shot. Minot's only about 2 hours away, and so are Priscilla and Niles, who are going to be very pissed off when they find out they're missing a very valuable tiger. "It's gonna be okay, Guy," I whisper to Bruce again, then pull a few deep breaths from the night into my lungs, trying like mad to hold it together. Back to the truck. It could be worse, I think. I'm glad I picked a well-lit place to break down. The light from the parking lot shines into the engine, even if I feel like I've just opened the lid of a 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. It doesn't make sense. There's no rhyme or reason, no order to what I'm looking at. I feel like I need a mechanic standing over my shoulder just to make sure I don't cross a wire and accidentally blow the whole world up. Crud. Recognizing the battery, because even a hapless zoologist knows what a battery is, I climb up on the bumper for a better look, then grasp the cables attached to the posts on the battery, one at a time. They feel tight. I mean, they don't jiggle or fall off as I tug on them. The metal clamps don't move either when I try to give them a twist. Now what? Now, I hope. Hope that maybe I've given it the golden touch, a simple adjustment to keep this baby running for another 100 miles. Hope that I'm not completely whacked out of my head for betting everything on long odds. I climb down, lean into the driver's seat, and reach in to turn the key. Nothing. Just that single damning click. Too much like the guns you hear in movies when they're empty. With my brain on fire, I slump down, exhausted, planting my forehead against the seat. It's still warm from my butt being stuck in it for hours, on a mission I'm so not made for. Why couldn't I have stolen a reliable vehicle? Why? Oh, right. Because this truck and its trailer don't have exotic planes plastered all over them in huge glaring letters like the rest that were at that sick joke of a sanctuary. I try the key again, just for the hell of it. I'm grinding my teeth at another awful click, 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 when an epiphany strikes. Could there be a loose wire under the steering wheel? Sticking my head under the column, I shove my hair out of the way and feel around, unsure what I'll do if I find one. "Car trouble?" A deep voice booms behind me. The back of my head smacks the steering wheel in my rush to get up. Ow. Pressing a hand against the stinging pain, I stand up, close my eyes, and say a quick prayer in my head. The gruff voice isn't Niles or Priscilla Foss's, but only God knows who they'd send after me if they've figured out Bruce is gone. "Lady, you okay?" The stranger thunders again, this time closer. "Yes, never better," I strangle out, not easily with my heart pounding in my throat. "Funny kind of better." The voice growls to my back. "Looks more like you could use a hand." Hoping it'll help, I gather my hair in one hand and lift it off the back of my neck, which is slicked with sweat in the humid night air, and finally turn around. Holy Ohio! I have to release my hair in order to tilt my head back far enough to see more than a massive chest covered with a black t-shirt sporting a picture of a purple bobcat, mouth open, teeth showing. And it turns out that slab of a chest is attached to a mountain with arms and legs. He's tall, dark, shredded, and deliriously handsome. I won't call him muscular because it would be an injustice, just like calling Samson a bodybuilder. This man looks like he could hoist Bruce over his head without breaking a sweat. Moving my eyes up over shoulders that'd make Atlas seethe with jealousy and a thick neck worthy of a bull, my gaze lands on a face, an amused one, with deep manly lines around flinty, hazel-dark eyes. This looks like a face that's used to smiling, even if he's rocking that scary, hot vibe like he invented it. Only right now, there's a smirk carved on his chiseled face that says he might be insane enough to try lifting a full-grown tiger as a feat of strength. Oh, crap. Bruce, if there's one thing I can't do, besides let this guy climb inside my head and eat crackers nice and slow, is let him catch on to the fact that I'm hauling around some very illegal cargo, and it's alive. "What kind of trouble are you having?" he asks, his eyes twinkling in the dim light. At the moment, breathing. Next up, peeling my eyes off him and finding the willpower to mutter more than a squeak in reply. His jaw is square, his nose straight, his hair short, but not too short, and his mouth, that smile, it's officially too much to handle. I huff out a loud breath to stop a heavenly fantasy from forming and get my thoughts back to hell. Because that's where I'm actually at right now, blundering around an isolated parking lot in the middle of the night with a strange man and a not-so-well-concealed monster in my trailer. Fun times. The battery, I think that's it, I rattle off, having to clear my throat to continue. The light just started flashing while I was on the road, but then it stayed on and my truck up and died. Now there's just nothing, not even the battery light, no power at all. He nods and glances around me like he's heard it 100 times, gazing into the cab of the truck before he makes a sympathetic grimace. "Sounds like the alternator." "Oh, of course," I say just a little too eagerly because I'm that hard up for good news. How'd you know?" I wonder if his sympathy is for the broken-down truck or the fact that I'm alone. I'm not alone, though, nor am I afraid. Hurt paw or not, Bruce is the best protector a girl could ever have. He's been as defensive of me as I've been with him since day one. Call it a twisted kind of love at first sight. "Well, don't know for sure till I take a closer look," he tells me. "But what you described sounds like what happens when an alternator craps out." "An alternator," I repeat, nodding as if I totally get what that thingamajig is. "The alternator," he corrects, amusement sparking in his eyes. "There's usually just one, unless you've got a real special ride." I nod again like I knew that. "I guess I'll have to fix it. No big deal, right?" "Replace it," he says, reaching up to stroke the dark scruff on his chin. "You'll need a new one, or a rebuilt unit, possibly, if we can dig one up for you." Uh-oh. Something tells me all this talk about digging and fixing means I'm gonna be here a while. Not good. "Where were you headed?" he asks. "Wyoming, close to Sheridan." I flinch as soon as the word falls out. It's not quite a lie, but it was a half-baked plan at best. Yes, there's another big cat refuge there, a legit one with zero ties to exotic planes that I need to get Bruce to before infection sets into his paw. But I sure as heck don't need to be broadcasting it to a complete stranger. I don't even know if this guy is an employee here, though his shirt is a pretty good hint he is. I'd offer you a jump to charge up your battery, but that would only give you enough juice for a short hop. Not all the way to Bowman, which is a few towns over before you cross the state line." "It wouldn't, huh?" "Nah, but I know a damn good mechanic. He could probably replace your alternator tomorrow, if you can handle staying in this little town overnight." He offers me an easy smile I wish I could return. Tomorrow. I whisper, holding my breath. He might as well have said next month or next year. By tomorrow, Priscilla and Niles will definitely know I'm gone. They'll have the hounds out in force looking for me, and the wonderful creature they consider their property.
Yep, he's good at what he does. Won't take him long once he gets the part, the stranger continues. You got stock in that trailer?
With my mind spinning with all the reasons why tomorrow will be a total disaster, I nod.
Is it a 2-inch ball with your rig?
Excuse me? I bat my eyes, trying to unhear him talking dirty. What ball? Did he mean bull? In the trailer? His question ignites my greatest fears, like facing major jail time for stealing an exotic animal without ironclad proof I had to. Seeing him looking at me expectantly, I do the only thing I can. Yeah, it's a bull. I lie.
Bull?
He cocks his head, adorably confused. Isn't that what he meant? If I had a bull? Or did he say ball? That wouldn't make any sense. Gah! I'm confused. That's what I'm taking to Wyoming, I continue, biting my tongue. A bull. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. I'm closer to a straitjacket than he knows.
You misheard me. I asked if it was a 2-inch ball on your truck, he says, fighting back a chuckle. The hitch, I mean. They're usually a 2-inch, but some are bigger. 2 5/16.
Oh. Well, at least I'll have plenty of time to relive this embarrassing conversation when I'm sitting in prison. I'm a flipping zoologist and still don't have a clue what he's talking about. I don't follow. Why do you want to know? I venture.
Because I have a 2-inch ball on my truck. We can unhitch your ride, pull it out of the way, and then hitch my truck up to the trailer to get that bull moving.
It's official. My brain is a stress-fried omelet. He might as well be speaking a foreign language. Come again? I whisper.
Miss, you sure you're okay?
For a moment he sighs, giving me a long look.
So I can give you a ride to Dallas. There's a bed and breakfast here where you can spend the night. They also have an exercise area for stock when needed.
Oh, sure. Stock, I whisper meekly. I'm too dumbstruck by the situation to even lie anymore when I know I'm about to be busted.
You're lucky you hit a rough patch here. This is cattle country and horse country, even a little bit of goat country too, besides being pumpkin and oil country, he says, chuckling at an inside joke that goes over my head. His sense of humor, sticking pumpkins in there, is just odd. But his laugh is nice, wholesome and real enough to make me smile back through my rapid-firing panic brain. Or maybe I grin because I'm SOL, and there's nothing better to do than smile at a handsome stranger who will probably be the dude to call the cops on me. He sticks out a hand bigger than my head. Grady McKnight, the pleasure's all mine. I own this joint. I just locked up for the night and was about to head home when I noticed you.
For some unholy reason, I shake his hand. It's warm, solid, weirdly comforting, just like him. Willow, I breathe. Willow Macklin.
Mighty nice to meet you, Willow.
He releases my hand and steps away.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll take a look at that hitch and make sure it's the right size.
I'm rubbing my palm on my thigh, dispelling the tingling shock left by his hand, when his last sentence clicks in my mind. The word hitch makes sense, and so does how close he'll be to Bruce while looking at it. Crap. I can't show my true stripes. Not like this. Not ever. No! I shout, running toward him. Actually, I do mind.
2. Tiger Thief. Grady. The panicked shout from that seriously pretty down-on-her-luck stray has me spinning around, but it's the growl, no, the fucking roar behind me that turns my blood ice cold. What the hell? It came from inside the trailer. 1,000 monster movies and dinosaur flicks whip through my brain. I've never heard any bull make a racket like that in my life, a feral, full-bodied rip in the night. Before I can even think about checking the trailer, along with my sanity, she's on me. Little Miss Bad Luck grabs my arm and her soft blue eyes are bright. Scared. "Mister, please," she whispers, a dry rattle sliding off her lips. I straighten, instantly realizing that whatever's in that damn trailer, she doesn't want me to know about it, which tells me I need to know right now. Her hold on my bicep tightens fiercely as I step closer and peer between the slats, half expecting to see a pack of velociraptors inside. Even if it's not a dinosaur, my mind stumbles, trying to process what I'm seeing. Maybe those bikers smoking a roadie out back before they left around closing time hadn't been puffing on some run-of-the-mill pot. I'd gotten a lingering whiff when I'd carried out the trash. Was that shit laced with something? A hallucinogen? Because I've got to be frigging hallucinating. The monster cat head staring back at me is as broad as my chest. Two flinty, pissed-off green-gold eyes blaze like bonfires in the night. A powerhouse of a body, muscle and sinew and bone layered with princely pumpkin orange and a latticework of licorice black stripes. Something pings off the metal wall of the trailer, its tail thick and heavy as a knotted rope. Then the beast peels back its lips, showing knives for teeth, and lets out another low snarl like a twister descending on a cornfield, promising destruction. Holy shit. The girl, Willow, a fitting name because she's willow-like, thin but not skinny, with shapely legs, makes her move. She jumps up on the tongue of the trailer beside me, making us eye level. I glance at her, willing my heart to beat normally again, and then look back to the trailer as she puts her face near the slats. As soon as the cat sees her, those deadly lips uncurl, and an odd, almost soft purring starts. The rumble could rival a boat motor, but it sounds calmer? I'm gonna hope so. "He has a sore paw." She glances at me, her mouth in a tight frown, as if she's talking about a pint-sized puppy. "Sore paw?" I repeat, my tongue like leather. She nods slowly. Dumbfounded, I stagger away from the trailer, pressing my thumbs into my eyes and swallowing a groan. Is this real life? Jesus, lady, you can't be hauling a wild tiger around in a trailer in these parts, I grind out. Words I thought I'd never say.
"Oh, he's not wild. He was born and raised in captivity his whole life, and I'm a zoologist,"
she says cheerfully, flashing me the world's most awkward thumbs up. Yeah, like that explains everything. Like I'm supposed to smile and thank her for this unexpected trip to Crazy Town. I suck in a deep breath and try to pick my next words very carefully. I don't give a shit what you are, Willow, pardon my French. I grunt, hating how her eyes flash, trying to soften the blow. This is North Dakota cattle country. Even the odd mountain lion plays havoc on livestock around here. If that damn thing got loose, he'd chew up a whole herd in no time.
"Okay, I know you're freaked out, but look."
She jumps off the hitch.
"He's not a mountain lion, he's a Bengal tiger, and he won't eat any calves. He's never so much as hunted a bird. The only beef he gets is already dead and butchered and comes from me. And I promise you, letting him run wild is the last thing I'd ever do. I take good care of him. He isn't dangerous, hand to God."
She lifts her slim fingers for emphasis, her hand shaking in the darkness. Sighing, I tilt my head back, looking up at the stars, begging somebody up there to explain what in Hades is happening down here. Also, why somebody decided to choose me to deal with this hot mess. Oh, don't get me wrong, I've seen plenty running my bar. I'm no stranger to weirdos of all stripes. UFO cranks, crystal healers, aging hippies who never got the memo the summer of love ended, and folks who think they're secretly cloning Richard Nixon on Mars. I've had to deal with everything from crackpots to crackheads since the day I bought the purple bobcat. Yet none of it's ever come close to this. Crackpot doesn't begin to describe a woman who thinks a 500-pound Bengal tiger isn't dangerous. This woman is clinically insane. Okay, look, I say gently, pulling my phone out of my back pocket. I don't know what's going on here or why you're trucking him around, but lady, I can't have a tiger on my property. A tiger? Part of me wants to burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Grady, wait! She moves like lightning, lunging for my phone, those blue eyes spinning.
Who are you calling?
I wonder if I can eyeball some sanity into her if I just stare hard enough. I can't stop thinking about the shit show coming if that behemoth escapes and heads for the ranches around these parts. Holding the phone out of her reach, I swipe the screen. Sheriff Wallace. It's not like I'm happy about it, but he'll know what to do with this.
Oh, no, you can't.
She grabs my wrist with both hands like a vice, still clinging even when I lift my hand higher in the air.
Please, if you'll just hear me out.
I've heard all I need to, and seen it too. I grumble. Willow doesn't seem to be the reasoning type. Big surprise. Her feet, covered in her knee-high boots, are dangling off the ground, but she still refuses to let go of my wrist.
Please, Grady, I'm begging you.
Her voice cracks, and there's a jerky sniffle.
If they find out he's here, they'll kill him.
Apparently him means the tiger. She has my attention, unfortunately. I pause. Who wants to kill him?
Really awful people. They're abusive traffickers, and I can prove it. But before I could do anything, I had to get him away.
She whimpers, rubbing at her reddening face with her free hand. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Maybe the sight of a damsel in distress plays my heartstrings like a fiddle, but fuck no. I can't let her sob story talk me out of common sense or law-abiding citizen territory. Time to shut this down. If somebody isn't treating him right, then that's more reason to call the sheriff, I say.
You can't. You don't understand.
She whispers, digging her nails into my skin, those teary eyes locked on mine and whirling.
If he finds out, your sheriff will call the closest cat sanctuary, and that's where I took him from. That's the place he can never go back to.
Took him? My brows go up. You're telling me you stole this tiger? She doesn't need to answer. Her face says it all.
I didn't have a choice. I rescued him.
Her face droops, framed in brown-haired silk. Tired of holding her off the ground with one hand, I lower my arm till she's standing evenly again. My gut tells me I shouldn't dive deeper into this madness, but there's no denying I'm intrigued. What motivates a brunette pixie like this to run off with a tiger? She mentioned abuse. What kind? More importantly, how did she manage to get this quarter-ton Bengal beast as far as she has without anybody up her butt about it? I hold in a sigh and lay my hands on her shoulders, gentle but firm. 2 minutes, Willow. That's what I'm gonna give you to fess up and tell me what's really going on here, or we'll both be telling it to Sheriff Wallace.
Okay,
She pulls out of my grasp, rubbing her face, inhaling several deep breaths before she turns to face me again. I watch her pull the hem of her oversized sweatshirt down over her black leggings, suddenly bashful. Clock's ticking, I remind her, pointing to my old-school watch.
Okay, so we're not just roaming the highways for fun. We've only been on the road for a few hours. I'm taking him to a sanctuary in Wyoming. A good one, a legit one.
She rushes out.
He'll be taken care of properly there, not sold for his fur and everything else.
Her voice cracks on that last remark. Unshed tears and her big blue eyes shimmer in the overhead light, but I refuse to let crying make her case. Yeah? And how'd you wind up being his chauffeur? I ask, leveling my best court-is-in-session look on her. She huffs out a breath, planting both hands on her hips.
I stole him, all right? That's what you want to hear. I admit it, and I'm not sorry I did.
Her feistiness is too real. I fight back a smile. If she's a crackpot, at least she's an honest one.
Look,
she says, pointing at her truck.
I have money. A credit card with unlimited spending and a debit card with more than $10,000 in my bank account. I'll give them both to you for your pickup truck. I'll drive away and you can forget I was ever here.
Now I chuckle. Forget her and that illegal cat? I think it'd take more than a few blows to the head to wipe that from my memory. Of course, I don't tell her that. What a deal. My sweet new ride that's under a year old for a beat-up Dodge that doesn't even run, $10,000 and a credit card I'd never tap if my life depended on it. Woman, I don't think so. She has no earthly clue who I am, and it's not the kind of dude who'd ever agree to any of that.
Please. You're right about the clock ticking. In a few more hours they'll realize I'm gone. Then they'll come looking.
She whispers it so darkly, a chill rides up my back.
I need to get far away by then, over the state line at least.
Away from where? Willow hesitates, then lets out a sigh.
Why not, okay? The more miles between us and that town, the better.
Only a couple of hours from here, I say, rubbing my chin. You're telling me you only got this far before your ride clunked out? She throws her hands up in the air.
I know.
Grasping her chestnut brown hair with one hand, she lifts a long lock off the back of her neck, spinning it nervously around to brush her cheek, just like she had earlier.
I can get you more money. Enough so you can buy another new truck. Anything. Grady, please. I swear I'm good for it. I'll even throw in a reward for helping me.
I'm not thinking about a reward or money at all. I make a good, honest living off the Purple Bobcat, the place I could lose if anyone finds out I had a damn tiger in my lot and didn't report it ASAP. Even if this place has always been a magnet for trouble, it's never burned me. I've worked my ass into the ground, changing the clientele from the lowlifes who'd frequent it under the previous owner to good, hard-working townsfolk who just want a safe place to unwind. Still, we're located off a back road near the highway. The joint still gets its fair share of shady men and desperados wandering in. Some came looking for people I consider friends. Good friends, best friends, brothers. How many times have I helped bail out my buddies? Always the sidekick, never the hero. And that was fine by me. I'm not a movie star rescuer like Ridge or a data hound ex-FBI dude like Falk, but... hell. It's my turn, isn't it? My time to step up and deal with the epic pile of crap Dallas brings in like it's always been the price of living here. Fine, I grunt out.
Fine?
She clasps her hands together and holds them to her chest like she's praying. Or maybe just winding up to bounce over and squeal in my face, which she does a second later.
Oh, thank you, Grady.
Before I know what's happening, those slender arms are pinched around my chest, holding on for dear life, a look in her mellow eyes like I just breathed life into her. Shit. I'm stiffer than a board when she flounces back a second later, her cheeks cherry red.
Sorry about that. So, how much do I owe you?
She whispers. Come again? I growl back.
I'll have it sent to you ASAP, whatever it is. 20,000? 30?
My jaw nearly slaps the ground for the 10th time tonight. Who the hell is this woman? Tossing out fat numbers like she's made of money. If she's some kind of secret millionaire, then why didn't she hire someone to steal the cat for her? I swallow, hard. The groan I push back into my gut feels jagged on the way down. Yeah, I'm gonna regret this in the morning, but right now, I can't think of a better solution. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I sure as hell don't need someone showing up at my bar looking for their stolen tiger. I don't want your money, and I'm not selling my truck, I say slowly, watching as her face falls. But I know a safe place where you can stay till your ride's fixed. Then you can be on your merry way to Wyoming, and we'll pretend this never happened.
Oh, you do? Where?
She glances around.
Here?
Definitely not here. I walk over, unlatch the hitch, and lower the bulldog jack on the trailer so I can move her truck.
Then where?
She asks, her voice tight. I unhook the safety chains, taking my sweet time. Not that it delays any bit of this misery. I almost can't even force it out. My place. I rumble. Willow's feet scuff the ground as she sways back a few steps.
Oh no, I couldn't. I can't.
What's the alternative? I'm searching my own mind for one and coming up blank. A contraband tiger is sure to cause a ruckus sooner or later, and it ain't happening in my lot. Her full pink lips flutter open a couple times and then clamp shut. Exactly. Shaking my head at myself as much as at her, I say, "Wait here, I'll get my truck and tow yours behind the building." I walk across the parking lot to my truck, still questioning if there's really no alternative. Honestly, I've got no love for letting a crazy chick and her tiger crash at my house. My girls aren't home and won't be for a couple days yet, thank God. Still, I really don't need this. What happens if the girls come home and these guests are still around? My face burns behind my whiskers. I've got half a mind to step back into my bar and pour myself a few fingers of something potent to help me face this bullshit. The timing works, though. Barely. As long as my nephew can get her truck running tomorrow, she and her murder kitten will be gone before they get home. Gone before anyone ever learns about this. Besides Weston, no one ever needs to know I lost my frigging mind and took in 2 strays who could kill me. Plus, I'll still have a solid day to figure out what to do about Sawyer and Avery. My heart aches at the thought of them. This is the longest we've ever been apart, but with Aunt Faye gone for the summer, a week of summer camp was my best option to keep the bar running full time in its busiest season. Joyce was a godsend, helping keep an eye on them as much as she could before camp started, but I can't ask her to watch the girls day and night. Or Hank, once my brother-in-law. He helps too much as it is. At 10, the girls think they're old enough to stay home alone. Nope, not for the long hours I'm gone working at the Bobcat. I let them come with me now and again, well before bedtime, but I don't want them raised in a bar, watching their old man keep this town fueled up on 2-for-1 specials and bingo fish fry nights. The life of a single dad sucks. It's harder than I ever imagined, and scarier too. But it's my sole responsibility to make sure my girls have everything they need and grow up right, blossoming into good, happy people. I wouldn't give it up for anything. Every square inch of my heart, my soul, and my love belongs to my girls. And maybe part of love is taking a weird detour or two to protect our lives. Which is exactly why I can't have a stolen goddamn tiger at my bar. I'll text Weston as soon as I get her to my place. Then I'll buckle up and deal with getting the tiger princess out of my life fast. It doesn't take long to pull her truck behind the bar, where no one will notice it, and then to hook mine up to the trailer. My property is only 5 miles away from the Bobcat, and it doesn't take long to get there or to back the trailer into the old barn. I try not to think about what's inside. For once, I'm damn grateful my dad was a practical man who went for brute efficiency over style. The walls of this building are more than rustic, made from heaping concrete blocks back when my father tore down an old North Earhart oil building. In the old days, he and Old Man Reed, the oil company's head honcho, were close friends, always making crazy deals for land access and supplies. Most of these schemes worked out well for our family, including the barn. It was built stronger than some army barracks. Even the hog pens on the outside are concrete, designed to withstand time and the elements, and they've done it beautifully. After unhooking the trailer and parking my truck, I run a hose into the barn to fill up a water trough while Willow gets her Hellcat settled. Bruce. She told me that's the giant's name. He's even larger and more menacing than the first glimpse suggested. I've never seen a tiger up close, and have to admit he's a magnificent animal, if you ignore the fact that he's an exotic predator capable of snapping your head off in the blink of an eye. Yeah, flesh-ripping teeth and claws aside, he's not half bad. I've never seen anything devour a hunk of meat like the tiger does either. She takes a red, raw roast out of the cooler we'd transferred from the back of her truck to mine. I nearly have a heart attack when she struts over and lays it down in front of him, like serving dinner to a king. The beast doesn't go for the meat till she steps back and tells Bruce to eat. Oh, he eats it up all right, every fucking morsel, in about 2 hulking chomps.
I've never seen a barn like this,
she says as we exit the building a short while later.
It's so sturdy, almost like it was made for him.
Amen to that. Don't know if I'd feel safe keeping this boy behind nothing but wood, I tell her, closing the solid steel door and securing the outside latch. My father built this place years ago. Designed and built it, I should say.
What for?
She asks with a giggle.
Doomsday?
I snort, because that's exactly the running joke whenever people see it. My dad wanted to raise pigs originally, but my mama told him any pig that got her vegetable garden would be a dead one. Pigs are notorious escape artists, so my father got the supplies from our local oil company and built himself hog Alcatraz. She snickers, batting her soft blue eyes in a way I'm careful to ignore. I'm not letting those manic pixie stranger good looks do more damage than they already have.
But there aren't any pigs now?
Willow asks as we head for the house. Nope, that was over when I was young. My folks died in a car accident shortly after I joined the army. The pigs were sold by my brother, and when I came home, I didn't want to be a pig farmer. That's close enough to the truth. She doesn't need to know I couldn't pig farm, even if I wanted to try it. Didn't have the time, not with Brittany's illness and the girls.
Is that when you bought the bar?
I answer with a nod, though technically I hadn't bought the bar till a few years ago, well after Brittany was dead and buried along with my parents. Luckily, between the army pay and my inheritance, finances weren't a dream killer. Some days when I struggle to balance the girls and work, I wonder if I should have chosen something else. If it wasn't for Aunt Faye, I might have. I hadn't realized just how much I depended on her watching the girls till she'd left this summer. Just a couple months. I thought it'd be fine. Simple and easy. Right. We step on the front porch, and embarrassment strikes. I'm not a messy dude, but even after strict military training, I'm not the neatest person born either. Between my aunt being gone and the girls leaving for camp, the place isn't in the best shape. I'd planned on cleaning it before they come home, and still do. It's like I'm waiting for a miracle. Mary Poppins to drop out of the sky and take care of the girls till Aunt Faye returns, which won't be till school starts, probably, over 2 months from now. Whatever, I'll figure it out. Ideally, after I sort out this crazy tiger chick dilemma.
Wow,
she says with a gasp that yanks me from my thoughts.
Such a beautiful home. It reminds me of the big old farmhouses you see on TV all the time. You're not Netflix famous, right?
I shoot her a glare of disbelief. Do I look Netflix famous?
Sorry, bad joke.
She flushes and shakes her head, her bottom lip dipping into her mouth pensively. Forget it. I'm the one who's sorry for being on edge, I whisper, dragging my door open. There's a bedroom off the kitchen you can sleep in. It was a back porch once, but I'd turned it into a bedroom and bathroom for Brittany in her final days. Climbing the stairs was too much for her then. Pushing those dark thoughts away, I click on the overhead light in the living room. This way, I tell her, leading us through the house. We walk past the living room with its sofa and both armchairs still covered with clothes the girls pulled downstairs. They wanted to take the outfits to camp before they figured out there wasn't enough room in their suitcases for everything. Ignoring the clothes, I press onward to the kitchen.
Gold star for having an actual home. I was expecting a man cave. Who else lives here?
She asks. My daughters, but they're off at summer camp. Knowing she saw the piles of clothes, I add, sorry for the mess. They didn't have time to put away everything before they left.
And your wife?
I almost fucking choke. It's such an innocent, honest, disarming question, but I don't expect it. I'm used to dealing with folks who know my situation. Deceased, roughly 5 years ago, I tell her, pinching my jaw. I click on the kitchen light and flinch. The dishes are piled high in the sink. Another fun thing I forgot. Shit.
I'm sorry for your loss,
Willow says over my shoulder, her voice so gentle. I nod tightly, eager to get off that subject. At least the dirty dishes can help. Haven't been home much this past week, so things are chaotic, I say, squaring my shoulders and turning to look her in the eye. She gives me a syrupy smile that says she gets it. Does she? If she comes from a rich background, I'm sure she's got the creepy crawlies right now in my very lived-in, messy family house. Sure, I can blame it on spending so much time at the bar this past week, training a couple new part-timers. Then again, I can't blame the bar for truly needing me there for 16 hours a day. Without the girls, the house is too lonely, so I've purposely kept busy all day and half the night since the day they left.
How old are your girls?
She asks, sensing a change in the air. 10. I cross the room.
Both of them?
Yep, that's the beauty with twins. Sawyer and Avery are their names. On the far side of the kitchen, I open a door. Thankful this room is tidy. Flicking the light switch on, I give her a minute to take a good look. It's not a 5-star resort suite, but it's a place to bed down in peace and quiet. Bathroom's right through that door, I say, pointing. She steps into the room and nods at the door I pointed out.
It's lovely. Smells like wildflowers in here. Absolutely perfect after a long day.
She turns and looks up at me, again wearing that sunshine smile. My breath snags in my chest. It's the first time I've stopped and really seen her up close, face to face, with enough light to fully make out her features. They're damn near flawless. Her eyes are sky-blue gems in the mellow light, lined with dark lashes and highlights of wispy dark brows. They're partly hidden behind a thick set of dark brown bangs. A perfectly adorable nose has a tiny line of faint freckles extending to her plush cheeks, which I already know ignite too easily. The peak of her top lip is prominent, making her mouth look heart-shaped. Too nice a fit for a man's hungry lips, much less his... Stop! You're doing that thing again. An ugly voice nags in the back of my brain. She's not your friend, and definitely not your eye candy flirt. Pull your shit together, man. I tear my gaze off her and turn to the door, trying to forget how achingly beautiful this unexpected mess of a woman really is.
Thank you again, Grady,
she tells me. My mouth feels like cotton, and I realize I'm not breathing. I inhale deeply before answering. You're welcome. I'll call West first thing in the morning.
West?
Weston, my nephew. He's the mechanic I mentioned. We can trust him not to open his mouth about anything. He'll be able to work on your truck where it's parked behind my bar. I'd planned on texting him, but there's no need to wake him right now. Morning will be here soon enough.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I stop at the door, wondering why she's following me. Everything okay?
I just forgot something. I need to get my bag out of your pickup,
she says shyly. I'll grab it for you. Stay here, I tell her. I don't care how much I've opened my home like a good Samaritan or how screaming hot she is. I'm not trusting her more than I need to just yet, and letting her roam my property. Besides, the fresh air will calm my ass down. I'm still trying not to focus on how pretty she is, how cute she makes an oversized gray sweatshirt and black leggings look as I collect the bag quickly and carry it back into her room. Here you are. Good night, then.
Good night, Grady. Thanks again for all you're doing. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. And so does Bruce.
Does that mean he won't bite me in half? I stop short of saying it and leave her with a conflicted smile, nodding as I pull the door shut and plod through the house. Great. Apparently I'm due for a blue ribbon and stupid to go with my purple heart. Leave it to me to be attracted to a tiger thief and actually bring her home with me. In all the years since Brittany's death, no woman has caught my eye long enough to come here, and I see plenty of them at the bar. There's something about this girl that's caught more than just my eye. It's odd and inexplicable and wrong. She'll be gone tomorrow, though. That's for sure. As I cross the living room to the stairs leading to my room, I look at the mess I'm too damn exhausted to start on now. Let it linger another day as a reminder. I have enough chaos in my life, and sure as hell don't need more, especially not the kind that comes in hilariously illegal black and orange and could overpower 100 men. Maybe it's divine punishment for my 3 unbreakable rules. 1, I've sworn off critters of any kind long ago, no matter how much the girls begged. 2, I've also walled myself off from drama. And I've been pretty successful at keeping it out of my life in a talkative little town that loves gossip more than it does its famous rodeos. Finally, I've always given a big hell no to romance, and that's how it's going to stay. Half the ladies in Dallas see that as a challenge. They think I'm one more rock-hard, closed-off caveman who traded his badass card for a dad card, and every last one of them are wrong. Many have come calling with flirty smiles and lipsticks so bright it burns the eyes. All have failed. When I say I'm a bachelor whose life begins and ends with his girls, his bar, and his best friends, in that order, I fucking mean it. Shame some women still don't get the message. Gotta admit, before today I did a pretty good job of obeying my rules like gospel. As I climb the stairs to my room, I cringe because the cracks are forming, annoying and unwelcome as a hairline fracture. Even if it's just for a day, Willow and Bruce are threatening my resolve with critters and drama. Thank fuck the romance rule is solid as marble. A shiver stabs me then, so fierce I roll my shoulders. Willow's face flashes through my mind like lightning. Damn her. For the first of many times this restless night.
3. Tiger Fight. Willow. Even though the clock beside the bed said it was after 3 when I'd climbed between the sheets that smell like freshly cut flowers and sunshine, by 7 o'clock, I can't stay in bed a second longer. I'm too worried. My mind keeps spinning in all directions simultaneously. Priscilla and Niles Foss must know Bruce and I are gone by now, along with the laptop. I'd snatched that, too. A damning indictment of everything wrong at Exotic Plains. That's what I want to believe. Anyway, if I can find someone who can break through the password encryption for proof, hopefully. And I'm going to need plenty of rock-solid proof to save my own butt from a prison cell when, not if, the law steps into this. Right now, I'm running on pure jittery instinct, too wound up to sleep and too worried to try. I climb out of bed, make it up real quick, and then tiptoe into the bathroom. Once I'm showered and dressed, the reek of adrenaline gone, I head for the barn to check on Bruce. He's still sleeping inside the trailer Grady backed into the barn through the big sliding metal door, but I can see paw prints. He was up during the night, pacing, without putting much weight on his injured front foot. I should have waited until this morning to feed him, but I hoped if I could get some food into him last night, then he'd sleep like the huge baby he is. The ache in my heart makes me look away. This is way out of the ordinary for him. Other big cats wouldn't adjust nearly as well. They'd be pacing all the time, anxious and growling and afraid, hurt paw or not. But Bruce? He takes it in stride, trusting the situation as long as I'm with him, trusting me. One more reason why I can't let him down. Not for anything. He's such a unique animal. Personable, tender, and entirely gorgeous. Even his markings are a living masterpiece. From the layered orange and creamy white fur to the charcoal black stripes cutting through his coat in sharp, slashing intervals. He groans in his sleep, opening a lazy eye, glancing at me for a second before he's out like a brick again. Sleep. Big guy, just a little longer until we sort this crap out, I whisper. Huffing out a worried breath, I walk to the gate that separates the center of the barn from other areas around the old empty farm. No exaggeration, the building is put together like Fort Knox. Even while I'm terrified my luck could run out any hour, I have to admit I couldn't have picked a better place to crash land for the night, or a better stranger to crash into. Grady and his fortress of a barn are a double miracle. The center of the building where he backed the trailer in is a large space that runs the length of the barn with big, heavy sliding metal doors. On both sides of the area are walls of cement blocks, broken up with metal gates every 5 feet for entrances into cement block stalls. There's also a sweeping storage room, which is where I left the ice chest, my next worry. It's got just enough meat for one more feeding before I'll have to scramble for Bruce's meals. Next to the storeroom is a set of stairs leading to the loft overhead. Yeah, I couldn't have dreamed up a better place to house Bruce overnight. I'm also happy about the row of windows near the ceiling, where plenty of sunlight spills in. A tiger needs natural light, and lots of it. The lack of it at the refuge bothered me from the start. His pen there was cave-like and cramped, and they barely gave the poor cat enough caged-in space to step on the grass in his minuscule enclosure outside. It was more mud than anything else. I worried about muscle atrophy from day one, and that's not counting the effect on Bruce's moods, or the other poor animals there in similar condition. Opening the door leading outside, I exit and make sure the latch is secure before walking back to the house. If the barn is an unexpected fortress, the old farmhouse is almost too normal, and I mean it in the best way. The place looks picture-perfect by day. All stark white with a green metal roof, a huge front porch, and gabled dormer windows on the second floor. Those cute windows are framed with wide shutters, each painted a rustic red. There's even a tall brick chimney running up one side. The room I slept in must have been a back porch once from the looks of it. A sliding glass door off the dining area is how I'd walked outside, and I used the same door to re-enter. Very quietly, because the handsome owner must still be sleeping. I can't help smiling because Grady reminds me a little of a big cat himself. Silly, I know, but the comparison kinda hits you in the face. He's big, tough, totally built, and a little scary on the outside, but deep down, I already sense a walking teddy bear. That's where the similarities end, though, because if I'm being honest, Bruce doesn't scare me one bit, and Grady's intimidating good looks and snarly pants style are only scary because he's scary hot. Back in my room, I peel off my boots and socks, but decide lying back down would be useless now that I'm wide awake, so I return to the kitchen instead. The house is clean enough, despite its discord. No cobwebs, dirt, or trash piled up, but it's a bit cluttered, like things just haven't been put away for several days. I smile, remembering how Grady's skin had a hint of red behind his thick scruff last night when we'd first walked in. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. He shouldn't be embarrassed. I know all about single men raising daughters. It was tough on my dad, and I can only imagine how much harder it would have been if he'd had 2 of me to deal with. A tiny giggle burbles up my throat, knowing the damage double Willows could have done to Dad. I raised plenty of teenage hell all by my lonesome, thank you very much. Double trouble would have sent him to the nut house. Orderly to a fault, as my father describes me, I walk to the sink that's piled high with dishes. Cleaning up a few plates is the least I can do to thank Grady for his hospitality, taking me in after midnight along with, a freaking full-grown tiger. Dad also says I'm impulsive and too stubborn to know what's good for me. Maybe so, but he loves me anyway. I also know that had I called him, told him to send Grady thousands of dollars, Dad would have questioned me up and down. But in the end, he'd send the money. Not because it's ever happened before, of course, but because he trusts me. I don't make a habit of running off with exotic beasts without one hell of a good reason. And thank the holy stars, this is a first. I don't want Dad involved. Sure, I'll tell him when it's all over. Someday when he's knocked back a few glasses of good wine and my life is awesome. He'll be drunk and laughing so hard he'll always wonder if I'm making the whole thing up. But until then, I shake my head. Priscilla and Niles Foss were way too interested in my father to begin with. They knew I was the Peter Macklin's daughter. And if I'd had my head screwed on sooner, I should have seen them chasing after the connections I had right from the start. Even when they started fishing, I'd made it a point to say I don't have any connections to researchers or wildlife refuges around the world. My father does, not me. Being his daughter doesn't work like that. A cold chill whips up my spine, making me work faster to chase the bad thoughts away. I keep finding things to do like a domestic goddess. Bye-bye, dishwasher. You're unloaded, reloaded, and started. Spotless dishes dried and put away, with everything located where I'd expect. That tells me a woman organized this kitchen once upon a time. Perhaps his wife's style stuck around, or maybe his mother stepped in. My heart sinks. Big Daddy hasn't had an easy run, that's for sure. I can't help feeling a little sorry for him. Been there, done that, and seen what it does to a man. After wiping down the counters and appliances, I take glass cleaner to the little fingerprints on the sliding glass door and then sweep and damp mop the tile floor. I hit the living room last and fold up the clothes piled in a chair, all little girl stuff. I stack them in sorted heaps and then give the room a quick dusting before mopping the hardwood floors. All in all, the house is in great shape for one growly man and two likely rambunctious little girls. Even for its age, the place is structurally sound and looks like it's been beautifully kept up over the years. Yes, I appreciate old things. I love their souls, and I like to see them taken care of. The fireplace on the far wall of the living room completes the whole scene, and the marble around it makes me think it, too, was refurbished recently. It's flipping gorgeous. Black and white marble makes up the hearth, and the bricks going up the wall have the shimmer of a white oil-based paint. The mantel for this fireplace is a large slab of wood, a foot or so square. When I check my dust rag after swiping the top, I'm once again convinced this home is normally very neat and tidy. Hardly any dust at all turns up from the mantel. Yep, Grady was telling me the truth when he said things were messy because he hasn't been home much lately. Not that I'd thought he'd been lying, but it's nice to confirm what I already suspected. He's an overall decent, small-town guy who offered to help me out. Thank God. Who knows where Bruce and I would be right now if he hadn't been at the bar last night to bring us home. I plump the pillows on the furniture, and then, satisfied with the room, I walk back to the kitchen. Having discovered the laundry room a few paces away earlier, I rinse out the dust rag and hang it over the edge of the laundry sink. Back in the kitchen, I look at the microwave. Cool. I've done all I can, and it's only 9 o'clock. I suppose I could start opening doors, cleaning other rooms, but that would be intrusive, even to my impulsive, stubborn, must-make-everything spotless mind. Still, I can't resist opening the pantry door. It could use a little reorganizing, but I tell myself to chill, ignore it. I'm on my way out as I notice the canister marked coffee. I could use a pick-me-up, and I bet he wouldn't turn down a fresh pot as soon as he's up, so maybe I take a few seconds more than I really need when I drop the can back off after getting our coffee on. Maybe I can't stop myself from grinning when I enter the large walk-in pantry, flanked with lovely shelves on both sides. Maybe I stare longingly at an antique pie tin cupboard on the back wall. No judging. I'm only snooping a teensy bit, and only with my eyes. The cupboard makes me smile. It's a gorgeous old piece with glass upper doors, a porcelain counter, complete with a pull-out wooden rolling board, a flour bin, and punched tin doors on the bottom. It feels like a crime to hide away a piece of furniture this unique. No, I'm not insane enough to move it, but I do straighten things up a bit, so its beauty is more noticeable. I'm busy organizing the canned goods by variety when I sense I'm no longer alone. Eep. Last I checked, that's the sound a woman makes in her own head when there's a tall, dark, and insanely hot slice of man nearby. Heat fills my cheeks as I slowly turn and see Grady standing in the pantry doorway, very much the lord of this manor. His hair is damp like he's just stepped out of the shower. Oh, he definitely has. I can smell a spicy soap mingled with raw testosterone from several feet away. He's wearing black jeans over those lethal hips and a white and blue striped button-down shirt, which only makes him look more handsome than the tight black t-shirt last night. Sweet mother of alpha pearls.
What are you? Some kind of witch who sweeps and mops with her broomsticks instead of throwing around curses?
He smiles, then glances behind him.
Looks like a whole platoon of maids came through here on a mission. You got a few stowaways somewhere?
Is he for real? His silly, unexpected humor makes me laugh. I'm sorry, I say hurriedly, as I finish arranging the canned goods. I had to keep my hands busy. Couldn't sleep.
At all?
He lifts an eyebrow.
The room wasn't comfortable?
Those eyes like dark brown amber almost glow when they're open wide. I'm not sure if he's joking or not. No, I slept for a few hours. The bed was perfectly cozy. I don't tell him the nerves were all my fault. He backs out of the doorway and opens a cupboard.
How long have you been up?
About an hour and a half, probably. I'm not the kind to lie around. Once I'm up, I'm ready to rock and roll, I say, looking at the ground. And honestly, when I'm nervous, I like to clean. It takes my mind off the things I'd rather not think about. No easy confession. And I don't tell him I think I could clean 10 more of his houses right about now. I walk out of the pantry then, closing the frosted glass door before looking at the clock on the microwave again. Grady looks up, beaming a warm smile at me. He'd taken 2 cups out of the cupboard and finishes filling them both. Handing one off to me, he asks,
You did all this in an hour and a half?
I mean, there wasn't that much. Just a little dusting and...
Dusting? You dusted too? Shit. Because I see you did dishes, folded clothes, swept, mopped, organized the pantry, and made coffee. You must be a morning girl on steroids.
He sits down at the table near the sliding glass door and does a double take that makes me grin. It was nothing. Really.
Jesus, you even got the fingerprints off the door, too.
He says slowly, his eyes flicking over the glass in awe. Guilty, I whisper, nodding as my cheeks flare with heat. I swallow a long sip of coffee, amazed by how observant he is, before saying, The dishwasher's still running. There's some work I can't take credit for, if it makes you happy.
Happy?
Grady tosses his head back, releasing a laugh that shows off his straight white teeth.
I owe you an hourly wage, woman. My crew at the Bobcat doesn't work half as fast as you.
Keep it. I think I owe you, remember? Bruce is sleeping like a kitten, by the way, I say, slurping more coffee.
Had time to check on your cat, huh?
That's the first thing I did. Well, after I showered and made my bed. He chuckles again, a deep, resonant, weirdly pleasant sound.
My girls could take lessons from you.
A frown forms as he stares at me.
How old are you, anyway?
24.
And you're a zoologist. Licensed and educated?
He nods at a chair across from him, motioning me with his big hand to take a seat. I cross the room and do it. Yep, I have my master's degree. I was going to keep going and snag my PhD, but my father suggested I should spend a few years in the field. Practical research working full-time with animals before I commit myself to 4 more years of college.
You already did 4 years?
6. My first 4 were for the bachelor's and the next 2 the master's. I doubled up on courses that would count toward my PhD, so it'll only be 4 more years instead of 5 to finish it. If I ever get the chance with an arrest record, I think glumly. Grady lets out a loud whistle.
That's commitment. Major respect,
he tells me. I shrug. To me, it was just life. I did what I had to. He traces a thick, calloused finger around the top of his coffee mug, intermittently staring at me. God, his gaze alone feels like an interrogation, or else I'm just primed to go to pieces around single men carved out of pure boulder.
So, with that education, how the hell did you wind up in North Dakota?
He asks gently. I hold in a sigh and set my coffee cup on the table, wondering where to start.
I've called Weston, by the way. He's checking on an alternator now,
Grady says. Oof. Does he think he needs to guilt me into telling him? Thanks, I say, then add, I appreciate it, and I wasn't trying to avoid telling you the dirty details. I was just trying to figure out where to start.
How about at the beginning?
His grin is so cocky I have to retaliate. Well, there are a lot of stories. Some start with, let there be light. Others think there was a great big bang at the beginning of time and,
very cute, smartass, he blurts out, chuckling so much his chest rumbles. I've heard those beginnings.
Have you? I ask, secretly enjoying the good-natured way he flings my humor back at me. Some people don't get it. Heck, sometimes I don't get it either. Also, he called me cute. Sort of.
Yes, and I deserved that one, he tells me, shaking his head.
I touch my finger to the edge of my lips and hold it up in the air. He bows his head, signaling his acceptance of the score. Sassy chicken peril, 1. Big Daddy hotness, 0.
Start with Bruce, he says, his tone turning serious. What made you steal him?
Love, I answer instantly. Seriously, it was love at first sight. He was my baby since the day I started at the refuge. I took extra time to treat him well, always making sure he got everything he needed. I don't care what he is. I think he appreciates it too. I have to press a hand to my heart, feeling a flood of adrenaline, love, and anguish for my poor lost tiger.
When was that?
Grady prompts, taking another pull off his coffee. A few months ago. Jobs with big cats are hard to come by, so I was floored when one of my old professors forwarded me a job announcement for the rescue in Minot. I don't mention the fact that it arrived on the very day Dad told me he'd secured me a position with a prestigious wildlife group he's affiliated with overseas. That job wasn't working with cats, though. The Minot job was. I followed my heart to flyover country and one big beast who still needs my help. I sent off my application that morning. Within an hour, I had a phone interview, and the rest was history. I shrug. They hired me practically on the spot.
Impressive. But...
He holds his coffee in the air, waiting for the catch. I'm getting there. I swallow hard. There are so many things I wonder about now, in hindsight. Like, I thought it was weird when I searched the rescue's website, and there wasn't a job announcement on it. There wasn't even a posting archived in a Google cache. Of course, they had to do some background checks, but in a week, I was packed and on my way to Minot. I met Bruce my second day there. That was also when I noticed that their actual cat facility was lacking. Nothing like what I'd been told.
Yeah? How?
He urges, leaning in, those eyes like mocha swirl as the morning light hits them. Well, I started noticing other odd, quirky things. Pretty minor at first, almost forgettable to a normal person. Lights I was sure I'd turned off the night before glowing in the morning, markings around the cages. When I asked for maintenance logs, I was told the database crashed. We recorded everything electronically. They said their IT person was still working on recovering everything. I look away, taking a deep breath, before I fall back into Grady's eyes. But when animals started appearing and disappearing, always in the middle of the night long after my shift ended, and little blue stickers started showing up, I pushed harder for answers. I close a fist on the table and squeeze. I knew something stank to high heaven.
Let me guess. They didn't give you squat,
he growls, his brow cutting down like my anger is contagious. Everything got weirder, creepier. I started seeing my name on things like work orders, purchase orders, transfers, documents I never authorized. I didn't have the authority. I sigh, shaking my head. When I showed an order to the owners, they didn't see the issue. They swore it was an honest mix-up, and since it was all feed and supplies, I should just let it go.
Bullshit,
he bites off.
Sorry, go on.
That's what I said. My name on those orders made me responsible, the one liable. My gut said panic time and told me if something went wrong, the owners would blame me. That was why my name started showing up in these stupid mix-ups. I pause for another breath because, whoa, the look on Grady's face takes my breath away. He's bowed up, tense, a human thunderhead charged with righteous indignation. For me. Anyway, I continue slowly, I knew I couldn't sit back and do nothing, so I contacted a state conservation officer at the Game and Fish Division after I stumbled across some animal permits that also had my name on them. Game and Fish oversees exotic animals? Grady leans back in his chair, clenching his mug tight. Not quite. It's confusing because laws vary between states, even counties. In North Dakota, the actual license for a rescue facility comes from the North Dakota Department of Agriculture, under non-traditional livestock. But lots of Class 3 animals, your big cats, primates, bears, reptiles, and more, require permits to possess for every animal. Those come from Game and Fish. The state can get things mixed up between the two departments pretty easily. I look down at my coffee, tapping my finger against the ceramic cup, gathering my words for the rest. Maybe it was stupid, wishful thinking, but a small part of me wondered if that explained the errors. I hoped I was wrong to be suspicious, so I met the conservation officer, sure he could tell me how to change the name back to Priscilla and Niles Foss, the actual owners. My throat tightens, my tongue feels like cotton. I don't know how to go on. After several long, silent seconds, Grady stands.
More coffee, Willow? Can I get you some water?
He's too good. I'm boring you, aren't I? I joke.
No, I'm intrigued. But you need a break and I want more coffee. Keep going while I grab us a refill. What did the conservation officer say?
He asks, over his shoulder. I shrug, watching him walk across the room. Digging at the truth lodged in my gut hurts. But I owe him that much. Nothing. He never got back to me. I called him, sent him texts, emails, even called his supervisor. His boss told me Wayne was the one in charge of those permits, and he'd have him contact me. He said other people were on vacation and Wayne was busy covering them, but it was just... I look up at him as he fills my cup with coffee. Nothing but excuses.
You got a full name for this dude?
Grady asks, walking back to the counter. Officer Wayne Bordell. I take a drink of fresh coffee and wait for Grady to join me again. Those permits to possess, I questioned, were for animals that disappeared. Some were for animals I'd never seen show up at the sanctuary, several jaguars and leopards mostly. Then, a couple days ago, I saw one for Bruce. I have it in my suitcase, so legally, I'm the only one who can possess him.
Glad you did your legwork,
he says, stroking his thick, dark beard.
But your boy has to be in a licensed facility, doesn't he?
I sigh, flustered that he'd catch on so quickly. Unfortunately, but I had to get him out of there, I hiss. Yesterday morning, I noticed his paw was hurt. It looks like it was burned, branded, and maybe the iron had stuck to his pad and torn it. It kept oozing blood. I called the vet, insisting on a visit. It wasn't a total emergency, so he said he'd be out the following day. Then, toward evening, when I went to check on Bruce again, I saw it. A little blue sticker above his cage. Never, for as long as I live, will I ever look at a simple little sticker the same way. To me, they're omens, the darkest kind.
Sticker? I don't follow,
Grady says.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I'm not sure. Not completely, but I know it's nothing good. I have the one I peeled off Bruce's enclosure in my suitcase. They have some kind of odd numbers embedded in a different shade of blue. It's subtle, but it's there. I can't figure it out. Every animal that's disappeared had one above their cage before they went MIA, though. I knew what was coming. I swear to God, I couldn't let that happen to him, so I...
You jacked him,
Grady says with a nod. Basically. I waited until everyone else left before I loaded him up, the closest sanctuary without any ties to Minot. is in Wyoming, so I figured if I could just get him there, he'd be safe while I sort out what's really going on. He holds up a hand as if he has a question. I wait, taking a sip of strong black coffee. Hold up. Am I assuming correctly that the truck and trailer are also stolen? Uh-oh, there go the wheels turning behind that handsome face again. I nearly choke on my coffee, but manage to swallow it ungracefully without making a mess. Maybe? My throat burns and it comes out like a low squeak. Shit. He closes his eyes and shakes his head, grasping the bridge of his nose before sweeping his hand away and leveling a razor-sharp gaze on me. What else did you steal? I swallow another boulder. It hurts because my throat is locking up. Just a laptop. Honest, that's the end of it. A laptop, he echoes coldly, his entire demeanor shifting as his thick hand flops against the table, not quite slapping it deliberately, but the effect is just the same. I wince. We both know it's not just a laptop, Willow. It's data. Probably the incriminating kind that's gonna piss off a whole lot of people who will want to keep it under wraps. Grady, I know, I throw back, worried by the lines showing on his forehead. He stands up in a quick, angry burst. Damn it, woman! I've got 2 kids. They're just little girls. I can't be roped up in— I know! I shout again, this time louder, pulling at the ends of my hair. He sounds so worried, so stunned. My heart is pounding, harder than it was when I'd left the rescue last night in a stolen vehicle with a stolen tiger. Grady, I didn't mean to drag you into this. I won't. As soon as my truck gets fixed, I'm gone. No one ever has to know I was here with Bruce. You'll never hear from us again, I swear, and I'll still give you a reward for helping me. Every penny I can muster. My voice cracks. Dad won't be happy to have me come begging for money from my trust fund after blowing my life savings on rescuing Bruce. But I know he'll understand. Who knows? If I'm lucky, maybe there'll be some reward for turning in the faucets, if it gets that far. But Grady stops pacing, pushes his hands behind his back, and turns to stare at me. For the 1000th time, Willow. I don't want no damn reward. He grabs his phone out of his pocket. I leap to my feet, ready to do the same desperate snatch and grab as I did last night. Oh no, please, Grady, please don't. Don't call the sheriff. Please. I have to think fast, searching for a way to convince him. I circle around his massive shoulders to face him. One paw, just one freaking paw of Bruce's is worth over $1,000 on the black market. Did you know that? His bones are worth over $150 a pound, and if they're made into wine, it'll sell for over $30,000 a case. It's sick. His hide is worth $20,000 and his eyes— Wine? Grady stops in his tracks, flaying me open with a look. Here come those tears. Yes. Tiger wine is a specialty, highly sought for its supposed medicinal benefits. What the fuck? I know! That's why I couldn't leave him there. I couldn't let him disappear to be killed and harvested or— who knows? I'm sure Priscilla and Niles are connected to the black market. There are just too many shady things going on there for them not to be, so please, just let me get my truck fixed and I'll be off like a rocket. I promise you'll never hear a peep from me again. He's back to pacing the floor, much like a big cat does, slowly and angrily moving back and forth, turning his head to look at me every now and then. Court is in session, and something tells me I did a bad job pleading my case. But I bite my lips together, standing there, holding my own just like I would with a pissed-off tiger in a cage. Like Grady, they're strong, silent when mad, and don't like to be told what to do. He stops in the middle of the floor. My heart freezes, because whatever he decides to do, I won't be able to stop him. My fate is in this stranger's hands, one way or another. I'm doomed. He could turn me in. He could get Bruce confiscated, but he's also the only one who can help me right now. With those bourbon dark eyes locked on mine, he squeezes his thumb against his phone and swipes the screen. My heart goes crashing down in a flaming heap of loose knees and breathless prayers.
4. It's a jungle. Grady. Willow watches me the entire time I'm on the phone, but I rip my eyes away. I can't look at her anymore. Can't let her tears affect my judgment. Can't put my girls in danger. That's the bottom line. No woman, no corruption story, and no crazy-ass tiger is worth more than Sawyer and Avery. The things she's talking about are fucking Twilight Zone territory. Black market bones, eyes, tiger wine? Ludicrous. Still, I don't have the heart to turn her in and leave the tiger to state officials. Not yet, anyway. This nagging pulse in my petrified lump of a heart says, "Wait, you idiot. Help her." So that's why I press the phone against my ear, ignoring her longing looks and stalled breaths, trying to do my damnedest to save both of our gooses from being cooked for Christmas. Tomorrow, I grunt. My mind stops to clarify what Weston just said. "Yeah, Uncle Grady," he says. "Tomorrow at the earliest. I had to order the part from Bismarck, and you know how it goes shipping things from there. Rain, sleet, snow, and timeliness don't apply here in Dallas." Fuck. Too bad he's right. I keep the curse silent as Weston talks up the condition of the truck, how he spent time giving it an oil change and tuning it, then went looking for other issues that could trip any driver up. "All right, man. Thanks. I'll see you later." I click off the phone and set it on the counter.
So will my truck be done today?
Willow asks, hope gleaming in her wet, shiny eyes. She's stopped freaking out for now, after she realized I wasn't calling the cops. "No," I say, as disappointed as she is. "Weston's got your part on order, and he found a few other issues."
Oh,
She freezes and casts me that helpless look again.
like what?
Bent tie rod, for one. You can tell by the wear on the driver's tire.
A bent what?
She shakes her head, giving me a skeptical stare.
Wait, wouldn't I have known if something was bent?
"How does it steer?" I ask, mainly because I'm trying to process what the hell I'm gonna do with this chick and her man-eater being holed up here longer.
Fine, I guess I never had any trouble.
"Even turning corners?" I ask.
Yep, it turns just fine.
Her face falls, and then she does the thing where she touches the end of one long lock of chestnut hair to her lips. Her nervous tick sends an instant rush of fire to places it damn well shouldn't. I pinch my jaw. Yeah, I need her gone as fast as possible, along with that tiger. And it's not just the danger they pose. The longer they're here, the more I realize it's not even a question. Bad things will happen. I've got half a mind to load up her cat and offer to haul them both down to Wyoming myself, except she looks at me again. The girl's a blue-eyed Medusa, and my train of thought is already flying off the cliff as she opens those pert strawberry lips.
Well, come to think of it, the truck sort of jerks whenever I'd turn left on ramps or streets going through little towns. I just figured that was the trailer or something. If it's not that...
She huffs out a breath. Crap. Told you. Classic case of bent tie rod if I ever heard it. I'd already believed Weston. Having her confirm it was just for her benefit. I wish like hell it wasn't. I really need her out of here, damn it.
Call me crazy, but here's a thought,
she says, brightening and snapping her fingers.
I'll buy a truck. There must be somebody around here willing to part ways with wheels able to pull a trailer.
My brows go up. Using your unlimited spending credit card? I try to soften the blow.
Yes,
she says, matter-of-factly. It's hard not to groan. Instead, I level a solid stare on her. So anyone looking for you can track your purchase nice and neat, huh? Find out what you bought and when? For a second, her mouth opens, then closes again into a thin, frowning line. Her eyes grow as round as quarters before her shoulders droop.
Oh,
She mutters sadly. My heart doubles over for the poor girl. She obviously has no clue about the weight of the situation she's put herself in, the same trouble I've stepped in by helping her. She also doesn't know the first thing about keeping a low profile. Not good. Tell me this, did you use your card on your way here? I ask, studying her closely. Sighing, she runs a hand through her wavy brown hair, making her bangs bounce as they fall back in place.
no, I'm sure I didn't. The truck had a full tank of gas. I never stopped until it up and died at your place.
Thank God for that. Relief escapes my lungs. Rule number 1 of not being found: you don't use plastic to pay for anything. No fill-ups, no fast food, definitely no ATMs. It's cold hard cash or nothing. She nods slowly, then shakes her head and looks down at the floor. I know a look of shame, and I feel for her. I'm not here to lecture her into the ground, just help her jog her common sense. Also wish I could stop fucking noticing her so much. Only my traitor eyes flick down, staring at her bare feet with their pink-painted toenails, shifting slightly apart as she ponders. The gray leggings she's wearing today show off her legs as much as the leggings did last night. The pink t-shirt with a cartoon tiger on it defines the curve of her chest a lot more than the baggy sweatshirt last night had. Without realizing it, I suck in a sharp breath and hold it. Christ, how much torture can a man take? A lightning bolt attraction is the absolute last thing I need in my life right now. Actually, make that second to the last, because the biggest blunder in my entire life would be catching feelings, any feelings at all, for this frayed slip of a woman and her homeless tiger. What the hell happened to me last night? Is it just a twisted dream? Am I going to wake up without Willow and Bruce and a colossal mess on my hands? A man can still hope, even if the sad pout on her lips tells me I'll never be so lucky to pinch myself and make it go away.
Grady, I have to say, I'm sorry. I truly am. This isn't your problem, and
Enough. Save the apologies. I hold up a hand, needing her to zip it. If what she says is true, and there's some sort of illegal black market animal shit going on here in North Dakota, she could be in real danger. Probably already is. And that makes me the asshole who should be apologizing for not giving her total assurance I've got her back. Trouble is, I don't know how to help her. Not with this insanity. I'm a 36-year-old bartender and business owner pushing 40 sooner than I'd like. Juggling danger like falling knives ended for me the day I hung up my Army sniper rifle. I straight up don't know enough about the illegal animal trade to save her bacon. I've never heard of tiger wine, and I wish I fucking hadn't when the fact that it exists makes me gag. Still, I've got connections. If anybody would know about this illegal bullshit or where to find out more about it and would tell me, it's my buddy Quinn Faulkner. As a former FBI agent married to his best friend, there's little he doesn't know, and even less he hasn't at least heard about, especially after I helped him get that giant freak of a convict off his back when he came to Dallas, gunning for Falk's head.
Grady?
Willow looks up at me. Hang tight. I promise I'm not calling anybody to turn you in, I say, picking up my phone. She turns her back to me and hangs her head. I'm calling a friend. Just give me a minute. She doesn't turn around, but I can see her shaking her head.
The fewer people who know about this, the better, you know?
She whispers. Like I don't know that. Right. The last thing I want to do is dump this crap in anybody else's sandbox. But I have to know what I'm dealing with before I decide what happens next. Willow needs help, that's a given, but my kid's safety comes first. He's a trusted friend, and he knows when to keep his mouth shut, I tell her, hoping it'll make her feel a smidge better. Without looking back, she walks into the bedroom off the kitchen and closes the door. Whatever. Let her sulk. Separation works for now. She can sort out her thoughts and pull her shit together in peace while I pull up Falk's contact and hit call. He answers on the third ring.
Grady, what's up, my man? Everything cool at the Bobcat?
Leaning against the counter, I smile the second I hear his Oklahoma drawl. The bar's fine. I'm calling 'cause I need some intel. You got a minute?
Sure do. Tori's down at the new dance studio and I'm getting ready to mow the lawn, which
Can wait in this heat. Hearing a noise, I say, "Hold on a minute." The door to the bedroom opens and Willow walks in, wearing her knee-high brown leather boots. She skirts past me and then heads out the sliding glass door. I have to yank my eyes off her ass, bobbing like a lush fruit in those leggings. Pressing a hard fist against my thigh, I dig my knuckles in for focus and ask Falk, "What do you know about exotic animals and the black market?"
Huh?
He lets out a snort.
You gotta be more specific than that. That shit is as deep as the ocean and just as wide. What's going on?
My lips twist, and I whip out the first thing that comes to mind. You ever heard of tiger wine?
Tiger wine? Fuck, Grady. You don't want to get caught up in that. Don't tell me somebody sent a bottle to the Bobcat.
Nah, nothing like that, thank God. I shake my head and push off the counter to walk across the room and look out the sliding glass door. It's not my problem, really, but I might know someone who appears to be getting swept up in something like it. They need help.
Shit fire, dude. You better start explaining.
Falk growls. Yeah, he's got me there. I can't dance around the mammoth in the room, especially when that elephant is actually a wildcat bigger than the tractor I use for plowing snow. Willow enters the barn carefully, securing the door behind her. My eyes narrow like a hawk. While watching her, I give Falk a rundown on the last 24 hours and repeat everything Willow told me, hoping I don't sound like I'm ready for the nut house. "Dude," Falk whispers as soon as I finish. Yeah, I grumble back.
Okay, damn it. This is gonna take some thinking. Good news is your barn is the perfect spot to hold a tiger, but we need to get Ridge in on this. He can dig up a good vet considering how many movie stars own exotic pets. Hopefully one who knows about big cats and won't say a word if we grease the wheels enough with cash. Don't ask how I know that, I just do.
Done, I tell him, even if I'm not keen on the idea. It's not a trust issue. Ridge Barnett has been nothing besides a rock-solid friend ever since he left his fancy Hollywood career, took out a few asshole mobsters, and decided Dallas was where he wanted to lay down roots with his wife and kids.
Next up, that brand or burn you mentioned needs to be looked at. There could be info. In the meantime, I bet we can get Ridge to butcher a cow or two for you to keep that cat fed. We both know his organic beef business is booming. Buying the amount of fresh meat you'll need will raise eyebrows anywhere else. Don't worry, I'll call Ridge and get the doctor and the grub lined up. You need to take care of her truck. Where's it at?
Still at the Bobcat. West did what he could in the parking lot, but I didn't want to bring it home and paint a target on my property if there's anyone out on the highway actively looking for it.
Yeah, we need to get that ride hidden right the fuck now. What about the trailer? Is it still in your barn?
It's inside. I'll get the truck hidden as soon as I get off the horn, I say, already feeling better with Falk's FBI brains moving at light speed.
Cool. After I check in with Ridge, I'll make some other calls. I'll keep you posted on whatever I find out about these Foss people and the crooked conservation officer. Whatever you do, keep the tiger thief and her ferocious buddy out of sight.
He pauses.
By the way, where's Sawyer and Avery?
Summer camp. Damn good timing on my part.
I'll say.
He lets out a happy sigh.
Man, I probably don't need to tell you, but this is some serious crap, Grady. We're talking devil-dealing black market runners doing things to critters you don't even want to know.
Yeah, exactly what I've been afraid of.
I'll be in touch soon,
Falk says. Thanks for reminding me what friends are for. Drinks are on the house for the next year if you help save my ass.
Nah, you know my money's good, Grady. And after what you did for me, what are brothers for?
I smile and click off, agreeing with that more than ever. My friends are like extended family, all of us baptized by the fires that love to visit this little town. My gaze lingers on the barn, and I exhale slowly. Falk didn't need to drop that warning, but I read more into it than he'd said. If his instincts are right, Willow and her tiger are in grave danger. I call Weston to give him the latest. He's already taken the liberty of towing her truck to his place and guarantees he'll park it deep in the shed he uses for demo derby stuff. Perfect. He also assures me nobody else is going to know about it, much less come sneaking around his property. I've barely hung up when Ridge calls and tells me to expect a vet before noon and a massive delivery of carved-up meat by tomorrow morning. I thank him and appreciate the way he doesn't probe deeper. Not that I'd have expected it. Right now I'm feeling damn lucky I'd hauled home an extra deep freezer from the Bobcat when I bought a newer model for the bar's kitchen. It's still in good shape and purrs like a champ. I head off to plug it in so it can cool down and tell Willow she's not going anywhere. Not for a few days, at least. She's in the barn, sitting on one of the short walls of stalls that Dad used for birthing sows way back in the day. I nod at her, then enter the storage room and plug in the freezer. It's a good-sized room, but feels small when I turn and see her in the doorway.
Grady, look, I truly am sorry, she says. I didn't mean to storm off after what you've done for me, and I never meant for you to get caught up in all of this. I'm just... stressed isn't even the word.
The sorrow on her face could convince any jury. Kitten, I know. I gestured to a wooden bench along the wall. We'll ignore that spontaneous kitten falling out of my mouth. Take a seat. We need to talk. She does. Then I lean back against the freezer, keeping as much space between us as possible. For some mysterious and worrisome reason, I want to give her a hug, let her know it's not her fault. I'm also smart enough to know where that leads, though, so I keep my grubby paws to myself. How's Bruce holding up? I ask.
Fine. He's as content as ever.
Her face softens as she shakes her head.
He really is a gentle giant, a born sweetheart. I couldn't stand the thought of anyone murdering him for his parts. I only had one chance to stop it from happening. Take him and run.
You're totally sure that's the dirty dealing going on in my black market tiger stuff? Redundant or not, I need to confirm. Even a little detail or two could mean the world to Falk's investigation.
I am. And it's not just tigers.
She sighs, pushing her face in her palms.
The big cats are just worth the most. Everything I witnessed was for show, not for the good of the animals, and that's why I questioned so many things from the start.
She leans against the wall, arms crossed.
I had a gut feeling right away, but...
Sighing, she adds.
But I didn't act. I didn't turn them in quick enough to the right person.
That's gonna change real fast. The friend I called was an FBI agent once.
No, Grady...
Hold up, honey. Don't jump to conclusions. I said was. He's more like a retired private eye and farmer now, and he's damn sure on our side. Another buddy of mine is sending a vet out here to look at Bruce's paw and get some fresh beef to feed him. I talked to Weston again, too, and he's busy towing your truck to his shop, and we'll keep it hidden.
Hidden? For how long?
A shrug. As long as it takes.
As long as what takes?
Helping your sweet tiger-saving ass out. I growl, nodding to the door. And helping Bruce. She gives me what looks like a real smile for the first time. At least these words of mine still do something.
It's okay. We just need a ride to Wyoming, to the sanctuary there.
She tucks her arms around her shoulders.
No need to go through more trouble.
Yeah? How do you know you'll be safe in Wyoming? I ask, casting her a fierce glance. She leans her head against the wall and closes her pretty blue eyes.
Honestly, I don't. It was the only emergency plan I could think of on the fly.
Holding my breath, I will myself to keep my distance. A hug isn't going to make her feel better, or me. We'll know more after the vet has a look, I say. In the meantime, let's go have some breakfast. She agrees and lets me help her up by the hand. We head back to the house where I fry up an old-fashioned pile of scrambled eggs and bacon with toast. After we eat, I spend more time on the phone, following up with Weston, who has her truck securely hidden now. My backup manager at the Bobcat also gets a call, letting him know I won't be in today. He's just as surprised as I am at the fact that I'm taking a full day off. Seems like even when I do it for the girls, I usually manage to swing by there at least once. After that, it's outside for chores around my place and sweet distance from Willow. If only I had 100 miles more. Shit, I know I'm getting in too deep already. Can't have her or Bruce here when the girls get home. I consider calling Ridge, but his barn would never hold Bruce, and asking him to take on a fucking tiger after the trouble he's had just seems wrong. Plus, he's got a little one with Grace, not to mention his pumpkin-loving father-in-law, Nelson, always roaming around and looking for trouble. Falk's place is off limits too when Tori has a baby on the way. Drake's is full of horses, kids, and has a direct line to the tiny Dallas PD since he's a cop. There's nowhere for Bruce but my concrete barn, damn it. I'm still outside when a familiar truck rolls up the driveway. It's Ridge's, but he's not the one driving it. Assuming it has to be the vet, I walk over as the vehicle rolls to a stop. The guy looks middle-aged with short black hair, and he's wearing aviator shades. "Grady McKnight?" I nod. "Pleasure's mine. I'm Mark Walton." He opens the truck door. "I came straight here after flying into Dickinson." Shaking my hand, he continues. "I've known Ridge for years, and he filled me in on everything he knew, but I might have a few questions after examining our patient." "Of course." I point to the barn. "He's in there." Willow steps out of the house, and I gesture for her to join us. Good timing. "Ask her anything. She knows the cat far better than I do," I say. The two of them introduce themselves, and we walk to the barn. The vet questions her on Bruce's temperament before we reach the door. Of course, all of her answers make Bruce sound like a harmless kitten. The way the vet looks at her over his dark glasses tells me he's taking it with a boulder-sized grain of salt. Once we're in the barn with the door securely shut, the vet follows Willow as she enters the center pen and walks up to the side of the trailer. Bruce is inside, and from where I'm standing, I can hear a dull rumble rattling off the metal walls. It takes me a few seconds to realize it's the beast purring. Guess that's how he greets her. The two of them talk quietly. I'd have to step closer to hear, but considering that means entering a tiger's lair, nope. I don't need to know what they're saying that bad. As I watch from a distance, she whispers and croons softly to the tiger through the slats on the trailer, while the doctor sets his case on the cement block railing and opens it. I don't know much about doctoring animals, but nobody could miss that needle he pulls out. Willow climbs up on the side of the trailer and reaches through the window. She strokes the top of the cat's wide head the second Bruce sits up in the trailer. The vet moves next to her, and though I can't tell for sure, I'm fairly certain he just numbed up our furry friend. A few moments later, the two of them climb down and walk back over to where I'm standing. While Doc Walton says they're waiting for the shot to work, Willow pulls her cell out of a pocket on her leggings and starts scrolling through pictures.
"Here it is. I've got a few on here. You can just scroll left and right."
She passes the vet her phone, then tells me,
"Pictures of those blue stickers I told you about."
"Have you ever seen anything like them before?" I ask the vet.
"No, but I've heard of something similar. Markers. A few years ago, I worked on a documentary about the black market trade in exotics. The film never made it to full production because the government stepped in and shut it down. The USDA agents told us we were spilling too much classified info on pending cases still in litigation. I saw right through it, and so did the producer." I fold my arms. "Why?" "Because this kind of criminal bullcrap runs deep. They don't want the general public to know," Walton says, enlarging a picture, his busy brows furrowed.
Like who's behind where the money comes from and where it ends up. When it's a few bumbling clowns running a tiger sanctuary in the sticks, yeah, they're happy to come down like a ton of bricks. But when the feds or state officials are getting their cut, nope, they're happy to knock out their competition and take illegal kickbacks while pretending to enforce the laws. His tone sours as he pauses, shaking his head. You're saying shady insiders are the norm with this shit? Figures. I grind out. Show me a snake and I'll find the politician keeping him fed. Walton snaps, angry and whimsical. I have no doubt about that. Then the doc glances from me to Willow. That documentary's the reason I'm a vet in Topeka these days instead of L.A. The seriousness of his tone and gaze isn't lost on me. I have a family, he says. I trust Ridge, just like I trusted his mama when she brought her Savannah cat in for checkups years ago. And that's why I'm here. I nod, fully understanding his own plight more. He hands the phone back to Willow. That's a chip sticker, if I'm not mistaken. The numbers on it correlate with the tag inside the animal. Every exotic is supposed to get chipped in the US of A, and that tag's proof when a chip has been deactivated. What? Why would a chip ever need to be deactivated? I ask, fearing I won't like the answer. 2 reasons. Theft, for one, or to make sure no part of the animal can be identified or traced back to the owner, Walton says coldly. Sick. Willow flashes me a sad look. I shift my weight, fighting back the bile in my gut, loathing the fact that I have to share a planet with people who part out tigers. I've officially arrived in a dark jungle I never knew existed. I'm sure you're aware a large percentage of domestic pet owners have their animals chipped mainly in case they're stolen. Exotics must be chipped by law. The chips are the size of a grain of rice. Once inserted, they can move around inside the body sometimes, and they're goddamn impossible to remove. But Doctor... Willow holds a finger up as the doctor's eyes flash. Right, I shouldn't say impossible. He cuts in. A skilled surgeon could remove one, but it would be quite time-consuming and costly if it's shifted to a vulnerable place. An exotic animal's carcass can still be identified by an active chip. Once Bruce is fully sedated, I know what I'll find on his paw. A tattoo that matches the numbers and symbols on that blue sticker. Willow gasps. I reach out, gingerly clasping her shoulder. Call it a bad reflex, but I'm not sorry I try to comfort her. I'm trying to follow. What's that mean if the tattoo's there? I ask slowly. It's proof for whoever he was meant to be sold to that his chip is deactivated. That means they're free to use up every last body part without any fear it'll blow back to the authorities. Shit. I look at Willow, meet her gaze, and see the unshed tears in her eyes. She's shaking. My hand clasps her shoulder and squeezes, this time tighter. So you mean those other blue stickers I saw were because the animals were sold on the black market and sold for parts? Willow's voice breaks. Walton nods. Deactivation devices are all over the black market, too, and that blue sticker is proof they have a good one. It won't print a sticker unless the scanner can't pick up the chip. Holy crap. Willow wobbles slightly, and I shift closer, helping hold her up. It's a farm, isn't it? The whole freaking exotic plains rescue is a black market farm. I take a mental note in my head, since it's the first time I've heard her name the place. If I have my way, then soon the only reason it'll be named by anyone is for history. A place that was stormed and shut the fuck down after every last animal got safely extracted. I'm thoroughly pissed, halfway to becoming the overprotective Neanderthal I turn into around my girls. This is bigger than Willow and Bruce now, even if they're in the gravest danger. That would be my guess, Walton says. What's the name of the main vet there? I never catch her answer, stepping away once I'm confident Willow is back on her feet with her head screwed on straight. Plus, I could use a break with my own mind spinning 100 RPMs a minute. When they check up on the tiger again and then enter the trailer, I tag along. He's an even bigger giant up close and majestic to a fault. His markings and fur are remarkable. His tail twitches at his side, as thick as my arm. I'm actually in awe, Willow asks me to hold the paw up so they can get a few photos from different angles. Walton explains the injury likely resulted from the electric probes used to brand the tattoos on the beasts, something that gets etched into the skin more than inked. A probe went between Bruce's pads and burned through his tender skin. He continues examining the beast while Willow clicks away with her phone camera. Then it's my turn to be branded. The lightning zing of her hand touching mine as she repositions to get the paw in the light makes me bristle. Fuck. It's been years since I felt a young woman's soft, bare skin. And it's not something I need now. I've turned down my fair share of offers from women at the bar for a reason. Between the girls and work, I don't have time for dating or anything else. My attention swings back to the mess I've willingly stepped in when the vet and Willow start talking about drawing Bruce's blood. It sounds like the cat has been lethargic lately, and the vet wants to run some tests to see if he's been drugged. My damn mind is blown, but I stay and help out where I can. Before he takes his leave, Doc Walton gives instructions for how long Bruce should stay sedated, what to watch for when he starts coming around, and promises he'll be in contact with the blood work results. After he drives away, Willow and I go in the house.
There's something else you should see. Hold on,
she says, running off to her room and returning a minute later. I recognize the stolen computer in her hands. It's locked without a password, and I'm afraid we'll trip some security measure that deletes data if we try to just guess. I'll have Falk take a look, I say. If he can't break into it, he'll know someone who can.
Thanks. When?
She asks, seemingly more anxious than before the vet's visit.
We have to get to the bottom of this before they find me.
I'm well aware. I'll call him again. I stop mid-sentence. An unexpected popping noise catches my attention. My ears perk, straining to listen, hoping I just imagined it.
Grady, was that a car door?
She asks, her eyes widening. Yeah. Shit. I take off and make it as far as the living room when the door flies open. Sawyer and Avery come bounding through it, all whipping hair and smiles that'd be as heartwarming as ever, if only I wasn't completely fucking smashed over the head right now. Act normal. It's my only shot. At least I'm honestly excited to see them and catch them both in big hugs before asking, "What are you two doing home early?"
"We live here, Dad,"
Sawyer says in her usual sassy yet adorable way.
"Did you already forget?"
Now that you mention it, I do remember having a couple munchkins boarding here. I tease, planning a kiss on her forehead.
"Joyce had to pick us up,"
Avery says, ever the quieter and more serious twin. Still hugging one with each arm, I ask, "Where is she? Where's your stuff?"
"Right here, Papa Bear,"
Joyce sings, walking inside.
"Their luggage is on the porch where it needs to stay for now. The camp called me to pick them up this morning, a day early. I texted, but you must have been busy."
Yeah, hell, busy might be the understatement of the year. Why's that? Was there a problem? I ask. I don't understand why they're home a day early.
"Sure was. Head lice epidemic at camp. Everyone had to leave early."
She's an older woman, but fit for her age, and she shrugs her trim shoulders.
"They've been treated, but they need to be checked daily. So if you see a bug or nit on these two angels, be sure to shampoo them again. All their stuff should be washed before it comes in the house, too."
Head lice, I echo, holding in a groan. When it rains, it fucking pours. A quiver rips up my spine. I try to resist the sudden urge to scratch at my tingling head like a madman. Joyce just grimaces and nods, scrunching up her nose. Can things even get more complicated? I shouldn't ask, because a second later, Sawyer looks over my shoulder at Willow, blinking several times before she drops an atomic bomb.
"Hey, Dad. Who's she?"
5. Tiger's Den. Willow. I bite my bottom lip at the way Grady's entire being quivers. He's trying to put on a brave face and hide it, but it's too freaking late. The poor guy's out of his element. Head lice is no laughing matter, but it's not the end of the world. I had it once as a kid when my entire school came down with a bad case of creepy crawlies. Some rancid-smelling shampoo and a fine-toothed comb made quick work of it. His daughters are adorable, though, and not quite identical like I expected. One's a little taller, and they both have long dark hair, the same shade as his. For some crazy reason, I keep glancing at the woman by the door, wondering who she is. With short dark hair cut fashionably and lines around her eyes, the woman must be in her 50s. I can't assume she's a girlfriend unless Grady's tastes run much older. But who knows? Who cares? I'm not here to wonder about the women in his life, right? Especially when I've got a bashful little face staring at me over her father's shoulder, blinking like she isn't sure if I'm a ghost. "Hey, Dad, who's she?" the kid asks. Delightful. Grady lets go of his girls and slowly turns, staring at me with the same look a deer gives a rapidly approaching pickup truck. Inwardly, I flinch, but I pull up a cheery smile for the girls and the strange woman staring at me. "This is, Willow," I prompt, when I'm sure he can't remember my name in his panic. "Yeah, Willow. She's here for—" Grady clears his throat, his eyes searching mine. "Don't worry, big guy. I've got you covered." "Saving your lives. From messes, I mean. I cleaned this whole floor of the house, but I wasn't sure where to put your clothes," I say, dredging up my best excuse. I certainly can't fess up to the fact that I've brought a flipping tiger onto their farm, and I'm basically a fugitive at this point. Pointing to the piles of clothes still on the coffee table, I smile again. "I wasn't sure what belongs to you girls. Care to help a nanny out?" "Nanny?" The twins say it simultaneously. They stare at me, taking me in, then look at their father like they aren't sure. Oof, tough crowd. Not that I can blame them. I'd be doing the same thing if I was 10 years old and dear old Dad brought a total stranger into the house without any warning. "Hello, Willow," the older woman cuts in. "I'm Joyce, a good friend of Grady's. I'm so glad he finally listened and hired a nanny while Faye left town. Hope the head lice thing won't scare you off. This is out of the ordinary. We all take good care of these two little angels. Lord knows he needs the help sometimes, right, Papa Bear?" "Nanny?" Oh, God, I said it, didn't I? Now I'm the one who's tongue-tied, and I'm also curious why he needs so much help. Grady gives his friend a pained smile. "The day I turn down an extra pair of hands, you're welcome to slap me upside the head, Joyce." "Well, your load's already lighter. My hairdresser met me at my place and treated the girls as soon as I picked them up this morning. I left you enough shampoo in a bag on the porch for another round. You're welcome." Joyce beams another pearl-white smile around the room. "You're a rock star," Grady tells her before turning back to me. "I put an ad online and Willow answered it yesterday. Lucky me. She was looking for quick work and I was desperate to clean the place up, so here we are, getting along like two strays on catnip." He gives me a brown-eyed wink. Holy crap. I hold in a laugh, both amused and nervous as hell at his cheesy innuendo. Sure, I have to go along with this. Don't have a choice. But we're really rolling with this nanny thing? Wow, this is going to take some serious acting, and I sucked at theater in high school. Fortunately, I did have a string of nannies growing up. "Nice to meet you, Joyce, and it's no big deal. I've dealt with lice before," I say, still smiling. At least that's no lie. I'll give them both a thorough checkup and get their things in the washer right away. Then I notice two sets of big brown eyes still glued to me, thickly lashed, just like their father's. I wave a hand. "Hi, Sawyer and Avery, right? Nice to meet you," I say, unsure which girl is which. The shorter one, by less than half an inch, smiles softly and waves a few fingers back. The taller one frowns and gives me a slight, bashful nod when Grady gently taps her shoulder, as if prompting her. "Hi," she whispers. "Oh, I can't tell you what a relief this is, Willow," Joyce gushes. her eyes sparkling, having also seen Grady's reaction to touching his daughter. I feel so much better leaving them now, knowing Grady doesn't have to deal with this on his own. Good timing, too. I've got an appointment to get my car fumigated, just to be on the safe side. I nod, wondering again how this older woman who isn't related fits in their life. So does Grady before he says,
"Thanks for picking them up, Joyce. I appreciate it. Have the car detailed at Berlin's and tell him to send me the bill."
Nonsense. It needed a deep cleaning anyway. They can have it for the next 2 days while I'm in Montana. Perfect fishing weather, and you know how antsy my daughter gets for company in Missoula. With a friendly parting wave, she adds, "Hey, Willow, call me if you have any issues. I'm always glad to help, and I know this place like the back of my hand." "I will," I respond, even though it's a lie. I won't be here that long, and I'm definitely not a real nanny. As soon as she leaves, Grady pivots back to the girls, dad mode fully activated.
"Go on, you munchkins. Upstairs, shower, put on clean clothes, and bring the ones you're wearing straight down to the laundry room. Don't touch anything on the way to your rooms."
"Aw, Dad," the shorter girl says, pouting for a second before she sighs and trails after her sister. "Fine." I look up at the ceiling and shake my head, but I wait until the girls are running up the stairs before I open my mouth. "So we've found your weakness, huh?" "Cooties," I have to rib him. The opportunity is too good to pass up. He runs a stiff hand through his thick crop of hair, grumbling under his breath. Then his shoulders quiver again as he snatches his hand back, staring like he just touched a hot plate. Relax, dude. You can't catch them that easily. Lice don't have gliders and parachutes to get to your head. Chuckling, I walk toward the staircase. Also, they should take a bath, not a shower. You don't want them to rinse out the medicated shampoo they've just been treated with. He watches me silently without so much as a nod. I swallow, hoping I'm not being too presumptuous here. I've only had lice once, but I've dealt with fleas, mites, and more pests than I could ever name on long trips overseas with Dad into the wild. He touches my arm. It's a light touch, a friendly touch. But for some unholy reason, it's just like before. That skin contact with his rough, thick hand makes my arm tingle. Oh, God. What is it about this dude? I'm not the kind of girl who goes melty for any man. Definitely not the kind who goes weak in the knees, fighting off swarms of butterflies.
"Willow, I'm sorry for that shit show. I blanked. Couldn't think up a better reason why you're here, much less why you'd be staying in the guest room. Don't think they noticed that part. We'll have to explain it later."
I shrug like it's nothing, trying not to rub my arm as I pull away. Forget it. You're helping me, and it's only fair I help you until Bruce and I make our great escape. The thudding door has me heading for the stairs again. I'd better get up there before they jump in the shower. If we're going with this nanny story, I'd better play the part. The upstairs looks like it's been refurbished as well. Hardwood floors gleam with varnish, and all of the trim wood glows papery white, just like downstairs. The doors are a dark gray, which pops nicely with the white trim and soft gray walls. I spot 2 doors, both closed. A purple heart hangs on one with Sawyer painted on it, and there's a pink one on the door across the hall with Avery. I knock on Avery's door first, and after I'm given permission, I open it. "Hey there, just came up to let you know a bath would be better than a shower. You don't want to wash out the shampoo the hairdresser used." "Okay, thanks." Her eyes flit around nervously before looking back at me. "So, you're really going to be our nanny? Like a live-in one?" "Looks that way," I say, giving her a wink. Then I pull the door shut and cross the hall. Sawyer asks the same question, a little more boldly, and I give her the what and why. Once they're both taking turns in the bath, I strip their beds. It's doubtful they had lice before camp, but I might as well take every precaution for Grady's sake. The whole bug thing wigs him out, and he's been too good to me. Thankfully, The girls leave their clothes outside of their bathroom door, just like I'd asked. I bundle the clothes up with the bedding and carry it down to the laundry room to stuff it in the washer. Grady's nowhere in sight. Probably not in the house. I rummage around and find a few large trash bags in the pantry, then take them to the front porch, where I dump the contents of the girls' duffel bags into separate bags before stuffing everything into a couple more huge trash bags. Once they're all tied off, I leave the contaminated stuff on the porch for later, after the washer and dryer are freed up. The girls are out of the tubs and dressed when I return upstairs with the stacks of fresh clothes from the living room. They put everything away like the angels they seem to be, and then help me gather new bedding. Usually when chores are involved, it doesn't take long to find out how well-behaved kids really are. So far, I'm impressed. Grady and his helpers have done their job right with these girls. The twins are both workers, eager to help and friendly, even if they might still be a little weirded out by my presence. "Aunt Faye had us change the bedding before she left," Sawyer says, scratching her neck. "You're sure you want to tackle this stuff again?" "I don't mind. We're just going the extra mile for your dad." I slip the pillowcase onto a pillow and set it on the bed, fluffing it a few times with a smile. "Yeah, he gets funny with the strangest things. He's such a dad," she says, rolling her eyes. "It's nothing unusual. I had lice when I was young, about your age, and my father was just as creeped out." "What about your mom?" Avery asks, flopping down on the end of the bed. I slip the second pillow in its case and try not to frown. "Well, my mom died when I was 3, so it was always just Dad and me." "Really?" Sawyer stops, leveling a skeptical gaze on me. I can't blame her. She probably thinks I'm BSing just to make friends, but sadly I'm not. Not with this. "Yes, really. I don't remember much about my mother, just what I've been told. But my dad's a great guy. He had to travel a lot for work while I was growing up, so I had tons of nannies." Avery sits down on the foot of the bed. "We've never had a real nanny before, only Aunt Faye, but she had to go take care of her friend in Colorado this summer. Her friend doesn't have any family and she's real sick." We're all in Avery's room. Sawyer sits down on the white chair that matches the desk near the window. "Aunt Faye said Haley Wood's mother, Linda, agreed to take care of us, but none of us wanted that." Sawyer sticks out her tongue to make a point. I laugh. "Oh? Why's that?" I sit down on the edge of the bed. "She only agreed to because she wants Dad to be her boyfriend," Sawyer throws back with disgust. "It's true," Avery says with a sigh. "Haley's in our grade, and her mom is a lunch lady at school. She's always like, 'Oh, my favorite twins. I can't believe how much you look like your daddy.' So annoying." "And gross," Sawyer chirps, making exaggerated kissy faces in the air. Hilarious. I remember a few women on the prowl after my dad and how cringy it could get. But I turn the subject to school, wondering what grade they're in. "5th," Sawyer answers sharply. "1 more year till middle school." I smile, knowing they'll probably be a lot more concerned about their own crushes soon rather than their dad's romantic life. But I don't tease them. I just let them prattle on about their teachers, Aunt Faye, the many times Linda Wood tried to hit Grady with Cupid's arrow, and little hints of their small-town lives. A short time later, we make our way downstairs. I'm relieved I can relate to these adorable girls, and so far, they don't hate me. It helps that I've been in their shoes, raised by a single father. Also, they're twins, but opposites in many ways. Their personalities define them, and I really like that. Back in the kitchen, Grady sits at the kitchen table with another man, a green-eyed hulk with tattoos and rakish sandy brown hair. He looks like he's only a couple inches shorter than Grady himself. God, what's in the air here? Is Dallas, North Dakota some kinda weird magnet for the hottest men on Earth?
"Howdy, ma'am. I'm guessing you're Miss Willow."
Falk, which must be a single-syllable nickname play on his last name, Faulkner, introduces himself and makes me feel like he's sincerely glad to meet me. Surprising when he must know by now I've brought nothing but trouble to his friend's doorstep. I watch as the two men make small talk with the girls until they get antsy, right before Grady says they can go ride their four-wheelers, while the adults talk about boring tax crap. If he stumbled over our cover story earlier, he's become a total smoothie now, and I smile. "Don't forget your helmets, ladies," he belts out after them. "I'll be watching." Then my eyes fall to the table in the eerie silence. My laptop rests there with all the damning but hidden data I hope I've stolen from the rescue. Fuck has some sort of small black external device hooked up to it that looks like a tiny box. There's also a second laptop on the table, presumably his. As soon as the girls are gone, Grady looks at me. "He's transferring what he can to an external drive. Then we'll get it on a secured cloud backup and hook it up to my computer," he tells me. "Yep, it'll be a while before I transfer it to the other machine," Fox says. "Right now we're just aiming to get backups. Can't let whatever's on this thing disappear into the ether." Fox rattles off a litany of techno-babble terms that are over my head. All the things involved with securing, storing, and decrypting data. "So we won't know what we've actually got for a while?" Grady asks. "Yep, no telling till I get a good look. We could be talking hours or days." Fox's eyes gleam like emeralds as he rakes his fingers through his hair. "Soon as I'm in, you'll be the first to know." Grady stands and takes my arm. I gasp and instantly feel like an idiot. His touch is always gentle, yet here I am jumping like he hit me with a cattle prod. Seriously embarrassing. "You need a minute?" He bites off. No, You surprised me. I'm fine." I pause for a breath. "I'm ready for this, guys. Lay it on me. The good, the bad, and the ugly." "And we will. Just as soon as we check on the girls. They never go messing around the barn, but I want to make damn sure." He growls. "Be back shortly." Falk nods at us as Grady escorts me out the sliding glass door. "The four-wheelers get parked in the pole shed when they're not using them," he says, as we round the corner of the house. The barn is to the left of the house and the pole shed, as well as a wood shed, and two other metal storage units are up ahead, directly on the other side of the driveway. "Are they real four-wheelers?" I ask, knowing the girls are only 10. "Yep, both Hondas that are better for kids. They've been riding them for a couple years with me, and now they're old enough to stick to the trails around my place, where I know it's safe." "They're such nice girls. Very polite and
talkative," he offers. "I'm sure they've told you everything about our lives."
"Not everything," I say. "Just enough. I know your Aunt Faye went to Colorado to take care of a sick friend and set up a woman to help you with the girls, but it sounds like all three of you said no to that idea." His grimace says it all, and I try not to laugh. Apparently the girls weren't exaggerating about how much Haley's mom chases him. No need to look hard to find out why. He's a bearded Hercules, sociable and nice, growly and guarded in a sexy way I can't describe. But I also know that, just like my dad, Grady's daughters are his life. Period and end of story. If he wanted a woman, he'd have no trouble finding her and moving her in. The fact that he hasn't means he has zero interest in romance.
"Sorry again about the nanny thing, even if it was your idea," he grinds out. "My only other option would have been to say you were a new employee from the Bobcat, but they'd have seen through that one easy. I don't invite waitresses to stay at my house."
I laugh. "You wouldn't have wanted me to pretend I'm a waitress. I couldn't pull that one off if I tried. But a nanny?" I shrug. "I had enough of those growing up, and I've seen what they do." The overhead door on the pole shed raises, and before it's all the way up, two identical lime blue four-wheelers come roaring out with Sawyer on one, wearing a blue helmet, and Avery with a lime green helmet on the other. "See? Helmets!" Sawyer yells, tapping the side of her head. Grady holds up a hand and they wheel up next to him, stopping, but don't turn off their ATVs. He checks the helmet straps on each girl, Then their gloves and knee pads, and what he calls the kill strap that each girl has strapped on their wrists.
"Stay on the short track, girls," he tells them.
"We will," Sawyer says. "We know the rules." Sheesh. "We're going to pick some flowers near the creek," Avery says. "I want to press them in the notebook with the poems I've written." My heart softens for her. She's a really sweet kid. Sawyer is a bit harder, more serious, more impatient, but she has an explorer's heart. I'm glad that they balance each other out. I remember how tough being alone with nobody but Dad could be.
"All right," Grady says. "I expect a check-in within the hour. Don't make me come looking."
"We know," they say at the same time. He gives them a final nod and off they go, zooming around us, onto a well-worn trail between the house and a wooden split-rail fence. "How far away is the short track?" I ask, watching the girls disappear in the distance.
"About a quarter mile. It circles that pasture and runs on roughly 3 miles.
3 miles? My eyes are still on the dust being kicked up by the ATVs. Is there a long track?
Yes, it goes around the circumference of the property and then on to other farms. About 10 miles, give or take."
Wow, you trust them a lot. He's their father, of course, and seemingly a good one. But I still have to ask, do you think it's safe to let them out there by themselves?
They aren't alone. They have each other and their phones. They always check in like clockwork every half hour. Or I wouldn't let 'em run off.
Yeah, but
they've been doing it for over a year, Willow. He gives me a sharp look. I know how old they are, and I trust my girls. I also know I damn well can't let them find a stolen Bengal tiger in our barn. So we'll keep them away from the house for a little while, okay?
Ouch. But he's right to push back at my doubts, too. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude or nosy, I tell him as we continue walking. What do I know about parenting anyway? Or about 10-year-old girls when it's been a long time since I was one? Come to think of it, when I wasn't much older, Dad let me drive a Jeep with his help during a safari in Kenya. If that isn't putting a big fat leap of faith in your underage daughter, I don't know what is. Honestly, he probably spoiled me more than Grady does his girls. Humbled, I shut it and follow him back to the barn, where he stops and holds out his arm.
"Here, take it,"
he growls. I glance at his hand and the small metal object flickering in the sun. "What's that?"
"A key," he tells me.
"Well, yeah, but for what?"
"It fits all of the new padlocks I put on the barn doors this morning. We have to make sure those doors are sealed tight, as long as we're letting a guest like your boy crash inside."
He gives me an easy smile. Holy hell, here comes the guilt trip, and it's totally my own. He's doing all of this for me, and I was questioning his daddy skills. Hardly a smart move on my part, but ever since he agreed to help me last night, I've wondered why. What the hell motivates a man to take a gamble on a girl in distress with a tiger? Maybe he's just got a heart 10 times bigger than most. He mentioned the army a couple times, and so did his daughters, and I wonder if that's part of it too. I know some people are absolutely fearless after a stint in the military, or else the armed forces just attract natural heroes. No fooling, this man would make a Gold Star hero or 10. For the 100th time since I landed here, I'm so grateful I could break. My arrival in Dallas could have gone down worse in so many ways. "Just one key for all the locks?" I ask, forcing my squirrel of a brain back to the subject.
"All the padlocks are keyed the same on the entire place. I put hasps and locks on the sliders in the side door of the barn."
He glances at the pasture, where plumes of dust are visible, indicating exactly where the girls are driving.
Should keep curious little people from sneaking inside if they hear anything out of the ordinary.
I bite my lip, nodding. His gaze grows serious as he looks at me.
"I can't take that chance. Not once. Can't have my girl sneaking in here. You understand?"
His hands fall to my shoulders, squeezing, and finally, I don't freak out. I might be a little starstruck, staring into those eyes so much like dark brown honey pools in the pale sun. Yep, he's a hero, all right. All fathers are, but Grady? One long look tells me he'd die 10 times over for his precious dolls. And I get it, too. I don't want to see them in danger. Bruce would never hurt them, I assure him, hoping to ease his fears. But you're right to take every precaution. He's a wild animal with teeth and claws and storm force that could stomp a grown man's head into mush. A caged wild animal. No telling what he might do if they snuck in there. I stop. His look tells me that he's not going to believe another word. Fair enough. If I were in his shoes, and those were my daughters, I wouldn't either. Sorry, you're right. You don't need my promises. I don't want to see them get hurt any more than you do. I just need my truck fixed, and then Bruce and I will be history. His thick dark brows inch up slowly. It's not that simple, darlin'. Fox says your cell's been ringing off the hook. Oh, crap. My heart sinks clear to my toes. I remember I'd left it in the kitchen when the girls came home. The rescue? I ask, knowing and dreading the answer. He nods sternly. From at least 5 different numbers, some with area codes out of state. Fox installed blocks so nothing can ping your location remotely. Hopefully they haven't already done it. Whatever you do, don't turn your GPS back on. They might have all kinds of tricks to track it, or pull that info out of the wireless company if they've got an in with the law. He also suggests ignoring all texts, depending on their carriers. They might know if you've ever read the messages. I haven't. Never opened a single message since I left Minot. I promise. Right before my gut goes into a falling spiral. Guilt, shame, and remorse twist in my belly like something clawing its way out. With Falk busy in the kitchen, that's one more innocent person I've dragged into this crap. My steps feel like lead as we walk to the house. Falk is still there studying his computer screen when we enter the kitchen. Update. We've got ourselves a location we need to check out, he says, looking up. Everything's encrypted, but there are a few coordinates and timestamps coming up pretty often from what I'm seeing in the history. I was able to pull a few pics and examine the details. It ain't too far from here, right near the Montana border. From Google Maps, it's in the middle of state land with nothing around for miles. Trouble is, I can't zoom in too well. This place is out in the sticks and the public satellites only make a pass of those places every few years. I'll have to drive out there to get a good look on the ground. No, Grady snaps. You're doing enough with this computer shit. I'll drive out there, Falk. No, you won't, I cut in. I'll go myself. In what? He asks. Damn it, he's right. My face falls. I hate this. Hate how helpless I feel. Maybe it's time I should give up and call Dad for advice. He's somewhere in Africa, and not always easy to reach, but I know I could get in touch with him if I need to. He's the only person I can totally trust besides these men to call in help. I don't want to, though, because I know how disappointed he'll be by what I've gotten into. There's a part of me that believes my father will understand. Another part of me fears he'll be furious. I just want to make him proud of me. That's all I've ever hoped for.
There's no rush. The story will wait. For now, let the music ease your mind and bring you into a calm rhythm. Thank you for being here with us.
And this fiasco isn't helping me accomplish that. I'm half zoned out, too in my head, listening to Grady and Falk tossing details back and forth like two generals strategizing a war plan. I catch snatches of conversation about the town, the shit that keeps happening here. That's what they call it, even if they don't elaborate. I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to be the guy to bring another flaming bag of crap to our doorstep, Grady growls. I'm not getting any of my friends hurt, especially you. I think having a whole tribe of goats to bail our asses out was a one-time deal. Goats? Huh? Falk bursts out laughing before his tone turns serious. Yeah, well,
Whoever's doing the driving out to that place, they'd better be mighty careful. There's no telling what's hanging out there or who. Anybody playing scout needs to look like they belong in those parts, not snooping around. You feel me? I know. I'll take precautions. Maybe break out my gear and the big gun if I need to, Grady continues, leaning toward his friend, speaking in this low whisper I think is meant not to worry me. It does. All in all, their somewhat heated exchange makes me feel like crap on a cracker. Guys, surely there's a vehicle I can rent. I pipe up when I can't take it anymore. What if I get one that makes me look like a vacationer, a clueless hiker checking out the area or something? I like the subterfuge idea. We'll bring my four-wheeler along for the ride and make it look like we're just out exploring, Grady says before he turns to Falk again. I walk to the door while the two big men talk and slip outside. Bruce should be waking up any time now. While walking to the barn, I scan the pasture, looking for plumes of dust. When I see the girls are still far enough away, I quickly run across the property and enter the barn. Just like I thought, Bruce is coming around, but he's groggy and lethargic. This sleeping orange giant with lidded eyes and yawns like a backfiring exhaust. My heart goes out to him. He's so beautiful. And even though he could swallow a moose, he's helpless. He's counting on me, and I'm counting on Grady McKnight. Honestly, I don't know who to feel worse for, Bruce or Grady. Definitely not me. I'm saving my pity party for a time when I know my favorite tiger won't be killed. Grady enters a short time later, and I know another spontaneous apology right now will probably be hollow. Talk is cheap with the expensive trouble I'm causing. The beef's here, he tells me, entering the storage room with a large crate. Come on in, Tobin. My eyes go up at an unexpected sight. A well-dressed man wearing a full suit follows him, a determined look behind his spectacles, carrying another large box. Either this weird little town has some really fancy butcher shops, or else the guy dropping it off is somebody's butler. Regardless, I leave the pen to go help them. Grady stops me near the edge. You keep an eye on Bruce. Tobin and I will bring in the meat. Special delivery from my buddy Ridge. His guy was good enough to bring it out here. Fox said he'd make sure the girls keep away if they come back to the house early. My first instinct is to argue, but if I can smell raw meat, then so can Bruce. He stands up with another yawn like a small hurricane, stretching as he flicks his tail and licks his chops. I have to give these guys credit. They're not used to this like I am. Very few people would be comfortable carrying boxes full of dinner with a hungry tiger in sniffing range. It doesn't take long to have all the meat stuffed in the freezer, and several fresh bales of hay carried into the barn for good measure. Once again, I'm slayed by how much trouble Grady goes through for me, which only deepens my guilt. The stranger, Tobin, leaves with a dramatic bow, just as mysteriously as he arrived. A short time later, Fox's truck drives off, after he tells Grady he'll be in touch soon. Our timing couldn't be closer. Seconds later, the girls come racing into the yard, jabbering back and forth like little birds and laughing. "Hey, Dad, why did Ridge's truck have hay in the back of it?" Sawyer asks, pulling her helmet off as her eyes go wide. "Did he drop it off here? Are we finally gonna get a horse?" Oh boy. The shimmering hope in her eyes has me looking nervously at Grady. "No, baby," Grady says. "I'm just busy with some renovations on the barn. You know how old it is." "With hay?" she asks with a snort. "Dad, if you're trying to surprise us, it won't work." She's a sharp one and doesn't miss much. That worries me. "Sorry to disappoint," I say, chiming in. But hay actually helps make deep cleaning old floors so much easier. It'll absorb any moisture in the floor so everything can be swept up easier. Sawyer nods with a sigh, disappointment in her eyes. That was close. And it still is when Avery speaks up again. "But Dad, why are you renovating the barn if it's not for animals?" she asks, her brows knit together in adorable confusion. "Storage," Grady says. I've got plenty more to clean out of the back room at the bar from sprucing things up. We just need space for the stuff first.
Oh. Avery's little face falls and she looks as let down as her sister. I still don't see why we can't have an animal or two. We live on a farm.
We've had this talk before,
Grady says gently. More for my benefit than theirs, I think. We know. And we've had the discussion about keeping a pet at Uncle Hank's house, too. He always says he'd be fine with it, Sawyer says, matter-of-factly, clearly not ready to surrender. I don't get why you won't agree to let us try.
Because then you'd have to go over there every day to take care of it, he answers with a sigh.
Oh, Daddy, that wouldn't be so bad, Avery says.
Okay. Grady levels a look at the 2 pint-sized lawyers making their case. If you feel that way, I'll ask Hank to make you help clean out his barn tomorrow. How's that sound?
I smile at the clever response, though the tone in Grady's voice when he mentions Hank makes my spine quiver slightly. Weird. I get the feeling this Uncle Hank isn't one of his favorite people. Tomorrow? Sawyer asks, rubbing one eye.
Yep. You're both going over there then, so here's your chance to impress me. Grady gestures at their ATVs. Go put those away. It's time to start supper. We'll eat early so you two can get some rest for a whole lot of cleaning.
He walks to the house while the girls drive their four-wheelers into the shed, and I look around bewildered. It's a shock to find out hiding Bruce isn't the strangest thing here. I can't help but wonder what else is going on. Despite everything I've seen today, it seems there's a whole lot more to unravel about Grady McKnight.
6. Easy, Tiger. Grady. That does it. Trying to pretend like having a woman in my house is normal is enough to tip me over the edge. No, fuck, this scenario is so completely not normal. Neither is keeping Shere Khan happy and fed in the barn, or knowing that the choice I'd made last night might put all sorts of friends and family in danger. Trying to keep my girl's curiosity under wraps isn't easy when it comes to anything, but this whole situation has them both asking a lot of questions. Luckily, I keep them busy with chores, cleaning everything in our kitchen Willow didn't get to. That keeps them distracted while she sneaks out to check on her beast again. I have Aunt Faye to thank for their well-organized chore list on the fridge. It hasn't changed much for years, except a little rotation, plus adding new tasks for them as they've gotten older. Alone, I might not have realized just how important chores are for developing responsibility. Faye sure taught me plenty about parenting. Later, when we're all in the living room, gathered around the TV, my phone rings. As if my aunt's ears are burning several states away, I see her name lit on the screen when I lift it off the coffee table. I pick up the phone and step away from the teeny-bopper movie the girls picked out. While they're watching the show, Willow runs a tiny comb through Avery's hair, checking for bugs. She'd already checked Sawyer. "Hello?" I say into the phone as I enter the small library that doubles as my office off the living room and close the door behind me.
"Grady, my dear, how are you holding up?"
Aunt Faye starts.
"I have a question."
I can almost see the disappointment in her eyes just from the way she says my name. She's my ma's sister, and they sound so much alike. At times her voice takes me back decades. Especially the way she can reprimand me with a single word in just the right tone. "Anything. Shoot," I tell her.
"I know the girls are coming home from camp tomorrow, so I called Linda. She said that apparently you declined her help?"
Faye asks. Shit. Busted. But can you blame a man when taking favors from Linda Wood means inviting her to dry hump my goddamn leg? "You're right, I did. Everything's under control, and—"
"Grady,"
she says sternly, cutting me off.
"You know you can't take care of them all summer by yourself. Linda works at the school, so she has summers off. It was the perfect solution. Why would you ever say no?"
My jaw pinches shut. because I don't want any shit with that woman or any woman. Because the juice is so not worth the squeeze, I'd rather stick with my hand for life. Because I'd rather stay a sexless, overgrown monk than play with a stick of human dynamite. Yeah, I'm only exaggerating a little. If I had a list of hell no's, Linda Wood would be a solid second, right after Carolina Dibbs, the town's resident thief and queen of shady hookups. And at least with Carolina, you know there are a dozen ways you might get fucked over. Linda hasn't even pretended to hide the fact that she's on the hunt for a new husband. I don't tell Faye any of that, of course. How's Jenny doing? I tried changing the subject. I think it works, but I'm not exactly happy about it. She lets out a pitiful sigh.
Not good, dear. She doesn't have much time. The cancer's everywhere.
Damn. I'm so sorry. I'm glad you're there with her, I offer, sincere as ever. Jenny was a schoolyard friend of Aunt Faye's, and they'd stayed close for over 60 years. They're as tight as family, which is a good thing because Jenny doesn't have much. Her husband died years ago, long before Brittany had. Just like me, Jenny only has daughters, but they haven't been the closest. Listen, if there's anything I can do, you tell me, I say.
You're sweet, but you already know the one thing I'll ask,
Aunt Faye says.
Focus on you and the girls. That's why I arranged for Linda to help out. Her daughter's the same age as the twins, so they'd have someone to play with while she's there. You can't take care of them and run the bar at the same time.
I've taken a few days off. We'll be fine. I insist.
A few days? Did I hear you right?
Her voice bristles with surprise, knowing how rare it is for me to take time off.
Don't tell me it's because of me.
No, nothing like that. I just need help renovating the old barn, and Falk had some time off, so...
Oh, no, not more work. Listen, Sonny, I'll see if I can hire someone to take care of Jenny so I can come home sooner and...
No way, I interrupt. I also took a few days off to train in the new nanny. I posted an ad online and hired someone today.
You did? Who? Online? A stranger? Oh, Grady.
I can hear her worries ramping up to turbo. Too many questions for comfort, and her tone seeps pure disappointment. Falk knew her. She's trustworthy, I say. I'm fibbing, obviously, and playing on my aunt's mad respect for Quinn Faulkner, mainly because he married the granddaughter of another close friend, and his approval of Willow will go a long way in calming her near grandmotherly butt down.
Really?
Faye croons.
My. If Quinn trusts her, then I suppose...
Exactly. Don't you worry, and don't even think about coming home a second sooner. Jenny needs help, and you ought to be with her. I hear a doorbell ring in the background. Sounds like you have someone at your door?
That's the hospice nurse,
she tells me with a deflated sigh.
But this conversation isn't over. I'll call you later so I can hear all about this nanny.
Will do, Aunt Faye. Take care. She clicks off, and I have zero doubt she'll be dialing me sooner than I think. I open the door and head for the living room, not expecting the scene on the couch. The girls are packed in close to Willow, one on each side of her. They're all laughing at something on the show they're watching. Interesting. My girls don't normally take to strangers this fast. It's also the perfect medicine for my aunt's jitters. Opening the camera app, I carefully snap a picture from around the corner and open my messenger. See? New nanny's working out great. Everybody's happy as a lark. I text her, adding, no reason at all to worry. I hit send before walking to my recliner, wishing that last part were true. I've got to make damn sure it stays that way, once I've figured out how to get a big mess of teeth and claws off my property. The girls are still laughing like chipmunks glued to the TV. I don't get it. What's so funny about the girl on the screen washing her hair?
Oh, Dad,
Sawyer says, no doubt catching my frown.
You just missed it. She tried putting some green stripes in her hair with food coloring. Look at it.
I manage a smile, but I still don't see the humor. The girls try to explain it a few more times, but I'm just fucking lost and glad when the show finally ends. On their way up to bed, Avery and Sawyer help Willow carry the last of their clothes, including the freshly washed stuff from their duffel bags. She's been busy washing and drying their camp clothes all day. When she comes back down, I head up to say goodnight to my girls. What I don't expect, what hits me like a bullet, are the hugs. Hugs and sweet praise for finding Willow in their words. Shit. I've tried not to notice how much they're already connecting to her. Hadn't dwelled on it with everything else going on. Not till I close their doors and plod back downstairs. Willow's just walking in the sliding glass door when I enter the kitchen. "How's he doing?" I ask, ignoring the emotional shock in my gut.
"Sleeping like the big fat fluff he is,"
she says with an impish grin. I have to fight not to smile back. She's goddamn cute by default. Yeah, but when her eyes sparkle with so much easy blue-tinged humor, their shine reaches down inside me and touches something buried. Something it shouldn't. Something that's been black as night for a long time, like a starless sky over a beach with onyx sands.
"Don't worry, I double-checked the locks. Everything's secure."
She locks the sliding door and walks toward her room.
"I'm going to hit the hay myself,"
she yawns, stretching her arms overhead.
"The lack of sleep is really catching up with me."
"Good night, darling," I whisper, hating how I stare when she stops and turns.
"Night, Grady. And for what it's worth, thanks again. I can't possibly repay all you're doing."
I remain silent. Once the door to her room closes, I release the fierce breath I'd held in and start moving. Shut off the kitchen light. Lock the front door. Then go kill the rest of the lights before making my way up to my room. The 30-hour exhaustion should be catching up with me, too, but even as I settle into bed, my mind won't shut up. Snarling, I roll over, cupping my hands behind my head and crossing my legs at the ankles. It's not like the first time there's a guest under my roof. Aunt Faye slept downstairs for years in the same converted porch when she was here for heavy-duty babysitting, or we were hit with bad weather. Guess it's just different knowing it's a blue-eyed angel with sinful wine lips and a body I'd like to turn my inner Viking loose on. Damn. Yeah, it's different, and I'm an idiot for letting it be. Knowing my daughters have already made friends with the tiger thief doesn't sit well. In fact, it's pretty damn disconcerting. Unleashing a slow sigh, I brace for the avalanche of shit pouring through my head. The girls were so young when Brittany died. They don't remember how her illness stole her memories, her mind, her soul. They don't remember how she didn't know who they were, how the disease took that from her, or how she didn't know who I was either. The disease obliterated our love. Neurological conditions are no fucking joke. Hers hollowed her out, left her little more than a brittle shell of a person when she finally passed. I say finally because it was a long, grueling road for her. For us. A road lined with hell and the sickest emotional torture known to man. It left me alone with a husk of the woman I pledged my life to, every last bit of her gone, devoured from the inside out by an invisible demon no one in their right minds would ever summon. She barely weighed 90 pounds when she died. Hadn't been able to eat for weeks. Her body couldn't function in so many ways. In hindsight, I blame myself for keeping her alive longer. I was the jackass who insisted on the feeding tube, still praying for a miracle, not fucking ready to lose her. If I hadn't been so selfish, if I'd just let her go, she might have died with an ounce of dignity. Instead, thanks to me, she'd withered until there was nothing. I've saved dozens of lives overseas, faced down foreign enemies in Iraq and domestic criminals back home, and survived a slug in the shoulder that nearly killed me on a sweltering street in Baghdad. I got used to hearing the word miracle in the service more times than I can count. I started to believe in them, and that's what set me up for a fall. But the one thing I couldn't survive, couldn't accomplish, was save my wife. Brittany hadn't gotten out of bed for over 2 months before the end came. The memories still break my heart all over again like a jackhammer. She was so alive once upon a time, so charming and beautiful and fun. The day she stepped out of the bathroom screaming with the positive pregnancy test in her hand, waving her arms, she'd leaped on the bed and jumped up and down like a 5-year-old. We did it. We made ourselves a baby ×2. 2 endlessly gorgeous, talented, whip-smart little girls. I think the smile I wore after I heard the news lasted for months. Several years later, she didn't even know who Sawyer and Avery were. Didn't remember how she'd changed her mind 100 times before choosing those 2 names, because they had to be 1,000% perfect. We wanted to give them names they could be proud of. Gifts from a loving mom and dad that'd always remind them how special, how precious their lives are. She didn't remember my name either, or even her own name by the killing end. The last words she said to me a month before she died were simply, "Thank you, doctor." They came out so faint and so slurred it was hard to comprehend, but I'd understood them all right. I understood she didn't know me enough to love me anymore, didn't know where she was, who she was, but in her own sweet way she still found the energy to say thank you for helping her. Thank you and goodbye. Unfair doesn't begin to describe it. Unfair is what happens when you just miss the jackpot in Vegas, or when you're passed up for a promotion because you didn't kiss enough ass. This was a fucking murder. Of her, of us, of the future we should have had. All I have left now are memories, and I'll protect them with everything I have. Keep them front and center, sealed up behind a mile of treacherous barbed wire in my heart. I'll hold them tight and cherish them, because losing Brittany broke me for love. Losing her meant losing my heart forever. The memories strike closer to home the next morning when Hank arrives to pick up the girls. At one time, he was one of my best friends. He was Brittany's older brother, her only brother, and the greatest uncle in the world to Sawyer and Avery. Not like my own brother who moved out of state years ago and left Weston here. Hank adores them, too. No surprise. He was a strapping human rock for them in good times and bad, ready to help out at the drop of a hat since the second they were born. Do I appreciate it? Hell yes. I appreciate him. Good family is the only thing that's harder to find than good help. It's just that I struggle to look him in the eyes. Seeing my brother-in-law is fucking torture, even after all these years. He's never said anything to me, no deep, tearful conversations. There's nothing but warmth behind his smile. But all the shit that goes unsaid, that shows up in subtle movements and awkward glances when he thinks my back is turned. I have to believe he blames me for dragging out Brittany's death, for letting her waste away to papery flesh stretched over frail bones, a living ghost. Why shouldn't he blame me as much as I blame myself? Call it collateral damage, the kind that poisons a relationship when someone passes rather than bringing them together. Fuck it. Some things can't be fixed in life, and this is one of them. And on the dark, restless nights like the one that just passed, when I hold up a mirror to my soul, I know the truth. Hank should hate me. I don't blame him for it. So I try to forget the last 5 strained years of our life as I walk to the center of the driveway where he's stopped his old, slightly battered blue and white Dodge. The windows are already down. Thanks for coming and taking them today, Hank. I should be back by early evening. No problem, man. I have a new Colt I've been wanting them to see. His brown eyes, as dark as Brittany's had been, twinkle as he opens the door. Oh, and Babe had her pups. Nice big litter, all 6 of them healthy and barking up a storm. He laughs before leveling me a look. Take that as fair warning. You're going to hear a lot of puppy begging from the duo real soon. Great, I mumble. More begging from the girls for an animal. They don't get it. They're too young to understand. It's not just about the responsibility. I can't get them an animal and risk having it die. After Brittany, after growing up without a mother, I can't have them experiencing that shit again. Another crippling, unexpected, soul-stealing visit from the Reaper. Another loss they can't get back.
Uncle Hank! Uncle Hank!
I smile. They always shout his name twice as they come flying out of the house. 2 at a time, just like most things that happen around here. The third person with them is what makes me do a double take. Sawyer and Avery each have a fierce hold on Willow's arms, pulling her toward Hank.
You have to meet Willow,
Sawyer chirps.
Uncle Hank, look, here's our new nanny.
Hank's smile grows, but so does the gleam in his eye as he looks at me, one brow raised. I can already feel the punch to my stomach. Nanny, huh? Hank asks. Nanny, I echo dryly. Had to hire one. Didn't have much choice with how crazy it's been around here lately. Plus the bar. Come on, man. He cuts me off. You don't owe me no explaining. There's nothing wrong with a little hired help, Grady. Or with anything else, you know. Hell, Britt would have wanted you to... Not now, Hank. I snap, more harshly than intended. His brows arch up. I can't deal with this again, here in front of the girls and Willow. Yeah, he's told me 100 times how Brittany would want me to get on with my life, not stay mired in the past. Let him think that. Let him tell me everything's just fine and dandy, and we don't think about how she died every time our eyes meet. Fuck. We both know the truth. I know what Brittany would have wanted, and so does he. She didn't want to die. She wanted to be here, raising her daughters, plus the other kids I'll never have a chance to make. She damn sure wouldn't want me to start over, much less with some random pixie blown in by an ill summer wind, carrying the kind of trouble that could literally swallow up our family alive. I'm already defying the past, spitting in the face of what my dead wife would have wanted. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it sucks. Hey, friend. Willow, is it? Hank says merrily as Willow arrives at his truck with a girl still hanging on each arm. He's always been a people-pleaser.
You got it, she answers. And you must be the infamous Uncle Hank. I've heard nothing but wonderful things.
Aw, careful what you believe now. These little meerkats exaggerate everything, he says, using both hands to rub the top of each girl's head through the window as they laugh. I wouldn't do that, Hank, I tell him. Summer camp shut down a day early because of head lice. Hank throws back his head and roars. Oh, Grady. There are days when I don't know if I should feel sorry for you or just laugh because there's nothing else I can do. Good thing for you, little ladies, I'm cootie-proof. I frown, not sure what he means.
I don't know what he thinks lice are, but it has him a little freaked out.
Willow tells Hank under her breath, but loud enough for me to hear. My shoulders bow up. You never had cooties growing up, Grady? Hank asks with another barrel-like chuckle. No, I say coldly, wondering if I'm the only person who never had lice growing up. One thing's for sure, it's an experience I don't care to have as an adult. I did, every frickin' summer, Hank says, looking at Willow with a smile. My mama shaved my head until I was as bald as an eagle's egg. To top it off, I got sunburned on the top of my head and it peeled for weeks.
Oh, dear,
Willow says, trying not to laugh.
Why didn't you wear a hat?
That's what happens when you're a kid who loves swimming more than thinking, he says, over-exaggerating his hand movements like he always does.
Will you take us to the lake, Uncle Hank?
Avery pleads, her little hands grasping his.
The big one Edison always likes to drink from?
Hank laughs again, his permanent state of being. Sure thing, Munchkin. After we get those chores done your daddy drafted you two for, he says, then turns his eyes to me again. Man, Drake and Bella are gonna lose it if that damn Einstein of a horse makes another break for Big Fish Lake. They had to catch him 2 times last week. Even I can't resist smiling at that. It's a running joke around here how often the Larkins' iconic horse, Edison, manages to break into town, the lake, or other people's barns no matter how much they escape-proof their property. The old horse always finds a way to have some fun traveling, along with his mare, Edna. Like I said, we should be back by early evening. I remind him before there's another walk down memory lane from Hank. Willow's truck broke down, so I'm taking her to pick up her stuff. That's the story I'd fed him when I asked if the girls could spend the day at his place anyway. No problem, he says. We have lots to do. He winks at the girls. Roberta was making chocolate chip cookies when I left, and I just might have mentioned some big important guests coming over who might like them. We do, the girls exclaim together. For a split second, I envy what Hank has going. His life is neat, happy, and peaceful. It makes sense. Roberta's been his girlfriend for years, yet the two still have no plans to tie the knot. Maybe he learned caution after seeing what happened to me. I'll damn sure never tie the knot again, either. Hank opens his truck door. Come on in, Thing 1 and Thing 2. Hurry so we can eat some cookies while they're still piping hot. After quick hugs, the girls pile into his truck. I wait till they're out of sight before I get busy loading my four-wheeler in the back of my pickup. Willow helps me with the ramps, and after one final check on Bruce, we head out. As we start down the driveway, a shiver nips at my spine. Not counting the brief drive the other night when I hauled her home, it's been years since I've been alone in a vehicle with a woman. Damn. I can't help hoping that helping her won't wind up being another epic regret. The silence in the cab is too intense, so I turn on the radio after a few miles. Good call. We talk a little as the miles drift by, but for the most part, the radio fills in the silence. Then her singing starts, adding to the muted rock lyrics pouring out of the speakers. My brows go up at first when she closes her eyes and starts jamming like she's the only one here. It doesn't bother me. I'm just surprised. I can tell she's nervous, on edge, wondering what the hell we'll find at the coordinates entered in my phone. If she can't clean like a whirlwind to help her nerves, this must be another coping mechanism. And it's hard not to grin when Africa by Toto comes on and she starts belting out the lyrics. I'll never know if it's her inner zoologist or she's just a freak for karaoke. Whatever it is, I'm laughing like hell as she holds her little fist out like a fake mic, screaming into it. You always sing like you're on stage in a strange man's car or what? I ask, rubbing at my face.
Nope, just when I'm jittery as a bee and you look like you could use a laugh,
she tells me as the song ends, looking at me with a dimpled smile.
You should do it more often, Grady. You've got a nice laugh.
Fuck if I know what to say to that. And happy distractions aside, I wonder what's up ahead, too. Wondering how this is all going to end. I haven't told her everything Falk suspects. This shit is waist-deep, dangerous territory, the kind that makes him call in some outside help. His top-secret connections to a mashup of active feds and retired ones like him working for big security agencies always make me nervous. In this case, though, it's absolutely necessary. It also gives me hope that it'll be over and done before anyone else in Dallas discovers I'm harboring a fugitive tiger inside my barn. About half an hour from our destination, we turn onto a low-maintenance road, and I start looking for a place to pull over and park. Without thinking, I switch off the radio while she's still humming along.
Sorry, she says. One of my bad habits.
What?
Singing to the radio, always terribly, and I don't really care. Music takes my mind off things.
I chuckle. She hadn't sounded that off-key, even if people might have wondered how many drinks she'd had if it happened in my bar. Frankly, her singing voice blended in too well with the background music. That's not the reason I turned it off. Shrugging, I say, Call it age or habit, but I turn it down whenever I'm looking for something, like it'll help me see better. She lets out a soft giggle.
I've been known to do that too. It's one of those weird quirks I think a lot of people have.
She glances out the window, staring at the brush-lined ditches and wooded areas along the sides of the road, before turning to me again.
So, are we there yet?
Not the question I thought I'd get without my girls along for a ride. I snort. According to my phone, yes, I'm looking for a discreet place to park. Then we can use the four-wheeler.
You sure? This road doesn't look very well traveled.
No, it doesn't. I agree. But the satellite image on the computer showed another road north of here that ends at the coordinates.
That's why we're taking this one?
Yes. We'll look like a couple of run-of-the-mill ATV riders just out for an adventure. I nod for emphasis, hoping like hell this plan works. She points to a grassy area a short distance ahead.
How about there? That looks like a place to park, right by that Bureau of Land Management sign.
It'll work. I park, and she helps me unload the four-wheeler in no time. With its compartments filled, alongside the saddlebags attached to the front rack, we head out. Willow sticks close behind me. I think I'd need a hammer to the head not to notice. I can feel every inch of where her body touches my back, hips, and the backs of my thighs. It takes focus I haven't summoned up since my army days to ignore the hot sensations every flick of her body against mine causes. To ignore how bad it hurts to suppress my raging hard-on.
What did you do in the military?
She asks. Area reconnaissance in Iraq, mostly, I answer. Checking to make sure the coast was clear in caves and buildings. Then it was active combat. They couldn't ignore the fact that I'm one hell of a shot and dropped me in a sniper unit. I say no more. That was a long time ago, and like other jagged parts of my life, shit happened overseas that I really don't want to remember. Some of those stories are still classified, too.
Wow, that's impressive. How long were you in?
4 years of active duty, 2 of none. I joined while I was still in high school for the post-secondary aid and was sent overseas as soon as I was eligible. Didn't re-up after my parents died. Then I got married, the twins were born, and my voice fades away.
Your wife got ill?
Willow urges softly. Yeah. Thankful for the terrain ahead, I say. Hold on, there's a stream we have to cross. The water doesn't look deep, but it's gonna be rocky. I hold my breath just before we cross. Nothing to do with the rocks in the stream. I'm trying not to react to the way her body rubs against my back as her arms hug my waist. Her tits are so flush against my skin I can feel them, even the taut peaks of her nipples through her shirt and bra from the pressure. Shit. I haven't been physically responsive to a woman in ages, and sure as hell don't need it now.
What was her illness? If it isn't too personal, I mean.
Her breath is warm on the back of my neck. A rare, aggressive neurological disease. Something closely related to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD, I think. It took her down quickly. Too fast, I think to myself, biting my lip. Within a few years, she was gone.
I'm so sorry, Grady. That must have been awful.
It wasn't easy. I snarl, pinching my lips together, wondering what's gotten into me. I don't share Brittany's illness with strangers. The girls don't even know the name of what killed her. They've never asked, and I've never offered. Am I really letting my mutinous dick loosen my tongue this much? Am I really fucking having a heart-to-heart talk with a tiger thief?
Life has a way of throwing hidden punches that just don't seem fair.
She whispers again, her voice rubbed raw. It's almost worse that she isn't faking sympathy, that she actually feels shredded over my clusterfuck situation. Sure does. All we can do is keep moving forward. Steering down the small embankment to a creek, I add. Hold on to your butt, this is going to be steep. She hugs me even tighter and stays silent till well after we cross a second creek and climb up the other bank.
Don't you wonder about that sometimes? Life, how things work out?
Don't know. Do you? I think I'm done with question time today.
I have to. My mother died of an aneurysm when I was just 3. She and my father were eating in a restaurant. She suddenly got a headache, and before the waiter arrived with their check, she was gone. Right there at the table. My dad blamed himself for years.
A shiver tickles my spine. Why? Doesn't sound like he could have done anything different.
No, he couldn't have, but he felt like he should have done something. Get her to the hospital faster, or maybe demand an ambulance. I don't know, really. I just know it weighed heavy on him for years. When I was young, I was afraid he'd get remarried again, foolishly. But that's how kids are. Now I wish he had. He was so young when it happened, and he deserved to be happy.
Unsure why she's spilling her guts to me, I just nod, holding my tongue.
Sorry to make things awkward. That was a lot. A load I didn't even know I had,
she says.
Sorry. Must be because of all the talking I've done with Sawyer and Avery. Yesterday they had a lot of questions about my mom dying when I was young, and I've tried to be honest. Explain how everyone's situation is different, yet there's always comfort, especially for kids. Life isn't over if they find people they can relate to.
I nod again, sharply, having never thought about it in her terms. The girls don't remember Brittany, yet I'm sure they'll have more questions coming the older they get. How'd you know your father shouldered so much guilt? Did he tell you?
No, not quite.
She lets out a shaky sigh.
My dad wouldn't have admitted that to anyone, especially me. He was my dad, my protector, my hero, but I just knew the way kids know sometimes.
I stop the ATV so I can look over my shoulder at her. Did Avery and Sawyer say something? Do they think that I'm—
No, God, no. I didn't mean it to sound like that, Grady. Not at all. They were just asking me about my mom. The illness, the one your wife had, was totally different. You took care of her, from what I understand. Remodeled your house and everything. There was nothing more you could have done.
Now she sounds too much like Hank. I grip the ATV tighter, trying not to grind my teeth. This isn't the time for heavy shit. Also not the place to have this angel clinging to a ticking bomb.
They haven't said anything like that,
she whispers in my ear.
And I'm sorry if it sounded that way. Like I said, I didn't mean for all of that to come falling out. I'm sorry to have dumped it on you. Must be my nerves. The stress with Bruce wearing on me because I never do deep talks with anyone.
We stop for a second, and I look back at her. The sincerity etched on her face makes me believe she's telling the truth. Hell, hadn't I just admitted the same thing? Spilling secrets I've never told anyone? You're right, I growl back to her. It's the stress of this weird crap getting to us. I turn around and shift our ride back into gear. Sorry.
Don't apologize. I'm the one who's sorry,
she says, wearing a sad smile I can hear in her voice without seeing it.
Do you think we're almost there?
Glad to change the subject, I pull my phone out of my pocket and hand it to her. Check and see. I need both hands for the damn prairie dog town coming up. Keep holding on. I'm hardly exaggerating. The big-ass rodents out in these rural parts make their mounds in big clusters, what they call a town. Looks like the area ahead of us is covered with mounds and critters chirping warnings to each other.
Looks like it's 2 more miles,
she says, reaching around me to drop the phone back in my breast pocket before grabbing a tight hold on my waist again.
Ever gone prairie dog hunting?
What North Dakota boy hasn't? I'm not sure I want to admit to that, her being Miss Zoologist and all. She laughs, must sense me tensing up, and punches me playfully in the arm.
Hey, you're holding out on me, aren't you? You don't have to be scared to admit it, I believe in wildlife management, especially when it's not an endangered species.
You do, huh? I crack a grin.
Duh. Overcrowding any species causes freaky diseases and cannibalism. Mother Nature knows when certain numbers are getting too high.
Have you gone prairie dog hunting yourself? I ask, going slow over the mounds so we aren't jostled off.
No, I haven't spent much time in North Dakota, but I'd like to someday. Dad took me hunting for plenty of elk and deer when I was little, though, mostly in Montana.
Interesting. So the tiger princess gets a hankering for a little blood, just like her boy Bruce. I don't respond because I'm still trying to decipher that, make it jibe with the Willow Macklin I know.
Just because I'm a zoologist doesn't mean I'm against hunting,
She tells me, her tone insistent.
I'm no vegetarian either. I like a good palak paneer or potato curry just as much as anyone, but you won't see me at a meat market putting flowers on packaged meat.
Come again?
That happens in California all the time. Impromptu funerals for all the animals in a meat market. Those rowdy protests make the news every week.
I snort and shake my head, having never heard of it. There are times when I'm glad Dallas is a small place tucked away from the outside world.
It's true, she says. You didn't see me pitch a fit when you and Tobin carried in that mountain of beef, did you? Animals need to eat. Bruce needs to eat. But everybody has an opinion, just like I do. And I'm not going to hold theirs against them.
Knock it off, lady. You're talking too much common sense, I say with a chuckle. Sure would be nice if the world worked that way, wouldn't it? She squeezes my waist tighter in agreement, and I remember why I need to keep these conversations controlled. If I'm not careful, my dick will be the main casualty of this excursion. Something gleaming in the sunlight catches my attention.
What's that?
Willow must see it too. Looks like a strip of pavement, I say, half wanting to rub my eyes. Make that a very out-of-place paved strip that shouldn't be here in the middle of nowhere. I shift into a higher gear now that we've made it through most of the prairie dog town. We arrive in a couple minutes and start speeding along the strip of pavement. Even stranger, it feels like it was pressed down recently under my wheels. It's a landing strip, all right. See those short poles? I pause and point, slowing our speed to a crawl. Portable lights to be set up along the strip.
Freaky, she says. We are still on the Bureau of Land Management turf, right?
Yep, and there's no good reason for them to have a frigging airstrip out here. I slow down as we come to the end of it, this wide paved area, large enough for smaller planes to turn around. A gravel service road comes in from the north, one that looks fairly well used and maintained. I recognize where we are completely. How many makeshift runways did I cover with my rifle like this overseas? Oh, hell. This is a pick-up and drop-off point, the perfect place for planes and vehicles to meet and exchange cargo.
Cargo?
She climbs off the four-wheeler.
What kind do you think?
I stroke my beard. Well, my first guess would be drugs, but in this case, I'm gonna bet it's exotic animals.
God,
she gasps out.
But there's nothing here.
Willow tilts her head, walking around and scanning the area like she needs to convince herself I'm right.
No proof for us to confirm that, I guess,
she whispers. You mean not yet? I walk to the front of the ATV and open the saddlebag. Once we get these cameras set up and hidden, we'll have ourselves a live feed to find out exactly what happens here.
I love how you think.
She grins, all sunshine and teeth so white I wonder what they'd feel like nipping at my skin.
What can I do to help?
First things first, let's scope out locations.
7. Paper Tiger. Willow. We arrive home at Grady's house by dusk, a little later than expected. The first thing I do is run to Bruce. One quick look tells me he's been pacing again. The paw prints in the hay prove he's putting weight on his front paw again, so I'm thankful for that. But I also can't help remembering how the branded burn was for identifying his dead body. A way to match him to the tag that proved his chip was deactivated. I wish I'd realized it when I was still at Exotic Plains. I would have gathered everything I could as evidence. But honestly, I never imagined I'd ever encounter black market dealings. It came up in my studies, just a formality. Our instructors only told us what happens to the animals, not what to look for or how to stop the perpetrators. Ugh! That was left up to the professionals, and I hoped it'd be as simple as reporting the fosses when I tried to get in touch with Officer Bordell. Hell to the nope. I tried calling game and fish, but that backfired in my face. Taking it any further by contacting others and waiting around could have gotten Bruce killed and me along with him.
Need more meat?
A voice booms behind me like distant thunder. I turn and shake my head at Grady, totally in Thor mode. When isn't he?
Something wrong, Willow?
He asks, no doubt seeing the stricken look on my face. That's a mammoth understatement. I should be asking him the same question. Ever since our outing to the illicit airstrip, I've caught him staring at me all day, probably questioning his sanity for helping me, poor guy. It's fine, he's just a little restless. That's to be expected, being in a new environment. It can take a captive tiger weeks to start feeling more at home. Also, he's putting weight on his paw. That's a good thing. Means it's healing up. Grady nods.
Has Doc Walton sent you a text yet with the blood results?
I haven't checked, I admit. There are so many messages and calls from the rescue and their minions. I haven't scrolled through them to see if there are any others, but I will. I haven't forgotten what you said about opening things very carefully. A chill crawls up my back and wraps around the nape of my neck. For a second, my brain plunges into dire consequences. What happens if I ignore Grady's wisdom? What happens if I just slip?
You amaze me, he says.
Words that surprise me. My head snaps up and I stare, drinking in his eyes. Whiskey dark in the shadowy barn and ocean deep. Why? Because I'm not checking my phone every 5 minutes like anyone else? I give Bruce a parting wave and walk over to the storage room, totally hiding the way those innocent words of his make me blush.
No.
He closes the door to the storage room and steps up beside me, watching Bruce tear into a giant chunk of red meat with a low snarl of delight.
I meant, you're amazing because of how at ease you are around him. He's a hell of a cat, but he could swallow you alive. One nibble and you'd be missing an arm.
True enough, but we're familiar with each other. He trusts me. All animals, domesticated and wild, are unpredictable. They've got one thing in common: patterns, things to watch for, and behaviors a person should know to expect. Just like people, Bruce senses fear. If he feels you're afraid of him, he'll think he's king. But if he realizes you're the one in control, the person who feeds and cares for him, then he'll be pretty docile.
Docile,
Grady repeats.
You mean you're telling me he just up and forgets he's big enough to dismember an elephant?
Not just him. All animals. Even a bear in the wild attacks when he thinks he's in charge. But when a person scares him first, he'll run like the dickens. I let out a laugh that startles him. Not all the time, obviously, so don't try it. But, yeah, that's a general analogy. He chuckles and walks over, opening the door.
Can't say I fancy trying that shit with any lions, tigers, or bears, he grumbles. I'm gonna get off your butt and trust you know what you're doing.
I do, I say firmly. Then I follow him out the door and wait while he locks everything up.
Are you nervous? Did you ever handle anything that scared you?
He asks, still fumbling with the padlock. Not really. When you've seen it all with your dad, traveling to more wildlife refuges than I can remember before I was 16, it's natural. I huff out a sigh. What does scare me is this mess that I'm in, and I've pulled you into. I never imagined it would run so deep, so convoluted. It's one of those life punches we talked about earlier, a left hook that caught me unguarded, and I reacted on instinct.
You did what you had to do,
he tells me.
It's not like any of the black market tiger shit comes with a handbook.
I've probably ruined my career. It tumbles out, my throat burning as the words come. I hadn't wanted to think along those lines, but he's so easy to talk to. It just slipped out. There I go again, huh? Dumping everything on you like you're my shrink.
Nah, it's nothing. I hadn't thought about how this crap could impact your career. But if all goes right, it might not change anything. Hell, it could even open doors.
Oh, it'll change things massively, Grady. All I ever wanted was to follow in Dad's footsteps. With cats, not rhinos, but basically I'd love advancing to his level. Those big dark eyes of his cast me a searching look. He's a world-renowned expert on rhinos. I wanted that with cats. Now, when people hear I was caught up with a black market distributor, if and when the Fosses get busted, who would ever hire me? You don't know that for sure, he growls, a fierceness in his tone. Listen to me. You're young, smart, and pretty. You called me pretty. I let out a laugh that's as awkward as the little wobble of my heart. Oh, shit. That's what Grady's face says. But he doesn't deny it, doesn't take it back. He just looks at me and smiles like it's only natural. Seems like you needed to hear it. The world's your oyster. Oyster, I echo. Grinning wider, he shrugs. Sure. All you need is a grain or two of sand to start making pearls. Even as I give him a smile that feels like it'll slide right off my face, I wonder if he's ever taken his own advice. What were his pearls? His bar? The army? His funny, sweet little girls? I swear I've never wondered so much about someone like I do with him. It's probably the crisis we're sharing, but something about Grady McKnight just lifts me out of my head, hoists me up, and puts my feet back on the ground where they belong. Confession? I kinda like it. I like it a lot. We're just entering the house when Grady's phone rings. He answers it and quickly swerves into the little reading room off the main living room. I sit down on the couch and start scrolling through my phone for a message from the vet, careful not to accidentally open anything from the rescue. My mind shifts back to how focused I've always been on myself while I search. Even when the first animal disappeared, I'd been more worried about yours truly, afraid that someone might think I'd done something, and the animal escaped, rather than the fact that it was stolen. I'll never forget going into the office as soon as I realized it was gone. Niles Foss was sitting at his desk, hunched over papers with a pen fatter than his thumb clenched in his talon of a hand. He's a tall, pale reed of a man, surrounded by faded-looking photos from the Virgin Islands. If those pictures were there to make him happy, to give him a window into another world where he didn't have to trade and murder helpless creatures for a living, they hadn't worked. He always looked miserable, a permanent scowl plastered on his face, and he certainly did that day, too. So we might have a problem. I can't find Churchill anywhere, Mr. Foss, I say, every part of me going numb. It's like he's just gone. I didn't think anything could hurt worse than my panic over that lovely chimpanzee vanishing into thin air. Then he gives me that look, still branded on my soul. He cocks his head, his lips moving ever so slightly, pulling into a cruel line. Niles looks at me like I've just lost my mind, and I'm the one who should question my own senses. When I push back, sure of what I saw, sure that Churchill the chimp is truly gone, his mood shifts. "The transfer must have happened early then, Miss Macklin," he says in that stilted, ticking time bomb tone that always makes my skin crawl. "These things happen. Now that you mention it, yes, I do recall the schedule being somewhat flexible for his pickup. Nothing out of the ordinary, I assure you." But you're saying they transferred him in the middle of the night? I ask, my bones feeling like fragile ice. His gaze darkens at my impudence. Like just asking is this awful cardinal sin. Like no one else ever dares to ask questions, and I'm beginning to realize why. "It's normal. You're still fairly new to our operations, so I can't fault you for wondering," he tells me in a tone that says he faults me very much, big time. "Animals come and go all the time. Period. If we can't give them the best permanent home and care, we relocate them promptly with folks who can.
That's how the system works, and you just have to trust it."
Trust us is what he really means. I never will again. I'm about to bring up that weird blue sticker I saw in Churchill's pen when Priscilla blows into the room, wearing another designer dress and high heels. Her wardrobe looks more suitable for an evening out in Times Square rather than the backwoods of North Dakota. If Niles Foss is a scummy kind of good cop in their nasty duet, then Priscilla is office Satan to her core. "You nosy, ridiculous little ingrate. I heard everything. I've also heard about you asking around, bothering the rest of the crew over this nonsense," she snarls, crushing the distance between us, backing me against a corner. Oh, God. "Mrs. Foss, please, I was just asking—" "No! You were snooping. I'm only going to say this once, and I want you to listen good. We don't lose our animals, Miss Macklin. Exotic Plains is not amateur hour. We've been doing this for over a decade, and frankly, we're awfully damn good at it. However, if you really feel strongly that things are so disorganized here, if you think we're such blundering idiots, we'd lose a darling chimpanzee. You can clean out your locker and get the hell out this instant." What? Her ferocious defense makes me question my own sanity. "You heard me. You're welcome to leave any time, and encouraged to, really, if you don't trust how things work here. I have no doubt whatsoever you'll have no trouble finding dozens of other sanctuaries who will welcome you with open arms. You're Peter Macklin's daughter, for God's sake." Whoa. She throws me on the spot. I never used my father's name. Not in my resume, not in my interview, not since the day I arrived at the rescue for work. Sure, it would have come up in my background check or a quick search, but the way she'd used it was utterly full of scorn. Weird, out of place, and scary. She prattles on then about the job market for big cats, a not-so-subtle threat. I know exactly what she means. That I should hit the floor and kiss her feet for giving me this job. Oh, I hadn't wanted to lose it, but that day I find a bigger reason to stay on at Exotic Plains for just a little while longer. I make it my mission to unravel what the hell is going on and why. Priscilla doesn't stop. Do psychos ever know when to quit? Of course, she goes on about how it's such a high and mighty privilege to work with rescued animals, and how sad it is that they can't stay at the sanctuary forever. But sometimes they just have to move on to their happy places. That's what she calls them. And knowing what I do now, it's a miracle I don't barf on Grady's couch. I push a clammy hand against my forehead, drop my phone in my lap, and will myself to stop thinking about them. As the memory fades, I lean my head back against the sofa and close my eyes. I hadn't wanted to lose the job, and I left the office then like a coward, desperate for answers. Definitely ashamed that I felt so powerless. Priscilla's parting shot still echoes in my head. "You've got a whole heaping lot to learn, dear lady. Less time blabbing, more time hitting the books. That's what'll do you good." Oh, yes. I had a lot to learn. I'm still receiving a brutally twisted education. My eyes snap open. A tiny muffled grunt of surprise pulls me from a dream. For the first time in weeks, it's not another nightmare about Exotic Plains, the Fosses, Bruce, or the many dark and scary things with sharp teeth in my life. It was a good dream, the kind that makes you want to sink back into it, even though you can't remember what was happening. "Sorry," Avery sputters, standing next to the sofa. "Hey, you," I say, smiling at the girl as I yawn. Guess I fell asleep. "Your couch is just too comfy. I didn't even hear you girls come home. Uncle Hank just dropped us off." "Yeah? Did you have fun?" The way she clenches her little hands into fists and gives them a shake tells me, heck, Yes. It was so cool. Babe had puppies and Uncle Hank has a new baby horse. She waves a hand at the door separating the lower-level stairs. Dad's in the basement. He said he wants to show you something. Will do. I stand up and quickly stretch. Where's Sawyer? Upstairs. We mucked out the barn, so we kinda have to take a shower and change. Dad says we smell like horse poo. She tells me with a giggle. You smell fine to me, I tell her as we walk to the stairs. Eyes shining, she smiles at me again. Me too. And don't worry, we won't wash our hair yet. You can go right ahead, I tell her. It's been over 24 hours. While she goes upstairs, I head into the basement. It's completely finished downstairs with a large playroom area, an exercise room, and past that, what I have to call a man cave, including a bar and old-timey bar lights. That's Grady's lair, and it's where I find him, busy staring at several computer screens on a table in the far corner. Is this the Bat Cave? I ask.
We've already got a Bruce, and I'm no Wayne.
He smirks and spins his chair around.
You're finally up. Wondering what year it is?
Heat flows into my cheeks as I shake my head. I'm not sure if it's because he caught me napping midday, or if the heat in my cheeks is a memory. That lovely dream Avery woke me from? It was starring Grady McKnight. No doubt about it now. Yeah, sorry about that. I crashed harder than I wanted to after we came back.
Sorry. I had to send you a pint-sized wake-up call. Had to show you this while the girls are still occupied. Take a look.
He spins back around in his chair to face the dual computer screens on his desk. What is it? I ask slowly, stepping forward for a better view over his shoulder.
The cameras we installed are working. We've got nearly 360 degrees of vision, and a couple of them even rotate.
Nice! I'm amazed that something went right. Those are pretty clear pictures.
They're set to stream back steady feeds, but they'll only record interesting movements. The cameras are smart enough to sense humans and animals. Fox still hasn't gotten much out of your laptop. No way he's giving up till he does, though. You said the animals disappeared regularly?
Yes, they started to, I say, choking back sadness.
How often? Are we talking weekly, nightly?
He turns and we lock eyes. I swallow. No, it wasn't nightly. More like a couple of times a week, maybe. Some weeks were quiet stretches, nothing out of the ordinary, no weirdness for a week or more. There was no real schedule, not one that I figured out anyway.
We'll see. The cameras should be a big help.
But it could be days before anything happens. Bruce and I...
Hold up, darling. We need to talk about that, too.
I nod slowly, knowing that even with the barn strapped up with new locks and strong enough to hold Bruce, the two of us can't stay there long. Avery and Sawyer will figure out something's afoot sooner or later. Grady leans back in his chair as he faces me, his shirt stretched over washboard abs that warm my blood.
I can't keep lying to my daughters. You feel me? I've taught them that's wrong, and my ass is grass if I ever wind up getting caught in a lie this deep. That's setting an extremely poor example.
I'm silent, confused where he's going. In principle, he's right, but have no ideas for a good solution. I'm not sure I follow, I say. What do you want to do?
We're coming clean.
He snaps off. Like it's totally ordinary to admit we've got a Bengal tiger lurking around. Come clean? I stutter. He nods.
I've decided to tell them the truth. Or at least enough of it.
Holy crap. Shell-shocked, I stand stock still for a moment, a lock of hair frozen in my fingers, mid-twirl. How? You mean you want to tell them about me and... I trail off, my mind floating.
Yep, about Bruce in the barn.
What about Bruce in the barn? I shake my head. I mean, yeah, sure, tell them Bruce is here, I guess, if you think it's safe. But are you thinking about telling them that he's stolen? That I took him? For the first time since I crashed here, I'm genuinely afraid. I like his girls. I don't want Sawyer and Avery thinking I'm a thief, or that I'm just so freaking reckless I make it a habit to run off with wild animals. Would they even understand it's for a good cause? Willow. He purrs my name softly. What's got you so worried? You're safe with me. The girls are old enough to keep a secret, especially something this serious. It's just, talk about poor examples. That would be me, stealing a tiger to save him with nowhere to go besides your place, and I know you're sticking your neck out, showing far more hospitality than any sane person should. Huh. Blood surges to my cheeks, leaving me an awkward bundle in cherry-kissed skin. His slow burn grin nearly knocks my socks off as he stands, and next thing I know, those huge arms wrap around me. Dear God, he's such a handsome, warm-hearted guy, especially when those mahogany eyes sparkle with humor and whisper, "Quit worrying." He doesn't need to say it. I read his face so loud, so clear, I desperately want to believe it. We won't tell them everything. They don't need the dirty details about the place you came from or what animal trading psychos do. So we'll tell them he was endangered, threatened, and now we're working to find him a good home, somewhere he can live out his days in peace and comfort. How's that, darling girl? I'm shaking when I smile, my hands pressed tight to his back. I think you're making dumb decisions sound righteous and respectful, because yours aren't dumb. You put that big cat first, tried to do what's best for him, for all of those poor critters the assholes still have locked up. His face slips closer to mine. My breath stops before he says, "Trust me on this. You're a good person trying to do a damn good thing. No shame in that, and no need to hide it from folks you can trust." I watch him for a breathless minute, wondering about his change of heart. Hopefully my recklessness isn't infecting him. It's easy to appreciate his honesty, his need to keep his girls on the straight and narrow. But this is about his 10-year-old daughters and a full-grown tiger. Something else strikes me then. Oh no. You're worried they'll notice the new padlocks and get curious sooner or later, aren't you? I whisper. Your kids are roamers. He leans his head back and looks up at the ceiling. They're brilliant girls, no question. It's only a matter of time till they wonder. I don't think they could ever pick the locks, but shit, I'm not rolling any dice I don't need to. I'm trying hard not to laugh. This isn't a laughing matter. The girls could get hurt if they somehow snuck in the barn and surprised Bruce. But it's how he's worried about the slim possibility of being one-upped by his precocious 10-year-old daughters that makes it kind of funny. People never give kids the credit they deserve until there's trouble. Grady just might be saving himself some major heartache. As our gazes remain locked, I sense that wildfire tingling under my skin. His eyes are these glowing fires, brown eyes lit like flaming coals. I can't ignore the intensity, or the fact that his touch feels like a furnace. If I hold on too long, if I get closer, he'll burn me right now. You've raised them well, I say, desperate to shift the subject. If you say so. Eventually he grins. I've also taught them not to lie. Relieved, I let my laugh out. I'm sure you have. And I agree wholeheartedly that they'll come skulking around the barn sooner or later. I know I would at their age if my dad started installing locks that weren't there last week. Same, he admits, finally peeling away from me. When do we tell them? And how? I ask, walking with him through the man cave. You tell me. When's Bruce going to be up for some company with his hurt paw? Oof. I act like I'm considering my options, tapping my chin with one finger. Honestly, I'm buying time because I hardly have a clue. He's watching me as we walk, and I have to admit, I haven't felt so nervous in a long time. I haven't spent a lot of time dating, not with a full load of school, internships, and field work. But if I had the time, if I wasn't just complicating his life, yeah, he'd be a breathtaking man to enjoy alone, over a nice glass of wine or completely naked. Well, he asks, nudging me along. Half afraid he's been reading my mind, I say, "How about after supper? As long as we keep a safe distance, I think his paw's on the mend. New people won't freak him out. There were visitors all the time at the sanctuary."
Our dinner or his?
Grady asks with a smirk. He's already had his, so ours.
Do you know how to cook?
A little bit. Why?
Just thinking that goes along with being a nanny. He shrugs. Aunt Faye cooks for us.
I thought we were coming clean.
We are, darling. But look, I still need a nanny. I've got a bar to run, kids to raise, and the big fat mess with finding a tiger a home.
I'm not offended, and it's given me an opening. I bite back a smile. You sure about that? Part of me thinks it's just because you don't want Haley Wood's mother taking the nanny job.
Hell no, he snaps.
Why?
Because I'm never getting married again, and I don't fancy beating her off me with a stick.
He growls, a defiant scowl on his face. I burst out laughing. Is it really that bad? When I look at him again, I have my answer. Yes, not that I can blame Miss Wood. Grady has strongman good looks and a fierce attitude that invites lust to make logic into roadkill. Her mom's that desperate?
Yeah. Buckshot to the face would be less subtle than Linda Wood trying to stake her claim on yours truly.
He thumbs his chest and gives me a frustrated grin. I laugh again. We're almost to the stairs, so I slow my pace. Poor baby. Should I feel bad for you? He stops and looks at me for several heated seconds.
Will it make you be a nanny for my girls?
My lips turn up again. Probably.
Then yeah, woman. Feel sorry as hell for me. I'll be your lion with a splinter in its paw.
Holy Toledo. The urge to kiss him flares right down to my toes. It must be those wild eyes like melted chocolate rolling down a sundae, or the way he towers over me, or the patchwork of military ink and intricate tattoos running down his arms. Or maybe I'm just on the verge of being dangerously smitten.
The verge,
I said. Don't take that as a confession that I already am, because I know what happens if we start crossing lines that should be carved in stone. If I let myself get closer to this lunk, if I start treating him like he's more than just a kind, small-town stranger who came to my rescue, it won't end well. It'll probably end with my smitten heart blown to smithereens in all 7 winds. I think I can do that, I tell him, desperate to collect myself again. His booming laughter snaps me out of my funk.
No second chances, Willow. You already agreed.
Great. At least I'm laughing too, even while I say, I don't remember signing any contract.
Verbal agreement.
He starts up the steps.
It was implied.
Implied? I bound up 2 steps to be even with him. What's so funny, you guys? Sawyer asks, perched near the doorway above us. A hot flush knifes through me, and I wonder if she's old enough to sense when 2 adults are flirting like playground kids. Eep. I glance at him. Grady nods. Looking at Sawyer with her little face scrunched up, I take a deep breath. Your dad and I were just laughing about a cat, I say carefully. A cat? What cat? Do you have a cat? Where is it? Is that what you went to pick up today? Her face bunches, every sentence firing off faster than the last. Welp, she's basically jumping up and down now. Before I can say anything, or find the off switch, she's yelling with both hands cupped over her small mouth. Avery! Hey, Avery! Come here, you're never gonna believe this! A second later, her feet echo on the stairs overhead, pounding as she climbs up.
So much for implied. That just went to confirmed.
Grady growls, humor flashing in his eyes. Smiling, I shake my head. I already agreed to the nanny thing yesterday, and I'm not one to back out. So fine, mister. Until I leave, I'm your full-time live-in nanny, and if you're really nice, I'll even try my hand at cooking. I skim past him up the last few steps while saying, but don't you come whining at me when you end up with food poisoning.
Food poisoning?
I run faster, afraid he might catch me as I head for the kitchen. He rounds the corner and stops, feet braced, arms at his sides, totally eyeing me, assessing if my next move will be left or right. I shift left, so does he. I bounce right. He mirrors me. Then I just start laughing like a crazy person. "You're nuts, Grady McKnight."
"Nope. I just don't want to be poisoned, Willow Macklin."
I flip a hand at him and add a nonchalant sigh. "You won't be. Bruce never complained."
"He likes his meat 100% red. I'd take mine medium rare."
He's way too charming. I suppress a laugh, planting both hands on my hips. "Careful. I said I'd try to cook, remember? Cook. Not fancy foods, not steaks seared to perfection, and no grilling. You might end up with food poisoning if you expect that, and this time I'm not even joking." "Deal." He grins, holding out one massive hand. This time when I take it, I'm ready. The electric heat that grabs me every time we touch feels so much softer now, so much more additive. It's not even a flirty magic, meaningful touch. He just shakes my hand like we've just made the deal of the century. "Is it true? Is it true? Oh, Willow, please say it's true." Avery slides around the corner much like her father did a minute ago. "Say that you brought us a cat." "Tell her it's true." Sawyer belts out as she flies into the kitchen. Too fast. The poor thing loses her footing and hits the floor, skidding on both knees. Grady springs into action before she even tears up, grabbing her off the floor before any real damage is done. But her knees are red, and she's fighting hard not to cry. I find a towel, toss it under cold water, wring it out, and meet Grady at the table as he sets her on a chair.
"Best slide into home plate I've ever seen,"
he says with a dad smile, taking the damp cloth from me and pressing it to Sawyer's knees gingerly, one at a time. I go to the sink, pull another towel out of the drawer, and run it under cold water. After wringing it out, I carry it back to Sawyer. "Here you go, hun." She gives me a half smile and uses it to blot the tears away from the corners of her eyes. I've been there before. That awkward age when you're almost a teenager on her way to womanhood, but not quite. Still a kid, yet too old to want your dad fussing over you. My heart goes out to Grady. His little girls are growing up fast, and he's not sure if he should treat them like 5-year-olds or 15-year-olds. He lets them ride around on ATVs all by themselves, but when they skin their knees, when they hurt and need him, then he's all over them like they're just learning to walk. It's a beautiful, sticky sweetness that plucks at something deep inside me. This human chord that could make me too fond of him if it's strummed too many times. "How are you doing, kiddo?" Grady asks her. "Fine, Dad." Sawyer hands me the cloth I'd given her.
"You sure? That was a tumble,"
he says. "Slip," she corrects. "I just slipped." For a split second, my eyes find his, and we share a knowing smile. Looking at me, she perks up again. "So, do you have a cat or not?" Very slowly, I nod. "I do. Here?" Avery asks, scurrying around the room like it's an Easter egg hunt. "Not in the house," I tell them. "He's in the barn. And I think in a little while, he'd love to meet you."
8. Claws out. Grady. Walking into the shed, I lean against the doorframe for a minute and try to screw my head back on. Gotta let my mind catch up with my heart. Mostly because I'm sure that I've lost it today somewhere in between dealing with my girls, a too-hot-for-life tiger thief my hands keep wanting to touch, and, oh yeah, a secret four-legged monster that could peel my face off. And it looks like said monster is about to become a little less secret. Insanity. That's the only explanation for deciding to let my daughters inside our barn/tiger's den. Obviously, they're keeping a safe distance, and I have a plan so Bruce can't ever get to them. But hell, there are times in a man's life when he blunders back and has to ask himself, what the ever-loving fuck are you doing? Willow's endless courage around the beast still amazes me, and lends a little more courage, suggesting this isn't a godforsaken dumb idea. It's a weird contrast to see such a small, pretty woman next to a behemoth. I can't unsee what we're dealing with every time I look past the orange fur and white scruff of Bruce's lazy face. One claw is over 4 inches long and sharp as a thug's stiletto knife. Hell, I'd rather run into a big city thug than Bruce on any dark night. Probably would have been better off colliding with a man in a knife fight than crashing into Willow Macklin, too. No denying she's got me knotted up in ways I haven't been for years. My back still feels blistered from her hot, tight body pressed against me on the four-wheeler. And dummy me just keeps getting in deeper with every glance, holding her like I did in the basement, and telling myself it was just for her comfort. Yeah, bull. My heart might be bursting with empathy, but my dick has an appetite. I have to stretch my hands high over my head, flexing long and hard, ignoring the pulsating agony below my belt. I have to avoid the devil on my shoulder, the darker side of my conscience, who keeps whispering how good it'd feel to pin this woman up against the nearest wall, own her lips long and hard, and then take everything else she's got. Fuck. No, I can't stop looking at her. Not when the simple act of shaking her hand and hugging her left my senses reeling. Her sun-kissed skin is too soft, and her sea-blue eyes quench my thirst the longer I stare, and I want to touch more of it. More of her. Reason number 100 why I've lost my shit. Every last marble gone. When they wrap me up in a straitjacket and bar the door, I think I'll have Willow's name on my lips. Snarling, I push off the doorframe and pull the extension ladder off the hooks on the wall, remembering what I came here to do. My girls are going to get the shock of their lives, but from a safe distance. Just because I'm a crazy man now doesn't mean I'm stupid. Thankfully, the barn has a second-story loft with an outside door, but we'll need the ladder to get up there. Because my girls are adventurous, I always keep it in the storage shed, safely out of reach and far away from the barn. I haul the ladder out and bring it to the side of the barn, then extend it up to the platform for the door and secure it to the ground before walking back to the house. The girls and Willow are waiting near the sliding glass door with bated breath. After Sawyer's wipeout earlier and their happy rush over learning we've got an animal, I've decided we'll go see Bruce before supper. As if I'd have any luck getting them to do anything else when they're this keyed up.
Dad, are we ready?
Sawyer asks, giving me bulging eyes straight out of a cartoon and teething her lip. Avery has her hands clutched to her chest like she might fall over, a hopeful expression filling her face. She's trembling. It's hard as hell not to burst out laughing. They're both animal crazy to their souls, but I appreciate how their giddiness leaves me with a cute moment I'll never forget. The older they get, the more I realize how precious they are and how fast they'll grow up. Almost ready, girls, but first, before we go to the barn, we need to have a talk, I say, folding my arms.
Why?
Sawyer asks, her smile shrinking.
We'll be so good to the kitty, you know we will. We've been around so many farm cats at Uncle Hank's.
Smiling, I kneel down in front of them, unsure how to begin. Well, this is a very special cat, an insanely rare cat who needs to be loved a certain way.
Bruce!
Avery gushes.
His name is Bruce, Daddy, isn't it?
Eyes full of worship, she looks at Willow like she just hung the moon and the stars. My eyes flit to my annoyingly sexy guest. She blushes. I should have known she'd tell them something while I spent 10 minutes rummaging around with the ladder. Willow nods, still looking at me, her eyes lit like stars. The girls are damn near glued to her. Christ. The fact that they already adore her this much is even scarier than what her fuck-hot looks do to me. And I'm already bracing for impact, knowing it'll just get worse after the twins get one good look at the biggest surprise of their lives. There are rules when it comes to Bruce, I say, my voice on full dad tone. Whenever you want to see him, you have to promise me you're going to follow them to the letter of the law, okay, kidlets?
Yeah, sure, but why?
Sawyer asks, tilting her head.
Is he like one of those kitties with no hair, so you have to be careful how you pet him or something? Is that why he's in the barn?
Willow and I share another slow, uncertain look. I clear my throat. He has fur, I say.
Oh, good. Those Sphinx cats scare me,
Avery says, hugging her arms around her.
What color is he?
Damn. No way to answer that without giving too much away. Look, before I answer any more questions, you both have to pinky swear that you aren't going to tell anyone about this cat. You'll want to when you see him, but you can't, not even Uncle Hank. Promise us both, me and Willow. My dad game is stronger than it's ever been today. They both know the pinky swear is sacrosanct. Frowning, the girls look at each other, shrug, then look at me and nod.
Okay, Dad, we'll do it.
Avery says first.
Yeah, pinky swear.
Sawyer chimes in. And you also have to follow every single rule Willow and I put in place. No buts, no exceptions, and no complaining. Again, they look at each other with a weight I only see when they're worried, which means it's sinking in. Good. They silently whisper their agreement before they both look at me and nod several times. Now the moment of truth. I hold up my hand for a pinky swear. It's a thing we've done occasionally for years, and they've never broken a pinky promise. Someday when they're older and trying to stay out past curfew with boys, they'll think it's too corny to work, but that day isn't today. One at a time, they hook their pinky fingers with mine, and then with Willow. All right, now for the ground rules. No messing around the barn, ever, not without Willow or I present. And when I say none, I mean it, girls. You can't go within 10 feet of the barn without us. If I catch you, you'll be grounded for life, and that'll be pretty miserable for everyone, so don't do it. They look at each other gravely again, and then their gazes go to Willow.
You heard the man, kids.
She nods, her mouth pulled into a tight line, even though she's trying to smile.
Forever.
They both sigh and slowly bob their heads. It's now or never. Okay, hold on to Willow, please. We're going for a walk. I stand up straight as I slide open the door and lead them outside. They each grab hold of Willow's hands, one more precaution so she can jerk them back if they can't contain themselves, and the four of us walk to the barn. I head for where I'd put the ladder and step on it, testing its grip before looking back at them. Heads up, I'll be putting this ladder away the instant we all climb down. No one except me is allowed to haul it out here, understood?
Gosh, Dad, it's a cat, not some kind of wild beast,
Sawyer says, rolling her eyes. I hide a grin, loving how wrong she's about to be. Willow leans down and gently bumps her head against the side of Sawyer's.
He's a very special cat, remember? Please be patient. This safety talk will make a lot more sense soon. Is he, like, priceless or something?
Avery asks, her eyes flitting around.
A rare breed like a Burmese or Savannah cat?
Yes, Willow answers quickly. I look at her. I'll go on up first, open the door, then you can send them up one at a time, okay? The girls are good climbers and always safe with heights, so I'm not worried about them finding their way up to the loft.
Okay, ready when you are, Big Daddy.
Willow says eagerly. I climb the ladder and open the door, reminding myself that I need to put a padlock up here for good measure. Sawyer follows me up first, enters, and I tell her to stand next to the wall. Then it's Avery's turn, and Willow comes last. The loft space covers about 3/4 of the barn. I know the perfect spot where they'll be able to see Bruce, even if he's tucked inside the trailer. The railing is almost up to their shoulders, so there's no chance of anyone tumbling over the edge. My gaze meets Willow's, and the way she grins turns my blood molten. This way, ladies, I say, ripping my eyes away. We finally reach the railing, and I hold the girls tight, pointing down. Go on, be very quiet. Take a nice, long look. At first sight of the tiger, the girls freeze, tensing in my arms. Their little chins fall, awestruck wonder shining on their faces.
Dad, that's not a cat,
Sawyer whispers, gawking at Bruce in disbelief.
Dad, that's a...
Shh, I know, baby, believe me, I know. Avery trembles, so fixated on seeing Bruce that she's speechless. As if the king below knows he has an audience, his tail twitches, slapping the hay where he's sprawled out in a huge orange and black heap. A muffled snort billows out of him, just loud enough for us to hear. Sawyer grips my forearm and squeezes for dear life, wearing the biggest smile I've ever seen. I'd better give them fair warning. Listen, girls, he's only with us for a short time. Enjoy it while you can. I'm helping Willow find him a new home.
Why?
Avery stammers. She never takes her eyes off the otherworldly cat tucked in the straw, his huge green gold eyes half-lidded. He couldn't stay at his old place. Searching for an excuse, I add. This big old barn your grandfather built is the only one in the area secure enough to hold him. We're lucky he's here, and so is he.
Oh, Daddy, were they mean to him?
Avery asks, her voice hitching. She looks at Willow.
At his old home, I mean.
Nothing gets past my little detective. My throat tightens.
Yes,
Willow says softly.
It wasn't a good fit. He deserves a better home.
At the sound of her voice, despite the fact that she'd whispered, Bruce lifts his head, his eyes peeling wide open. The girls stiffen in my arms, their breath stuck to their lungs. Then the furry hulk lets out a bellowing yawn, followed by a low growl, tilting his head up to watch us.
Dad, is he mad that we're looking at him?
Sawyer asks nervously.
Nope, that's his happy sound. It means he's really content.
Willow answers sweetly, just as Bruce settles his head on his paws again and goes back to sleep.
He likes it here. He's very comfortable.
But he's a wild animal, I remind them. I can't let Willow's gentle giant talk go to their heads.
Why can't we tell anyone?
Avery twists to look at me.
Why the big secret?
My jaw clenches. This is what I was afraid of. Before I have a chance to get tongue-tied, Willow lays one hand on Avery's shoulder and the other on mine.
It's for his safety. He could get agitated if too many people start coming out to see him, and you know this is a town where nobody's business stays secret for long.
Willow says gently.
And anyone who hears about him, well, they'll react just like you two did. They'll be beating down the doors to this barn for a look. It's not every day you find out there's a tiger next door, right?
Slowly their little heads nod, and I do too. Damn good answer. I'm grateful she saved me some explaining.
So, Willow, are you our nanny or not? Are you actually a zookeeper?
Sawyer asks, always obsessed with finding out everything right down to the smallest detail. My girls could run circles around Holmes and Watson. And are Willow's eyes twinkling, or am I just drunk on adrenaline?
Yes, that's part of the deal.
She whispers.
Your father agreed to help me with Bruce, and I agreed to help him by taking care of you two troublemakers. Until we find a new home for Bruce, I'm your nanny.
We stand there for some time with the girls, rushing out questions, their excitement growing as Willow answers kindly and patiently. Bruce snores on below. I'm relieved to find out their high-pitched little girl voices don't keep him up. When Willow admits she's a zoologist, the animal questions come flying fast and furious. How old is he? What does he eat? Why are tigers striped? Was he born in the wild? How'd you get him here? Does he have cubs? The whip-fast Q&A session makes my brain whirl in a mini tiger education frenzy. Willow takes it in stride, full of wisdom and saintly smiles. Eventually, after a good half hour or more, I say it's time to leave. Naturally, the girls don't want to go, but they'll do anything for another chance to see him. So they agree. After I pinky swear we'll be back a few more times before Bruce leaves.
I'm gonna write a poem about him,
Avery hollers as soon as we're outside and on the ground again.
Oh, and I want to draw pictures. I'll use the fancy crayons you got me for school, Daddy.
Glancing up at me as we walk to the door, she adds,
But I'll only show it to you and Willow, promise. And me,
Sawyer says, sticking her tongue out.
and you.
Avery agrees with a groan. We all share a laugh.
Time for supper,
She says.
What's everybody hungry for?
I lower the ladder. How about burgers, fries, and milkshakes? Dinner out sounds good after the busy day we've had. Don't think anybody feels up to cooking after all that excitement. The girls cheer, and Willow smiles.
You're sure about eating out?
She asks. I fold up the ladder to start carrying it to the shed. Yeah, gotta fuel up the truck anyway. Plus, watching that tiger get his fill of beef makes me jealous. I could use a good burger. She laughs.
Oh, really? Or are you just that afraid of my cooking? I wasn't serious about the food poisoning, Grady.
Nah, I lift a brow at her. You'll get your chance to wow us another night. She laughs harder, but steers the girls to the house.
Come on, let's go wash up so we can sink our teeth into burgers and fries. And milkshakes, don't forget the best part,
Avery adds.
The strawberry shakes are awesome sauce.
A short time later, we're on our way to town in my truck. Sawyer pulls up the playlist on her phone, and she, Avery, and Willow waste no time singing to the music. Sounds like some modern bubblegum fluff piece about finding love in a gingerbread house by Mila Hawley. Damn if I don't love how they all giggle, cracking up as they try to keep up with the jaunty beat, losing it several times when Avery messes up the lyrics. Looks like I'm in for an encore, too, because Sawyer finds another song the instant the first one finishes, and the singing starts all over again. I'm back in a war zone, only this time I'm surrounded by loud, happy girls punch-drunk on their own music mistakes. It hurts in the best way to have their smiles circling me, though, and the music cut by messy laughter that makes it hard to focus on the road. The fun continues as I pull into the gas station. Sawyer turns her phone off, and I can hear them giggling while I fuel up my ride and pay at the pump. The local hamburger joint is only a couple blocks away, and it looks like the early supper rush is already over. I always get a nostalgic smile every time I step into this place. Hasn't changed a bit since I was a kid. Black and white checkered linoleum plasters the floors. The booths are a worn mix of bright red and licorice black naugahyde, and there's floor-to-ceiling 1950s memorabilia and photos decorating the walls. A few of those pics show off Dallas in its old days, back when I was growing up here with my brother. Everybody who didn't work for Old Man Jonah Reed and North Earhart Oil was a farmer then. God help me, I take Willow's hand, and she flashes me a smile that could own my soul. Can't resist the urge to point at the pics, giving her a quick history lesson on Dallas.
What's with all the cute little airplanes on the way in?
She asks, flicking her hair over her shoulder. This town staked its bread and butter on the oil business for a long while, I tell her. North Earhart Oil still signs a lot of paychecks to this day. That's Earhart as in Amelia Earhart. The old man who founded the company swore she was a relative of his. Still a hotly debated subject. I've broken up more fights at the Bobcat than you'd believe over it. Willow laughs, her small round nose wrinkling. Darling, I'm serious. The only thing that's bigger fighting words around here than town history after folks have knocked a few back are town legends. And that oil company's given us plenty of both. The Larkins who own it these days are good people, though. Just like her gramps, Bella Larkin makes sure a lot of that oil money goes to people who really need it here in town. Money doesn't mean much like it does in some places. Rich or poor, we all take care of each other. Her fingers twine with mine, delivering an excited squeeze that says she approves of our old-fashioned ways. I pump her fingers back. There's nothing like an outsider's appreciation to remind a man what makes our little town mean something. She loves the rodeo images and a couple candid shots of wild cougars who'd tear into Dallas from the sticks most of all. No surprise. A waitress finally guides us to a booth where the girls settle in on one side and Willow and I on the other. I'm not used to sharing a seat with anybody, not even with Aunt Faye. I tell myself not to think about it, not to worry. not to wonder why it's so damn difficult to release her hand.
Gosh, Dad,
Sawyer says, her eyelids fluttering as she looks across the booth at us.
are you holding her hand? It's like we're a family or something.
Oh, shit. With my size in a small booth, it's hard to scoot a couple inches away from Willow like she's suddenly on fire, but Lord knows I try. Yeah, I'm being ridiculous, but the kid popped me right between the eyes. My insides flip in this odd way, and suddenly it feels like a feat of strength just to look Willow in the eyes.
More like we're a group of good friends going out for burgers and fries,
Willow says, glancing at me before grinning at the girls.
Kinda refreshing, honestly. I've been so busy I haven't been out with friends like this forever.
Slowly, I sigh and settle back in my seat, thanking my lucky stars this woman just bailed my ass out. Again.
Why not?
Sawyer asks.
Oh, that's how field work goes. I'm still pretty fresh out of school, too. It's a lot to take on.
Leaning across the table, she whispers,
taking care of you-know-who.
The girls cover their mouths and giggle at our shared secret. I'm grateful for her ability to take control of the situation, no matter what my daughters throw at her. As I keep casting glances that last longer than they should at Willow Macklin, there's no denying her talent. Looks like tigers aren't the only things she knows how to tame.
9. An uproar. Willow. Time to check my pulse. I think somewhere on the way to the table, I died and went to heaven. There's a permanent grin digging at my cheeks as I soak in a rustic warmth I'd never find in San Diego. The old-fashioned diner is adorable and authentic. Besides the town photos, it's decked out with images of Elvis, Betty Boop, James Dean, Sylvester the Cat, and more classic rockers than I could try to name. There's even an old jukebox in the corner, currently piping out Hawaii by the Beach Boys. Shiny models of famous cars, all from the 50s, decorate the shelves near the ceiling, glinting in the light so often they draw the eye. But as delightful as this little diner is, it's got nothing on the two sweet girls across the table from me. When Grady first suggested coming clean about Bruce, my heart crawled up my throat and stuck there. But ever since the big reveal, seeing the sugar rush wonder in their eyes as they drank in a shock from another world, I'll admit I was wrong. Grady knows what's best for his kids, and showing them Bruce was a very special thing. We're all part of this secret pact and enjoying every bit of it. I'm convinced they took their promises seriously. They won't tell a single soul about the tiger. At least, not until we're good and gone, and then they'll have to work hard to convince their friends, and maybe even their adored Uncle Hank, that they had a real live tiger in the barn. It's almost too much for anyone to believe, especially coming from two preteen chatterboxes. I'll bet Hank will be the first to find out when Bruce is safe and sound, and I'm hopefully not serving a felony sentence. They've told me about his menagerie, but he's never had a tiger. Legions of cats, dogs, rabbits, horses, goats, cows, chickens, ducks, and geese can't hold a candle to an exotic beast who tells everyone who sees him that they're not in Kansas anymore, or western North Dakota. Not if I have anything to say about it. They're both sorely disappointed that their dad won't let them have a pet, not even a goldfish, per Avery. I have to wonder why as I stare at him, trying to decipher whatever strange logic is behind that chiseled jaw covered in thick dark scruff that makes me wonder how it'd feel on my skin. Wonder far too freaking much. Grady McKnight might have a gold lump in his chest for a heart, and I still don't understand him. The no pets ever thing just doesn't add up. He has the land and the barn to house plenty of animals. I know time could be an issue, what with his bar business and all, but the girls are responsible and old enough. I'm certain they'd pitch in taking care of a cat or dog, or even a few chickens. They've begged to help out with Bruce and given me a litany of all the chores they've done at their uncle's place, cleaning out stables and brushing sheep. They tell me they've helped feed Tori Faulkner's goats a few times, too, and made friends with a mischievous black goat named Hellboy. Of course, there's not much I can let them do with a super cat who can't get within 10 feet of them. But if they can help with offloading future meat deliveries or something, I'll gladly let them. The hamburgers and fries arrive in no time, along with tall frosty milkshakes served in classic glass cups and stainless steel mixers.
Brace yourself, woman, Grady warns, giving me a heavy look. You've got to savor your first experience with a Mac burger. 4 kinds of cheese, deep-fried pickles, sautéed onions,
and peppers that could curl your tail, the girls belt out together with smiles so big, it makes me laugh. Avery picks up her burger so fast, a gooey rope of cheese slides right off it. Did we get it right, Daddy? What Mr. Larkin always says? Grady gives them a nod before turning back to me.
Yep. He's damn near given the Mac burger its latest marketing pitch.
Grady takes a massive, encouraging bite of his burger, smacking his lips with a smile.
Don't be scared to get messy, he tells me. That's the way we roll in this town.
I hoist up my own hefty burger, my brows lifting at the weight in my hand. When in Rome, my final words before I open my mouth wide for a great big bite of what might be the best hamburger on earth. Holy crap! My mouth zings with greasy flavor, fat, salt, and just the right kick. My knees buckle and my legs shift out under the seat, accidentally bumping Grady's leg. Oh, that's like... I barely remember to keep my mouth closed to chew.
Yeah,
Grady echoes.
Baby, I know.
I'm not even sure if it's the orgasm between 2 buns anymore, or the fire in his eyes and riptide smile. I just know I'm melting into the booth with shameful delight, and he's enjoying every flipping second, those honey dark eyes dancing over me. Heat darts up my spine when I imagine what he's thinking, raking those eyes across my skin, a hunger on his face that's deeper than a hella good diner fare. Thank heaven for the girls. They keep our eyes apart, safely abstinent, and the chatty, laughing twins are just as charming as their father. Right now, they're engaged in a very civil debate about the merits of chocolate versus strawberry shakes.
Girls, if you want this settled tonight, I think we'd better take a vote,
Grady says, smiling down at them both as he chews his dinner.
You know me, I'm voting strawberry. Nothing like having fresh fruit to go with a mess of ice cream and sugar. I like when my sweets come out of the ground.
I can't help snickering, which attracts their attention.
You want to weigh in on this, Will-O-Wisp?
He asks, his eyes positively charged as his lips find his straw.
Chocolate or strawberry?
My jaw is in my lap. I don't even know where to begin with that Will-O-Wisp thing, much less his totally big snarly dad logic with food. Oh my God, he's such a dude. Such a dad. As a matter of fact, I start, folding my arms and turning my face up. There's a strong case for chocolate if you're basing your argument on what's natural. Ever seen a cacao tree before? Big Daddy snorts and shakes his head. The girls stare at me in awe. It's true. I saw plenty in Africa, and they're always magnificent. They don't call it Theobroma cacao for nothing, you know, I say, holding a hand to my mouth so I can whisper to the kids. That's science speak for food of the gods, ladies. Keep it between us. No big strawberry-lovin' lunks allowed.
I heard that,
Grady says with a barely concealed chuckle.
Enough with closing arguments. Let's vote. Everybody convinced by Miss Fancy Schmancy Scientist and her cacao? Raise your hands.
Mine goes up first. Then 2 more little hands join me. Boom. It's 3-1, with a very adorable Grump accepting his loss like a gentleman.
You ladies have it, he says. Chocolate it is. I'll be damned if I'm not gonna suck down every last drop of this thick strawberry ambrosia, though.
A giggle bursts out of me again, totally noticing how he tries to throw the ambrosia word back in my face. Guess I'm not the only one at this table who can dredge up $10 words.
Willow, you've been to Africa?
Sawyer asks between bites of her fries, still awed by my very presence. I sure have, sweet girl. Lots of times. So begins a new rapid-fire conversation with the girls. I tell them about the big parks with their roaring waterfalls, the wild flights on burping planes that always landed hard on rainy airstrips tucked in lush jungle, the unholy swarms of mosquitoes in the interior, and the endless visits with the friendly, big-hearted people we'd meet from Nairobi to Kinshasa to Port Elizabeth. Grady's phone goes off while I'm answering another 101 questions. The way he frowns and then tucks his phone back into his pocket pretty fast makes me think it might be a message from Falk or someone else involved in cleaning up my mess. Later, Grady picks up our tab, and as we climb out of the booth, he presses his face so close I can feel his whisper on my neck. Hold tight. I'll tell you the latest when we get home. Faulkner? I mouth back. He gives me a knowing look and barely there nod. My insides tighten, but I try not to panic. The girls make that a little easier on the ride back, hammering me with their bottomless appetite for more adventure stories. They want to know about all the different animals I've worked with and the places I've been. Grady asks questions as well, which I don't mind one bit. It's easy for me to forget how unique my life has been. When you've spent half your youth on unpaved roads tracking rhinos with your father and tensing like a stone during rare brushes with poachers, it's just normal. Not to Grady and his girls, though. To them, my life is interesting, intense, and admirable. In my teen years, I'd travel with Dad all summer, dipping out of Africa for other rhino habitats like India and Indonesia. We'd stay in fancy hotels or soaring castle-like homes generously opened up by wildlife donors. Other times, we had to pitch our own tents and hope we didn't get eaten by a wild beast in the middle of the night.
Oh, Willow, were you scared?
Avery whispers, biting her bottom lip with kitten-like eyes. I throw back an easy smile. I wouldn't be here to tell the tale if anything bad ever happened. But there was this brush with a herd of forest elephants once in the Congo Basin. They came trampling through our camp, spooked by a jeep. This huge elephant reared up right in front of me when we came stumbling out of our tents. Dad barely threw me out of the way in time, right before the animal turned at the last second and decided not to run over him. The girls are speechless. Grady gives me a look like granite, a single dark eyebrow raised.
Nice knowing you've made it through some close calls before,
he says. I love how he implies I might make it through one more. Yeah, let's hope I have 9 lives, I say with a smile. The memory makes me feel better about my current predicament.
Seriously, lady, camping along the Congo sounds unbelievable. You're lucky to have those stories,
he tells me. Oh, no question. They were the most incredible times of my life, and that was the same trip when I fell in love with big cats. A few days on the road and we were up close and personal with a whole pride of lions. I knew what I wanted to do when I grew up.
Really? I'm going to be a writer when I grow up,
Avery says, a confidence in her tone that makes me grin.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna own a farm and have every kind of animal possible,
Sawyer says, desperate to one-up her sister.
Maybe even tigers. You go, girl. I'll write about a farm with 100 tigers,
Avery whips back.
People will come from hundreds of miles to see my cats,
Sawyer replies.
And I'll call it Sawyer McKnight's Farm. Everybody's gonna know the name and not to wear it out.
Psh!
You need a better name than that, her sister insists. Avery McKnight Zoo has a nice ring to it.
As they go back and forth, escalating their grand dreams, Grady shoots me a sideways glance and we share a smile. We both laugh softly at some of the suggestions being tossed around in the back seat. I wish so badly the rest of my time here could be this easy. Back at the house, they ask if I'm going to check on Bruce one more time. When I admit he needs another quick look before bedtime, they ask if they can stand at the door. Grady hems and haws, but finally agrees, and while I enter to check on Bruce, they stand at their father's side in the distant entryway with the metal door cracked a sliver, just enough so he can slam it shut in a flash if necessary. At the other end of the barn, Bruce stands in his trailer and walks to the edge of it, where I hold up a hand, encouraging him to stop. I'm sure if he takes a single step into the barn, Grady will be shoving his girls back and slamming the door shut. But my big orange baby doesn't move. He just stands there looking at me, lazily flicking his tail like a paintbrush. "Well, what's the plan?" he seems to ask. I don't know. I wish I had one. So I shrug slowly, blowing him a gentle kiss. "Rest easy tonight, big guy. You're safe and sound and you need to heal that paw. When I know where we're going and when, you'll be the first to know." The giant stretches, his hind end bowing up in bright orange. Paws bigger than catcher's mitts taper out in front of him, and he slowly turns, pacing back into the trailer with a final theatrical flick of his tail. I smile as he settles into his main nesting spot, as if he accepts my answer for now. "I'll wait, lady, but not forever." Those huge, lidded eyes beam back, more green than gold in the dim light. "I know," I whisper into the night. "I'm working hard for you, buddy. Just give me time to figure it out." The water trough is still full, and he's already eaten, so I take my leave, knowing he'll be fine. He's actually very content having his trailer and most of the barn area to roam. Sadly, it's more space than he ever had at Exotic Plains. He was supposed to have a fenced-in exercise area outside most days, but the lions were using it every day since I'd started working there. Sam and Tilda were out there the most, a proud, tawny lion couple. Tilda had just given birth to a litter of 2 cubs a couple weeks before I left, both female. I worry how the babies are doing now. Both Sam and Tilda were older lions, having lived in captivity their entire lives. I was afraid the pregnancy would be too much for Tilda, but she'd come through it like a tough mama. Even so, they hadn't been at the fake rescue for long. Their papers said they'd arrived only a few months before I had, originating from a zoo somewhere down in the Gulf. The place had a storm that flooded the lions' habitat, and they couldn't raise enough money to fix it, so the pair were sent to North Dakota, where the Fosses conveniently had space. According to the records, they were supposed to return to the zoo this winter. I hope that still happens. I hope we can shut that place down and send all the big cats to better homes, away from the filth and the torture that makes Niles and Priscilla disgustingly rich. Her vast designer wardrobe in his retirement home under endless construction in the Virgin Islands didn't just materialize out of thin air. A wave of guilt roils my stomach. There are so many creatures at the rescue needing help. If only I'd had a small ark to take them all. Not just Bruce, or Sam and Tilda and the other lions, or Churchill, the poor MIA chimp. The list is growing all the time. The Fosses keep importing animals and flipping them for reasons God only knows. I have to figure out what's going on, what to do before it's too late to help any of them. And I'd bet my life that those little blue stickers are still being attached to cages. It feels like this constant nagging timer that's always running out for some unlucky creature. With a sigh, I walk to the door and exit behind Grady and the girls. At his urging, they hurry toward the house while I wait for him to lock up. "So did Falk text you earlier?" I ask. He nods, squaring his huge shoulders. "We'll talk after the girls are asleep." A shiver like an army of spiders flits up my neck, wondering if it's good news or bad. I can't blame him for keeping it under wraps, even if the girls know about Bruce. They don't need to know all the sordid, horrifying details of what we're up against. Instead of a movie, the girls decide they want to play a game before bed. They pick Yahtzee, and soon all four of us are sitting on pillows around the coffee table, trying to rack up points as we toss dice around the table. The laughter, the teasing, the fun is something I've been missing since long nights around campfires with Dad, and even that wasn't quite like this. Like a family or something. Sawyer's words from supper hit true. I've never had a family like this, either. When I was young, I always worried Dad would get married again. He'd find a new woman, maybe a woman with kids, and I'd have to learn to fit my lonely self into the patchwork of their lives. Back then, it scared me. I liked having just the two of us around, but now, as an adult, I wonder where those thoughts started. I wonder why they freaked me out. I wonder what I missed. Even though Dad never dated seriously, it was never truly the two of us forever. Nannies became a lovely, supportive third wheel in my life. When I got older, Dad took to calling them live-in housekeepers. He seemed to fear me getting too close, too confused by anyone, even the kind, energetic women and keepers who looked after me during the school year when I couldn't join him on long trips. And that's not counting our travels. We always had good company and fellow researchers, professors so close they felt like kin and eager to impress students on his team. If his latest research excursion wasn't finished by the end of summer, I came home on a plane with one of his team members, where our housekeeper was always waiting with a smile, a few soft words, and more cookies than any teenager should have had access to. The lady we'd had the longest was Margot Carlson. Dad hired her when I was in 10th grade, and she still works for him to this day, even though she just turned 71 her last birthday. We didn't have a large, tight-knit family. We had to make do. So maybe that's why I wonder, as I look around the table, watching how Grady smiles when he reaches across to ruffle the girl's hair, and then jerks his hand back. Dad, no lice, remember? We've been shampooed like 10 times, Sawyer reminds him, sticking her tongue out.
That's so, Peanut? Guess your old man's getting forgetful in his old age. Or just awfully nervous with cooties.
He sticks his tongue out, eyes crossed, and they laugh. Behind my giggle, too many questions are swirling. If I'd been smarter way back then, when I was a kid, would I have hoped my father would remarry so I could have had a sister? Maybe I wouldn't have grown up so lonely, so driven, too busy for boys or, well, anyone besides big cats. It's just adorable how different the girls are. Sawyer and Avery are opposites in many ways, yet deeply connected and concerned for each other. Sure, they bicker sometimes, like all siblings do, but at the end of the day, they're sisters until the bitter end, and the love shared in this three-heart family fills whatever gaping hole was left by Grady's wife. The rest of the night goes by in a cozy blur. Avery wins the first game, Sawyer the second, and Grady the third, meaning we're on for a fourth round. Of course, I can't get a win to save my butt. The other three are flat-out cheating by the end in sympathy, skipping the score, just so I can save face. I'm honored, but no. Enough, guys. Luck's just not on my side tonight. I can barely get a pair, and when I do, it's not a pair I need. Let's just call it a draw. Okay? I beam my friendliest smile around the room. The girls try to convince me to play one more game, but Grady takes control.
It's past time for bed, girls, he says. You can have a rematch another night.
Fine, they slur out together. Without another complaint, they agree, and after they each give me a quick hug, they head upstairs. He puts the game in the library office down the hall, and then plods upstairs to tell them good night. I'd left my phone in the kitchen earlier, and I check it for messages, holding my breath. Of course, I haven't forgotten what Grady's holding back, and I'm trying to brace myself for bad news. I just hope it's bad and not devastating. But I think he'd have told me if it was the latter, if it was urgent rather than spending the whole evening enjoying ourselves. My eyes flit over my screen. Carol. Is this Willow Macklin? Hi. I'm from North Auckland University, and I'd just like to... Yeah, no, I've been to New Zealand, and there is no North Auckland U. Rogers Pit Stop. Congratulations. You've got yourself a brand new $1,000 gift card to your choice of... God, do the gimmicks ever stop? I honestly can't tell if this is honest spam or another low-effort trap by the Fosses to nail my location. I see several more fishy texts promising fake giveaways or begging for donations for every cause imaginable. A message from my dentist in California reminding me my 6-month cleaning is due next month, and another text asking me if I'd like to register to vote. I leave them all unopened. I'm almost ready to scream and chuck my phone across the room when I see the name Walton on the screen. Hi, Miss Macklin. Checking in to let you know the blood work looks good. I apologize for the delay. Perfectly average, healthy results for a grown male. No abnormalities. White cell count adequate. I'd attach the full test results, but it appears your carrier's kicking them back. Call me immediately if he shows signs of discomfort. Finally, some good news. As much as I'd love to see the full blood panel, I remember what Grady and Falk warned me about and won't take attachments. There are no issues yet with his paw healing up, other than the sad fact that he's homeless. Sigh. I have no earthly clue how this is going to work out. By now, the rescue has probably called in help from every other cat sanctuary across the country they can either bamboozle or blackmail. Telling them to be on the lookout for a crazy chick who rocks out like a Dorkosaurus at the wheel and one big stolen tiger in a clunker of an unmarked service truck. I just hope they haven't also called my father, casting their lures. Grady enters the kitchen, snatching me from my thoughts. Biting my lip, I set my phone on the counter, taking a moment to draw in a deep breath. I hold it to calm down the hurried beat of my heart before turning to face him. Grady.
Looks like you're ready,
he says, raking a hand through his thick dark hair.
Give me 1 minute.
Ready for what?
To check the cameras,
he whispers darkly. Oh, crap.
Right.
Is that the message you got earlier?
Yeah. Falk gave me an update. He hasn't cracked your laptop yet, but he's convinced something's bound to happen at the site tonight. If there's one gut instinct I'll always trust, it's his. He wants us to touch base as soon as we see something.
He holds up his phone.
I have the app on my phone, but the big screens downstairs can show us in better detail.
Right behind you, I say. Once we're downstairs, he fetches us each a beer out of the small fridge behind the wooden bar covered with a thick shellac that reflects the overhead light. He then pulls up an extra chair next to the 3 wide screens, each with a split-screen setting so all 6 cameras show with good visibility. It's dark by the airstrip, no surprise, considering the time. There's no movement, an eerie calm. Nothing but a bug or leaf blowing across the nightscape now and then. Why do you have 3 computer screens? I ask, suddenly curious if he makes it a habit to bail out strange, desperate women.
I don't. Only one's a monitor. The other 2 are old TVs. Grabbed one from my bedroom and the other from the library. I figured I'd set them up so we could see all 6 cameras at once.
I take a sip off my beer bottle before asking a question that's been banging around in my head. So, while we're waiting, why don't you let the girls have pets? You have the perfect place for it. My breath catches in my throat. Sorry, I'm not trying to stomp around in your business, but I'm curious.
Don't need the extra work,
he says coldly, leaning back in his chair. Sawyer and Avery would help. I'm sure of it after seeing how excited they get with Hank's animals.
Same, he agrees. But they're 10 years old. And hopefully any animal I'd get them would have a good long life. That means they'll grow up in a flash, run off to college, and I'll be stuck here with their leftover critters.
That makes sense, I guess. But I don't believe it's the whole truth. Not by the dark edge in his voice. Where's the harm in that, I venture? Pets would make good company when they're gone and you're home alone here on this big old farm.
Don't need any four-legged company. That's what two-legged friends are for. After so many years running my ass off, frankly, I'll be enjoying my time alone.
His voice slips into a growl, too rigid and annoyed to not be hiding something. I smile, refusing to believe him for a minute. I also remember how lonesome my dad was when I went off to college, whenever he wasn't on his trips. He almost stopped coming home at all, except for holiday breaks we'd spend together. Not like Grady, who's here every day with his daughters. I don't say anything, don't need to. Not with the melancholy, unsure way he's looking at me. Like he's wondering what I'll fire off next. He's too good at reading my thoughts and even better at hiding his behind that stoic mask of scruff and eyes like strong whiskey.
Fine, he says at last. You really want to know, huh? Here's the deal. I don't want to get them a pet, just to have it die.
Wow. What? My lips tremble. I'm not sure I follow. Why would it die?
Who the hell knows? Dallas isn't just the sleepy, quaint little place I'm sure you're thinking from our outing for dinner. It could get hit by a car, eat poison, have a run-in with a coyote. Any number of brutal, fucked up things.
The unexpected sadness in his voice guts me. I mean, sure, you live in a rural place. Risks are always part of owning pets.
Exactly why I don't want my girls exposed to that, he snaps.
For a second, our gazes lock. His eyes might be hieroglyphics, guarded and unbreakable. Then I realize what he doesn't want them exposed to. It's not just innocent worries about a pet roaming around with coyotes, or speeding cars, or any normal kinds of big bad things. He's shielding them from death. My heartbeat quickens. This is when I should step back and hold my tongue, focus on the cameras, and leave this kind, closed-off beast man behind his barbed wire to brood away in peace. But if you think I'm that kind of girl, if you think I've got that much sense, if you think I'm not hurting like hell for him, well, Grady, you don't have to answer this. But is the pet thing because of your wife? I whisper slowly. His eyes sharpen, fully leveled, naked and vulnerable and ever so slightly pissed off. A storm in a glance that makes my heart wobble.
Watching someone die is pure hell, Will-O-Wisp. Death can get fucked,
he snarls, his knuckles turning white around his beer bottle. I'm half expecting the glass to shatter in his hand. I know I should stop, just shut my mouth and leave him to his agony. This raw wound I've poked at without having any right to. Better to cut my losses before I find out how much of a cornered bear he is. But if he's saving me, I owe him something, don't I? You're a good man and crazy smart, but you know it's also a part of life. Right? I say gently. You can't protect them from something as big as death forever. Eventually they're going to experience it head on.
Not if I can help it, he rumbles. Not if I can spare them that shit. That arrow to the heart. Not if I'm the dad I always swore I'd be.
God. His voice rips through me like a current, an ache oozing to my knees. He sounds so fierce, so stern, so firm that I let it go there. But I do feel sorry for him. His heartache cuts me open and makes me bleed for his sad, brave delusions. He'll have to figure them out on his own. In his state of mind, he's not going to believe what anyone else has to say about it. So, I take another nervous swig of beer and gesture to the screens with my bottle. What convinced Falk that something's happening tonight? Did he give you a reason?
The burn on Bruce's paw.
I sit up straighter. Really?
Yeah. Besides the numbers matching the stickers, we found timestamps, multiple dates. Falk thinks one's meant to be a delivery date.
I see there's more on his stony face, so mellow and dark in the basement light. And? I whisper, tensing in my seat. What about the rest? He looks at me for a long moment before sighing.
And the other's probably one of two things, a pay date or a kill date.
Holy hell. I don't know what falls faster, my heart or my stomach, and shatters like a glass ornament. All the awful blue stickers I'd seen at the rescue since arriving flashed through my mind. I never checked the other animals that went missing for burn marks, but they all must have had them somewhere. Those sickening tattoos. A setup marking their price, their transfer, their doom. Oh no. No, no, no. Tell me more, I urge, swallowing the lump lodged in my throat. Grady, I have to know.
From what he's caught, Falk believes the deaths occur shortly after the animals are shipped, though payment would explain it too. It's usually several hours after the original stamp, which is what he believes is the pickup time.
His angry glance at the screen tells me he's looking at the time. Bruce was supposed to be transported tonight? I ask.
About 15 minutes from now, he says. Unless the tiger disappearing scared them into delaying business. We should see action soon, especially if these sick fucks are as greedy as you say, and they've got more animals to sell.
My head hurts. A dull, brutal throb spun by my heart, banging on my ribs. Everything he's said hits me harder then. So Bruce was scheduled to be transferred and... what? Killed? My question comes out hoarse.
Yes. Last date is marked for roughly 12 hours from now.
And picked up in 15 minutes?
Right.
I wouldn't call it exhilaration, but a form of grim righteousness that I'd been right hits, along with sickly gratitude that Bruce is still alive. Relief slams through me like catching myself on a ledge before a 10-story fall. Damn them! I spit, my head spinning as I glance at the screens. So, even without Bruce, you think they'll still show up? You think they'll transfer...
Another animal, he finishes. Did you ever see more than one go missing at a time?
Sometimes. Smaller ones mostly, but usually with larger animals. It was always just one.
We'll wait and see.
He growls. The edge in his tone says it's the last thing he wants to do. My spine quivers as I stare at the screen, staring into the blackness. It's like we're not in his safe, quiet basement, but there, helpless in the night with sinister things on the prowl. The room grows so silent, I jump when the fridge kicks in behind the bar. I rub the tension in my neck, stretching, fighting the urge to grab a second beer and slam it. I need to be numb for this.
Want another drink? Grady asks, reading my mind. Something stronger, maybe?
No, not yet.
Want something else? Water? Coffee?
No thanks. I'll be up all night with caffeine. I take a deep, shaky breath and release it, trying to regain control. I wish like hell I'd acted sooner. It would have saved so many animals. But if I'd taken off like I did with Bruce and hadn't smacked into Grady, then where would I be? Those thoughts freeze when the screens shift over. Look, lights, I whisper, leaning forward. We both stare intently, our eyes glued to the scene. All 6 cameras, each showing different angles, pick up a cube truck coming up the road. It stops next to the airstrip. A man climbs out then, and his image makes me suck in air so I don't faint.
You recognize him? Willow?
Grady asks, his gaze wild with concern. That's the conservation officer. Wayne Bordell. Crap. There's no mistaking that face, his block of a head, or his boxy build. Starting near the truck, he places lights in the poles along the airstrip, illuminating the entire length of it.
They can't leave them out there,
Grady explains with a sense that's better than mine for this sort of nightmare.
Lights would get picked up by other airplanes, sooner or later, causing someone to grow suspicious and come check it out. So they have to put them up and take them down every trip, every transfer.
We both continue watching while I try to remember how to breathe. Sometime in the next 10 minutes, a plane lands. It taxis to the end of the single runway and turns around, stopping next to the truck. A man climbs out of the plane, and though it's definitely a smaller civilian jet, it has a back hatch in the underbelly, completely in view of one camera. When the door slides open like a gaping mouth, it shows an empty cargo hold. Empty except for a dolly that the man retrieves, rolling it down the short ramp onto the paved airstrip. Another man climbs out of the plane. He's short, wearing a black jumpsuit. The camera doesn't show his face close up, but I can tell he has a faint pencil mustache.
Do you recognize him?
Grady asks. No, I whisper, half afraid the people on the screen will hear us. But I definitely recognize her. I point at the woman climbing out of the box truck. Even doing a dirty deal in the middle of the night on a secret runway doesn't faze her. She's wearing one of her signature outfits, a tight skirt and leopard print short jacket, along with zebra-striped heels. Every bit the money-addicted junkie looking for another hit to fuel her bad habit for chic designer fashion and comfort bought in blood. That's Priscilla Foss from the rescue, I tell him, wishing I didn't have to say those words. She saunters over and meets the man with the mustache on the airstrip in one fluid devil walk. We can't hear them from this distance, but I can tell by her movements, mainly her hands as she talks, that she's trying to smooth something over. The evil witch always presses a hand to her heart, like she's oh so wounded whenever anyone doubts her. Guess how many times she did it when she wanted me to shut up, stop asking questions, and believe her. Now guess what she's doing right now. Mr. Mustache shakes his head, his face a scowl. He points at her. Or is it something behind her? She folds her hands across her chest with a haughty eye roll, talks some more, and then gestures for Bordell. He stomps over to the box truck to retrieve something while Priscilla waves her hand at the man with the dolly, as if it won't be needed. Wayne returns carrying what looks like a large blue storage tub. Are those holes poked in the top? Sweet Jesus. I know what's coming before the nausea washes over me. There's an animal inside. And these horrible pukes don't even have the decency or intelligence to transport it in a proper cage. But a second later, I realize there's no need to. Not when Wayne sets it on the ground next to Priscilla, undoes a makeshift wrap of bungee cords holding the lid on, and peels off the cover. Priscilla reaches in with a sour expression and comes back with a small tan-brown lump, squirming in her hands. A lion cub. No, I hiss, gasping, stumbling onto my feet. There's nothing I can do from here, but my fight or flight outrage doesn't want to accept it. I wish for its sake. The baby lion was sedated, but its movements tell me otherwise. It's still very much alive, but if Grady and Falk are right about that other timestamp, that vicious, final one, maybe not for long. My soul rips in two. The queen bitch holds it up by the scruff of its neck, as if the poor thing is just one more baggy purse.
Willow, if it's too much, say the word.
Grady's right behind me, laying those big hands on my shoulders like a comfort blanket. God. No, I have to keep watching. I have to know. I think his huge, powerful hands are the only thing that keeps me from breaking apart. That's one of Tilda's cubs. I whisper, my voice shaken and beat. A perfectly healthy baby lion cub, born just weeks ago.
They must be trying to placate whoever wanted Bruce. Grady says, these cubs must be awful valuable, even if it's less than a full-grown tiger.
Yes, I whimper, entirely sick to my stomach. The man examines the cub like a butcher inspecting a cut of meat, and I wish to Lord Almighty I could hear what's being said. From the looks of it, it's not an easy discussion, an altercation, some kind of heated talks. The mustache man finally waves at his assistant, who'd pulled the dolly out of the airplane, and Priscilla plunks the cub back into the big blue tub. Wayne puts the lid back on the container, and the dolly man picks it up, carrying it to the plane's yawning cargo hold. My heart dives in my chest. Mustache Bastard mutters a few more mushy-looking words to Priscilla, and she nods, her frustration fading off her face. They shake hands before returning to their vehicles, their crisis seemingly diffused. The plane takes off in no time. Then Bordell collects the lights, loading them in the truck. A minute later, they're gone like they were never there, leaving nothing but still, eerie silence. The entire scene probably lasted less than 10 minutes, but I know it'll affect me for the rest of my life. My knees are weak. My nerves are tangled ropes. My breath clogs my lungs. Mostly, my eyes fucking burn for that poor baby lion, and for Tilda, losing one of her cubs like this. I try to walk across the room, try to breathe, but my knees don't want to work any better than my lungs. I just know I'm more thankful than ever for Grady's arms, which catch me from behind, pinning me to his huge, warm slab of a chest. He holds me upright like a redwood, slowly turning me around to catch my tears in his shirt. When my face touches his fabric, inhaling his scent, I'm absolutely over. His shirt must be soaked with my grief by the end of it. Grady, we have to...
We'll figure this out,
he promises, his voice pure summer thunder again.
Bruce, the cub, the sadists running that place. I made sure the cameras got everything. I'll show it to Falk, and somehow, some way, we'll get it sorted. Don't doubt me.
I don't, even when every frayed thread of hope in my head wants to. Grady's words come straight from the heart. Where there's a will, there's a way. And this man is courage incarnate.
You know we're gonna fix this, right? You trust me?
He asks, his very cadence so soothing. I nod, but I can't unsee that sweet, helpless cub in my head. The image keeps repeating like an old video reel from Satan's crawl space, a gut-punch reminder of just how heartless, savage, and cruel this world can be. I should have stopped it.
This short intermission is just for you. A quiet moment to breathe, relax, and find comfort in peaceful sound. Thank you for listening and supporting this free audiobook channel.
Out of your mind. Out of your mind. The memories fade as you leave us behind. Out of your mind. You know where to find. I hope you remember the smile you call kind. You know where to find. I hope you remember the smile you call kind.
Before I grabbed Bruce, I say, shaking through my words, I didn't know. I didn't know if they would hurt me, but I should have stopped it.
Woman, you're stopping it now, he growls back. This shit takes time. So take my patience in the meantime. And you're right, if you'd breathed a word without being safe first, There's no telling what these people would do.
I don't know what he means until he squeezes me so tight I forget my pain. For a hot, anguished second, I'm so sweetly bundled up in this gorgeous man that there's nothing but us. Nothing but his words and warrior-throated promises. How, though? I whisper, lifting my head. How the hell do we stop them? He presses his forehead against mine, urging me to hush. For a second, I'm equally scared and overwhelmed at the thought that he might kiss me to shut me up, his lips only inches away.
We'll figure it out. For now, it's enough that you aren't alone. You've got me and friends I'd trust with my life. I'll exhaust every damn resource I've ever had to put a stop to this crap, Willow. I promise you, I want to save those critters too.
I'm beyond grateful for his help, his support, and his glorious strength pressed so snug against my body. But I'm still worried, still terrified for the animals.
Time for bed,
he says, walking me to my room by the hand. Just before the door closes, I pull back at his hand, lacing my fingers through his and holding on for dear life. It's almost silly how gothic this feels. The moon splashing through the bedroom window, the halo on his face, the dark heat in his eyes, the freaking tiger in the barn, this sad, hot mess of passion and secrets we've become. Call it absurd or just my imagination, but an invisible fraught message passes between us, silent as a grave. We both whisper good night, almost simultaneously, but that's not what I hear. It's something else, and it ripples off every beautiful inch of Grady-like static. You're not alone anymore. This is my fight. This is my promise. And somehow, after closing the door and collapsing in bed, a very confused part of my heart wants to believe he doesn't just mean my quagmire with exotic planes. I lay in bed for hours, too tired for sleep. At least it's a clear night. When counting imaginary sheep gets boring, I resort to staring out the window at the moon and stars, and nothing in particular. The sickness inside me turns to raw anger. I've been around animals my entire life. I've confronted death and sad things plenty of times in nature. But this, the transfer of a lion cub to monsters for nothing but filthy money, makes me so furious I want to get up, drive back to the rescue, and slaughter Priscilla and Niles Foss with my bare hands. Tonight, I'm thankful the truck is still broken down, because if it weren't, I might be tempted to go berserker, and that wouldn't turn out any better than running away. So I let my anger speak and allow my revenge fantasies to pop off in my head through a haze of red. I question calling Dad again, but I know he can't do more than Grady. Actually, Dad wouldn't even be able to help as much as Grady is, not when his contacts are official. And if the Fosses have minions like Bordell from the state helping them, there's no telling how deep this goes. I'm just more thankful than ever that I broke down at the Purple Bobcat and not somewhere else. That was fate, looking me dead in the eye and smiling. Now, I just have to hope my luck holds and brings an end to this mess for everyone involved. The next morning, after sleeping in short fits, I check on Bruce before returning to the house to cook breakfast. Grady's up, sitting at the table with a bowl of cereal and a steaming mug of coffee. His bearish presence makes me grin. I think he's smiling back with those eyes full of mahogany shadows. I was only joking about the food poisoning, you know.
I know. But I don't expect you to cook every meal. Aunt Faye never cooked breakfast. That's always been my job. She'd usually come over in the afternoons to be here when the girls got off the bus, and she'd head home when I got back from the bar. If it was early enough, she'd leave before dinner. Or if it was too late or too cold, she'd stay over till morning.
The girls told me most of that, too. I walk over and pour a cup of coffee. She's been doing that for what, years? Spending her free time looking after you guys?
Yep. We're her main family now. Uncle James died while I was in the Army, and my brother moved out of Dallas years ago. Faye's kids, 2 boys and a girl, are all grown with families now, and they also live out of state. So Aunt Faye's happy as hell to get her time in with the girls.
So you normally work at the bar every day? I ask, taking a slurp off my coffee. I wish this time off was actually relaxing for you. He gives me a wry smile.
Nah. I try to duck out on weekends unless there's a big event going on or something. I try to leave by 10 most nights, too, just so Aunt Faye can get home before it's too late.
He smiles thoughtfully.
Lucky for me, my latest batch of hires is holding up pretty well. Takes the load off my shoulders, and it might also have something to do with folks thinking the Bobcat's where all the big adventures begin. The young folks want to be there at ground zero for the excitement.
Adventures?
I blink. For sure. A lot of the ruckus we've had in Dallas the last couple years started at my bar. First with Ridge and his now-wife, Grace. She came blowing in one night with her sick father and these scumbags in hot pursuit. Then there was Falk, who crossed a real nasty group of folks when he was in the FBI. They came sniffing around after him, and I was careful to tip him off. Even old man Reed used to step in for a drink and a little schemin' with Drake, back when my buddy was just his bodyguard instead of a cop.
Grady kicks back in his chair, slurping his coffee, his eyes somewhere else.
Guess it's my turn to get mixed up in the thick of it, seeing how Falk wound up settled down with his ballerina.
I'm about to ask him more about the crazy happenings he's seen when little feet come plowing into the room. The girls are at his side in seconds, greeting him with a big group hug.
Dad! We got a text from Aunt Faye. She's asking about our cool new nanny. What should we tell her?
Avery grins, a couple cute little gaps in her mouth from missing baby teeth. We talk it over briefly. Grady reminds them not to mention Bruce in any way, shape, or form. I happily agree to a selfie with the duo so they can send it back to her and listen to the long list of things Faye wanted to pass along about the house, and more importantly, the freezer full of meals and casseroles that just need to be thawed and heated. Hey, if it makes my job easier. After checking out the freezer, with their help, we sit down at the table and eat cereal with Grady. The girls are full of suggestions for the day ahead, which all include Bruce. Grady lays down the law and tells them that they can make 2 visits per day, and only with both of us present, if they'll stop pestering him right now.
Okay,
they grudgingly agree. Later, Falk drops by to see the footage from last night. He disappears downstairs with Grady while I try not to think about it. He says it'll be a while before he hears back from his people on how or what we're going to do. Not cool. It's disappointing, sure, but I get that we can't just rush in guns blazing. I'd already made a snap decision the night I took off with Bruce, and if it wasn't for Grady, who knows what would have happened to us. That afternoon, I can sense him getting restless, like he spent just too much time cooped up at home and out of his element. Go on to the bar, I tell him, sliding my fingers lightly over his hairy, inked forearm before I even realize it. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Absolutely no Bruce time without you. Pinky swear? He snorts as I hold up my little finger and then grasps it with his. By the time we're done giving it a good shake, we're both laughing. I'm sure he sees I'm redder than a radioactive cranberry when I snatch my hand back, too. He leaves us with the house to ourselves and an easy dinner hours later. The girls decide they want a lasagna their great-aunt left behind, so yay for Grady not worrying about me poisoning his girls while he's gone. This little routine, easy and strangely natural, sets the pattern for the next week or so. The girls and I find plenty of projects to stay busy, and marvelously Bruce-free, while Grady spends afternoons and early evenings at the bar. He's always home in time to put them to bed, and he keeps me updated on the latest news from Falk. It's a quiet, peaceful break in the storm, and I'd be a fool to trust it one freaking bit. Every day that passes leaves me wound up, wondering and waiting for the next shoe to drop, like a karate kick to my head.
10. Tiger Lilies. Grady. The rest of the guys are already at Weston's garage when I pull in. Willow stayed home with the girls and thinks I'm just checking on her truck. No denying she's the best make-believe nanny a man could hope for. Truthfully, I'm after an update on her ride, but I'm also ready for a strategy jam with every major badass who calls this town home. Falk with his emerald green eyes flashing and focused. He's only slightly smaller than me and bowed up like an angry porcupine in a flannel shirt, leaning against one of Weston's half-constructed cars for the next demo derby. My friend is busy shooting the shit with another man I recognize like the back of my hand. Ridge Barnett isn't far behind him, a tough-as-nails heart behind his movie star perfect face and otherworldly blue eyes. I think the nod we always greet each other with means something more now that he's a daddy. One more thing we have in common. Drake Larkin straggles in with me, parking his police cruiser off to the side. He's a country boy to the bone, with his dirty blonde hair and rogue blue eyes, and probably a shoo-in to be sheriff whenever old Rodney Wallace decides to hang it up. Nobody better I'd rather have at this church session. Then there's my nephew. Weston McKnight looks a lot like I did when I was over 10 years younger, except with lighter hair and a set of dark blue eyes set in his head like storm clouds. He's damn near dripping grease and oil from black streaks across his arms. Sometimes I wonder about him, coming back from overseas just a few years ago. He enlisted young and saw some shit, barely made it home in one piece. And even if he still greets me every time with that shit-eating family grin, I think there's a few shadows behind his face. A boy like him should be dating, hitting the range, or hiking the trails, not playing workaholic. But all he really does is hang out in his garage like a loner when he's not picking up part-time shifts at my bar, taking every local repair job and broken-down outsider he can tow to his place. Sure, he's building himself a good living, but what the hell happened to a young dude having fun? No time for that today, though. Not with a mess of trouble caused by fuckwits who like to make their coin off butchering beautiful, rare animals. I'm just hoping Faulkner, who always winds up being the mastermind in these situations, lays down a plan we can get moving on ASAP. If there's anything I hate with stakes this high, it's waiting. I've never been caught up in something like this before. But damn it, I'm at my limit. If he's still up in his head, telling us it'll be another week or two, then I'll come up with my own fix. I can't leave Willow high and dry for another week, or those poor critters suffering at that outpost of hell in my knot. Seeing that baby lion treated like a slab of fucking meat shanked me in the guts. Same with knowing beyond all doubt there's a goddamn dirty conservation officer enabling it all. The world is an ugly-ass place. I've known it for years, but I still can't fathom what kind of debased turd wants to make money off dragging animals around to be slaughtered. There's evil, and then there's total devilry. I saved the video footage on a jump drive and regretfully jacked it into the computer in Weston's office, where we all gather so the rest of the guys can have a look. Having already seen enough of that shit for this lifetime, Falk and I stand back while the others take it in. A few shoulders tighten, hands reach up, scratching at their heads. Then our friends turn their eyes on us. "What the shit?" Weston says, his blue eyes looking a shade paler as he meets my eyes. "Uncle Grady, was that a baby lion?" "Yes," Falk answers for me. "A very endangered one, and proof of everything I suspected, I reckon. This is a pretty sophisticated black market animal ring. They steal their products from all across the USA. Zoos, shady sanctuaries, and distressed rescue centers are being shut down all the time and can't keep their exotics any longer. They step in with quick cash, get the critters for free, and usually don't spend more than a few months on upkeep before flipping them for a fat profit to sicko buyers." "What the fuck?" Drake snarls, stepping forward. You guys should have come straight to the sheriff's office. We could... Yeah, there's a problem with that. They've got insiders helping them, like I said. I tell him calmly. If that was an option, you know I would have jumped on it. I expect the shot to the heart, seeing Drake upset, but I still don't like it. He's a hardcore animal lover thanks to his wife, Bella. Owning Edison the horse, the biggest celebrity this town's ever likely to have, Ridge included, does something special to a man. Falk, I gesture for him to continue.
Right. So like I was saying, these damn illegal wranglers keep some rare animals for show, some for history, and some for steady funding. The donations and grants filtering in from conservation groups help pad their real money-making operation. That's where the others go, sad to say. Lions, tigers, leopards, monkeys of every kind. Even elephants and giraffes get shipped off to be killed or treated like toys. Every so often, some rich fuck in a place where it's legal to own big cats as pets will keep them alive. But most of them aren't so lucky. Soon as there's a buyer, the critters are off to meet their fate, and she's usually a real bitch to them.
Falk sighs, his breath like raw sandpaper. Doesn't that say it all? Slowly, I glance around the room, taking in the tense, dark faces of men who are just starting to feel it. The same mental torture I've experienced for weeks, wishing like hell I could charge in and end this, but having to check my own courage, or would-be stupidity. Falk, how do you make something alive that weighs hundreds of pounds just up and disappear? Ridge practically spits his words. I saw the plane, but hell, a model that small has to make regular stops for fuel if it's heading across country. How do they keep it under wraps? Falk shifts his weight, sliding his hands together and cracking his knuckles.
That's where it gets interesting. I ran the numbers off the side of that plane days ago, and it's out of Canada. Registered to a guy who lives somewhere on Vancouver Island. Didn't have an American flight plan that night.
Canada? Drake echoes. That makes this crap international.
Sure does,
Falk answers.
From what I've gathered, their cargo heads up to Canada, and then they put them on ships or long-haul flights to Asia. Big cat trade and more is legal in lots of places, sad to say. Exotic carcasses turn up all the time missing body parts. Won't say more because I don't want you guys puking.
A few tired curses fly around the room. I make a mental note to ask Willow about what she's seen with poachers in Africa, but only for a moment. Talk about a stupid move. She had her heart ripped in half the night that cub vanished into the ether. Unless there's critical intel involved, I'm not keen on squeezing her feelings out again. I just hate this whole shit show, this shit circus, this feeling of having my hands tied. How the hell did they cut them up? Weston asks, his question a dry rattle. Did they even shoot them first? They poisoned them, I tell him. Easy enough when they're barely being fed in these bastards' hands. They'll eat anything. They use shit that isn't deadly to humans, depending on what they're after. The bone trade alone is huge. A lion's skull, intake, fur, that's worth thousands per cat. My gut feels like it's ready to tear. I never want to do this kind of fucked up research again. Jesus, tell me it ends there, Weston growls again. Nope. Everything from making mounts to jewelry to crank cures brings in big money, Falk answers. The lion products are often used as substitutes for the tiger bone trade, which gets even more lucrative. That's where the real princely money is. Holy shit. So we're thinking this buyer on camera was disappointed to get a lion cub instead of a full-grown tiger? I ask, the pieces snapping into place in my head. Downright pissed would be my guess. Falk says, a cub like that ain't gonna be good for much more than a mount. Or maybe they can pass it off to some spoiled rich brat in Dubai who wants to show off his exotic pets on Instagram. Those boneheads have their fun and usually wind up flipping the animals when they're older, and they can't carry them around their yachts like stuffed toys anymore. Then the poor things go to their last buyers, who'll make damn sure to wring every penny they can out of the bones, along with the hide. Silence again. I trade slow, angry looks with the guys. Nobody standing here is a newcomer to danger and assholes with bad intentions visiting Dallas. It's become an exhausting and almost regular occurrence ever since Drake had his trouble with those Jupiter Oil folks. Still, this is different, eerie, and dangerous as hell in a way that's new and unfamiliar to all of us. Fuck. Falk, just tell us what to do. I demand darkly, my throat so raw it feels like splinters. I have other folks digging, active duty agents and my old pal James Nobel with Engard Security out west. Got a few more calls to make, then we'll put a plan in place. Falk looks at me. One thing I'm guessing I don't have to repeat is how big a disaster it'd be if Willow and her cat got discovered. Cat? Weston asks, rubbing his temples like his head might blow up. What cat? My nephew still doesn't know about Bruce. I'll explain everything in a minute, I tell him. Guys, we'd better watch our asses and tread lightly. That dirty conservation rat being involved says this goes deep, and if we've got bad actors from the state up our butts... He looks at Drake after turning everything over in his head. We'll have to get the law and the feds involved once we have proof that they can act on. Trouble is, right now, with such flimsy evidence, they'd take Willow into custody for stealing a tiger, and that would just alert the real crooks behind this. They'd probably have more than enough time to flee the country, I tell them. That video proves how ruthless these people are. Tiger? You gotta be fucking joking, Weston whispers, looking totally lost. I wish I were, I growl back. I agree, Drake says. That airstrip is out of my jurisdiction, so until we can nail them clean, count me in any way you need. Same for me and Doc Walton, Ridge says with a heavy nod. He told me he's dealt with this kind of trouble before, but he has to keep it on the down low to protect his family. Same for us all. Everyone agrees, and we talk for a while longer before breaking up to head back to our busy lives. After the guys leave, I fill Weston in on everything and tell him Willow's truck can't be seen. Not by anyone. He gets it, and he also agrees to continue covering more of my shifts at the bar, adding he can use the extra money. I'd gone to the Bobcat to catch up the past few days, mainly so no one starts questioning my unusual absence. After our meeting today, though, I think it'd be a lot safer for me to be at the house than at the bar, especially after sundown. Leaving the garage, I head to Fillmore's grocery store, our one-stop shop for everything. Aunt Faye made sure the cupboards and freezer were packed to the brim before she left, but we need fresh milk and produce. Maybe it's Bruce's diet rubbing off on me, but I'm suddenly hungry for a huge pack of steaks to grill for supper. Willow proved her cooking won't send us to the ER, but I've enjoyed teasing her sweet ass off about it. I've also got a bigger problem than bantering back and forth. I've enjoyed coming home to her at the house each night. It's different from anything I've known, this weird, wholesome feeling I've missed since... Yeah. Shit, don't fucking say it. Because the second I do, I've got a much bigger personal problem than keeping a tiger thief and her boys safe from a pack of criminals. I'd have to admit that I'm worried about my own safety and what the hell happens if I can't maintain the laser-armed alligator moat around my heart. Then I'd have to admit this crush on the tiger thief is getting way too serious for comfort. Still, there's no denying her positive effect at home. The girls are happier than I've seen them in a long time. Their texts even convinced Aunt Faye that all's well while she cares for her friend. The dense, throbbing summer heat wave whacks me in the face as I climb out of the truck after parking at the store. Visible heat lines fill the air, bouncing off the blacktop, a frying pan of a day that reminds me how miserable North Dakota can get in humid 90-degree weather. An image of Willow flashes in my mind, totally the wisp of soft, womanly curves and blue-balling smiles that's given me that sappy nickname for her. She was in the barn like usual this morning when I came downstairs. I'd been pouring coffee when she'd walked in through the sliding glass door in the kitchen, the morning heat already baking my farm to a crisp. I fight the urge to shake my fist at the sun for the vision it left me with. Sweat glistening on her sun-kissed skin, especially around the neck of her white tank top, a skimpy thing barely holding in her tits. It showed off just enough cleavage to glue my eyes to her body, kicking up a pulsing awareness below my belt line I couldn't shake half the morning. Don't get me started on those faded jean shorts. Proof positive this woman owns a magical ass, and with a single twitch of her hips, abracadabra, she could have me eating right out of her damn palm. She was heading for her bedroom, telling me she'd cleaned out the area Bruce was using as his giant litter box and laid down fresh hay. I told her she should have waited for my help, but she just laughed and said that it was part of her job. Right. If only she knew the help I had in mind wasn't just playing assistant janitor to a wild beast. Lucky for me, it didn't happen. My inner Neanderthal might have made his last mistake trying to take Willow Macklin for a roll in the hay with a frigging Bengal tiger for an audience. Who needs to worry about an overprotective papa with a shotgun when she's got herself a monster eager to shred idiots into human jerky? The worst part is, I couldn't get her out of my head till I'd headed for the meeting with the boys. All because I'd heard water running in her bathroom. The image of her stepping into the shower in nothing but her birthday suit lit every damn inch of me on fire, left me dribbling coffee on the counter from a hand that never gets the shakes. Shoot me right now. I don't know who or what the fuck I'm becoming. This whole having a pretty lady under my roof is taking its toll, carving more out of me every day, breaking down barriers I need to hold. And my mind is still on Willow, naked and glorious, when I'm in the meat department. I'm picking out steaks as big as my head when a shopping cart bangs into mine, shoving it against my hip. I turn to apologize for being in someone's way, but the sparkling eyes on the old woman's face make me grin. "Hey there, handsome," Granny Coffee belts out, over-caffeinated as ever. "Hey yourself, Granny," I reply. She's a charming old gal, the kind who stands in like a grandmother for half the town, and the sort who acts like she's 18 instead of... hell if I know. It's mighty hard guessing her age when she's so youthful and still able to run circles around men as young as Weston. The green and pink flower in her wily gray hair matches the bright pink of her shirt and lime green pants. It flutters as she strolls around her cart and steps up next to me. One thing you find out fast about Granny Coffee is that personal space doesn't exist for her. The top of her head barely reaches my shoulder, and she tips her head back to continue gracing me with those ever-twinkling eyes.
"So, how's it going with Linda taking care of your girls?"
she whispers conspiratorially. Damn it. 5 seconds in and I'm already boned. I appreciate her discretion, though I'm not pumped at having to think about the woman who could have taken Willow's place as temporary nanny. It's not going. I politely declined the offer, I say, just as quietly.
"What? You selfish rascal, don't you know she's over the moon with you and easy pickings?"
She doesn't even try to hide her smile as she pats my arm with a soft slap.
"I mean, yeah, Linda could use a little more discretion in her pursuits, but here's my concern. Who's helping you with the girls?"
I'm staying home with them as much as possible this summer. Weston's picked up a few extra shifts at the bar.
"The whole summer?"
Her eyes light up.
"Grady, dear, you've worked so hard on that bar. And that's exactly why Faye went on a wild goose chase looking for just the right help while she went off to care for poor Jenny. She's not doing so hot, you know."
I'm aware. I talked to Faye. Sad as hell, I say, ignoring the rest of her statement. I also know not to breathe a word about the nanny I have found, or else I'll probably get Granny showing up on my doorstep, scheming to play matchmaker. She rekindled the childhood crush Falk had on her granddaughter in no time, not so long ago.
"She's such an angel for being there with Jenny in her last days. The poor thing doesn't have a big family. We all went to school together, you know.
Granny says with a sigh, her eyes somewhere far off. I heard, I tell her with a smile. When was that, 10 years ago? She slowly turns, catches it, and winks at me like the sun going out.
Oh, you wicked rake of a man. It was over 50 years ago, and you know it, but I won't turn down your gracious compliment. Just wish you'd save some of that for the younger ladies.
Again she winks. Where's that hole in the ground when I need it?
What you need is a good woman in your life, Grady McKnight. Haven't you noticed all your bachelor buddies dropping like drunk flies lately? Drake, Ridge, Falk, all married off now.
She gushes, clasping her hands in front of her.
And you know how crazy the weddings around these parts can get. Remember what happened with Owl and Hellboy when Quinn and Tori tied the knot?
How could anybody forget? I chuckle. Only you coffee girls get to have your weddings crashed with a keyed-up goat and a bull of a dog giving chase. I'm not exaggerating. The legendary insanity of that wedding, plus the fact that it even happened, still has Granny tickled pink.
See?
She whispers, elbowing me gently.
You had fun. I'm telling you, son, we'd all have a lot more if you'd just give some little local girl a chance. Or if you don't like the pickings around here, I hear a nice, tall drink of bourbon like yourself can find a mail-order beauty queen at the click of a mouse. Why, my friend Mary Moffat said last week that her son—
Granny, thanks but no thanks. I already have 2 wonderful girls in my life. I tell her, trying to ease out of this gently.
Don't I know it?
She presses a hand to her chest as her eyelashes flutter.
Sawyer and Avery are dolls, you lunk, which is why you ought to share them with some lucky lady in your life. Say, why don't you bring them to stay with me for a day or 2 this summer, or I could come out to your place.
Worry rises up inside me. Having this whirlwind dropping in on my head is the last thing I need with Willow and Bruce laying low at my place. Been a little busy on the home front lately. Got Hank helping me with a few projects, but thanks. We're fine, Granny, and I'll let you know when things settle down for a visit. Maybe once Aunt Faye gets back. She frowns slightly.
You sure? You're acting a little funny, mister. Do you have someone else at your place? A guest? A woman?
Unfortunately, yes, and she drives me fucking batty. Plus, there's that whole frustrating stolen tiger thing. I almost consider cracking and telling Granny because she'd get the hoot of her life out of it. Only this definitely isn't the time or place. Just trying to make it through summer and this heat, I say, wiping my brow for emphasis. It's also been a while since I've taken some real time off, and I'm enjoying it.
Amen to that. I think I'm gonna take an ice bath if we don't get a break soon.
She gives my arm a restless squeeze.
Well, if you change your mind, you have my number. I'd better get my groceries and go home. Andrew says we could have our first 100-degree day of the year. It's a little early for that, but I do like him, don't you? Channel 6 Andrew, he's the best weatherman they've ever had, even when he forgets to comb his hair some mornings.
I bark out a laugh. Andrew the weatherman has become an idol for women of all ages around these parts. The kid's in his early 20s with a slick tongue. He's good-looking enough to catch a lot of eyes and spikes his hair with gel. Sawyer and Avery have pointed that out more than once. No complaints here. Let him fight his admirers off with a stick. Fewer ladies who'll come gunning for me. Already hot as blazes out there, I say with a groan.
Oh, I know. I rode my bike in.
She blows me a kiss while grabbing her cart and scurrying off. I have to chuckle, even if I'm a little worried about heat stroke at her age. Her tandem bike's built for 2. She'd bought it when Tori, her granddaughter, and now Falk's wife, first came to stay with her last year, so the girl could work her injured knee. Ever since Falk and Tori shacked up, Granny keeps riding that big-ass bike all over town whenever weather permits. With her flowered, pointy bike helmet, she's a pint-sized riot, always pedaling fast enough to keep up with traffic. Back to meat shopping, and some peace, hopefully. I add some ribs and hamburgers to the pile of steaks. If we're in for this damn heat wave continuing till Kingdom Come, I'm gonna grill my way through it after sunset. Then I check out and head home. On the way, I will myself 1,000 different ways to ignore Willow. I don't want a repeat of this morning. Yeah, good fucking luck. The instant I'm home, my eyes whip to her like she's magnetic. And that's when I know. I know how hard I'm about to get whacked by ignoring that manic voice in the back of my head, jumping up and down and screaming, "Wrong, wrong, wrong." About as hard as I already got smacked by Granny's words, her plea for me to lay claim to a good woman. Every damn part of me tingles like a dowsing rod over a geyser. My body knows it better than my mind. I've found one. As I pull into my long driveway, I see what's keeping Willow busy today besides staying pretty. The girls are hauling shovels, and she's pushing a wheelbarrow around the side of the house. I park my truck and climb out. "What are you three up to now?" I yell, wondering if this is their latest project. They've cleaned and reorganized every closet in the house over the past few days. The girls have always been good helpers and handle their chores well, but Willow's influence on them is next level. I'm almost expecting them to start busting out hard hats and toolboxes for home remodeling.
"Planting flowers, Daddy,"
Avery tells me, beaming with delight. A bolt of guilt knifes my stomach. She loves flowers more than oxygen. I think Avery was born to spend her summers hunting down perfect specimens, picking wild colors fresh off the stem, and then drawing them in her notebooks. My mother used to have flower beds surrounding the house, but over years of half-assed effort and neglect from yours truly, they became overgrown. I let wild grass take over, finding it far easier to just mow everything rather than weed and tend to flowers Avery would love.
"I hope you don't mind,"
Willow says, separating herself from the girls.
"Avery was showing me some of her flower drawings and told me they were growing wild along the fence near the short track."
She's wearing a pair of my work gloves and reaches up to brush a splash of chestnut hair out of her eyes, leaving a thin streak of dirt on her cheek. Fuck, I'm ended. The army never taught me how to resist being flayed open by one look from a woman too gorgeous for life. "Don't mind what?" I ask absent-mindedly.
"The flowers, I mean. If we transplant a few closer to the house, they'll probably grow beautifully. We found a few old stepping stones that were overgrown too. Looks like they used to separate the yard from the flower beds near the foundation. So far we've found wild roses, irises, and tiger lilies."
She pauses and snickers.
The girls thought the last ones were extra fitting.
"I'm sure they did," I say with a growing smile.
"Don't worry, we only cleared out a small patch near the side of the house so far, so if you don't like it..."
"I don't mind. It just sounds like a lot of work in this heat." Her blue eyes ignite, pulling me apart by the second. Her hands go to her ample hips, causing a deadly, sudden weight in my pants.
"So you're saying you're willing to help out?"
Damn. Knowing I'm being duped, I shake my head. It's got nothing to do with the ferocious summer heat rays either, and everything to do with her playfulness. That shit awakens a part of my anatomy I've kept leashed for far too long. Undaunted, Willow steps closer and touches my bicep with her gloved hand.
"We could use the extra muscle if you're not busy. Please?"
The teasing tone makes me laugh. Her touch annihilates my instinct to make up excuses. "Will do, Will-O-Wisp. Just let me get the groceries inside first."
"Great idea."
She gives me a knowing nod.
"Fresh food to make sure I don't kill you."
I flash her a wink before my head pops off. Hours later, I step out from a break in the shade, delving the shovel deep in the ground and staring at the long line of granite stepping stones we've uncovered. My ma's old path was buried so long I'd totally forgotten about it till now. Willow works on her hands and knees, using a hand trowel to even out the freshly churned dirt between the stones and the house, clearing stray grass and weeds. "So you're a horticulturist too?" I ask. She sits down on the ground and looks up at me with a smile that rivals gold.
No, but my father's housekeeper is plant crazy. Thanks to Margot, I've weeded a whole lot of flower beds in my life, and I know the difference between what to pluck and what to leave growing. You actually have a lot of nice plants still trying to thrive.
My brows go up. After all these years? Damn, lady.
They've just gone dormant, waiting for someone to come along and give them a little TLC.
Plants, I remind myself. She's talking about the frigging plants, man, not you. It's all too easy to forget. Her upturned face and soft, sweet words make something of mine sprout, that's for damn sure. Shifting my weight awkwardly, I try to hide the sledgehammer in my pants, angry and throbbing and ready to take her. A little more rage digging at the ground sets me right again. I pull my eyes off her, looking at the girls as they scamper over. They're just as dirtied up as we are, loving this whole mini landscaping endeavor. They're also sweaty and red in a way that worries me. You know you picked the hottest day of the year for this project. I want you both drinking at least 4 cups of water by supper, I say.
H2O break time,
Willow says, climbing to her feet and pulling the thick gloves off.
Okay,
Sawyer says.
I'll grab some bottles out of the fridge. What?
Willow asks, shaking her head.
We're in the middle of the country, aren't we?
She walks over and turns on the spigot for the hose with a lingering look back at me, waiting for my input. Should be safe. The water's drawn from old wells running deep underground around here. Go ahead and give him a drink, I call back.
Gather round, everybody,
she says with a wicked grin. Then I watch as Willow lets the water run long enough for the hose to push out the hot water from the sun before she dips those heart-shaped lips to the spray for a drink.
Delicious,
she smiles, wiping her chin. She's too right for all the wrong reasons. I think my blood warms to 120 degrees. Thankfully, she can't read my filthy mind. She just holds up the hose with more water burbling out and calls out to us.
Next!
The girls totter over laughing, and I'm right behind them. They drink their fill from the hose before passing it to me. Just as I bend over to take a drink, the water stops. Glancing over, I see Willow kinking the hose with her foot like the fire starter she is. I don't take the bait, keeping my face back safely from the end. I dagger her with a glare that could make this oven-hot day into January. Sawyer and Avery notice the scene and start laughing.
Oh, come on, a little fun never killed you, cranky face.
Laughing, she finally unkinks it, and I drink like a horse that's just come in from a desert trail. Rather, I try. As soon as I start, the she-witch chokes off my water supply again. I stiffen, trying like hell not to smile at the smirk she's beaming back. It's almost as hard as resisting the urge to stalk over and drag her off someplace where I can punish that sweet ass. The girls are on the grass, rolling now like it's the funniest damn thing they've ever seen. Little traitors.
Oops, clumsy me.
With a coy laugh, Willow drops the hose and steps away so I can drink up. And I do, taking long, furious sips to cool off as much as calm my ass down. After one of my thirsts is satisfied, I decide I'm not going to sit back and take it. Time for Willow Macklin to learn you do not fuck with an army sniper raising 2 girls on his lonesome. Before she can guess what I'm planning, I grip the hose in my hands, the spray muted by my fingers, and I run. She's frozen, wide-eyed and staring as I come charging at her like a bull. Once we're just a few feet apart, that's when I let loose, turning the hose's full, glorious force on her. Direct hit. She's drenched in no time, and I level it to her face, nailing her so swiftly the cool stream nearly tumbles her back. Willow lets out a yipping squeal worthy of a scared coyote and flings herself around the side of the house. The girls are breathless with laughter by now. They get sprayed for good measure while I take my turn laughing it up. The sweet surprise ends a second later when a blast of water hits my back. What the? I pivot around, spraying Willow again, who'd snuck off and found another hose from the other side of the house. We've got ourselves an old-fashioned water war in no time. The girls try their best to join in when they're not doubled over. Sawyer and I on one team, Willow and Avery on the other. We chase each other around the house, retreating only when we run out of hose, and then fly back in the other direction. When I notice Sawyer's leg caught on the hose, I twist to pull it away so she won't trip, only to slip on the wet grass and go down myself. Timber, bang, ouch. So maybe I'm not as spry as I used to be on a battlefield in Babylon, okay? Avery, in charge of their hose, sees her chance and pounces, dousing me in the face so hard I'm shaking my head like a dog.
Hey,
Willow says, reaching for Avery's hose.
no waterboarding your dad allowed. It's part of the rules to keep it fun.
I'm too fucking soaked to call out a warning as she moves, heading toward me. Willow slips on the same slick grass and goes down hard right on top of me. A cheesy romantic comedy couldn't have written the script any better. Though there's nothing funny about feeling the last tether of sanity snap as I'm down on the ground with a mess of country girl heartbreaker on top of me. My entire being leaps to life the second I make contact with her wet, slick body, suddenly pressed dangerously close to mine. Shit. The girls can't help taking advantage, drowning us in endless sprays of cold water shooting from both hoses. Laughing, shrieking, and breathless, Willow buries her small face in my wet shirt as I bellow, "White flag, ladies, we give up, mercy." The water stops, and Willow rolls off me, still laughing so hard she might break. She lets out another squeal after realizing she's rolled into a big mud puddle. Then there's a sound like Thor dropping thunder down on our heads. A miniature explosion that takes me a second to figure out it's not some huge machine breaking down, but something alive. Bruce. Our good vibes and ham laughter come to a screeching halt. His raging growl, no, his roar rips our world in half, leaving behind dread silence. My eyes go to the kids first. Sawyer and Avery are pale and boneless.
Oh, crap.
Willow leaps to her feet, hands up, shouting,
It's all right, big dude."
A wicked chill lashes my spine. My eyes flick from her to the barn and back again, a reminder of just how deadly serious this situation is.
He just heard me scream. It's instinct. He thought I was in trouble,"
she says quietly, forcing a grin for the girls. Then Willow takes off running for the barn. "Stay here. Run for the house at the first sign of trouble," I call behind me to the girls, leaping to my feet in hot pursuit, half expecting Bruce to come blasting through one of the barn doors like a wrecking ball wrapped in orange and black stripes. She's working the locks by the time I find my footing on the wet grass and catch up. My heart's fit to pound right out of me, worried as hell at the thought of her facing him alone. "Willow," I growl, clasping her shoulder. She puts a hand on my chest, her touch soft and sure.
"Stay out here. He won't hurt me. He'll calm down as soon as he sees I'm okay."
She looks like something from another world, a place that's pure beauty, somewhere without demonic men and women who enjoy butchering innocent creatures. Water drips off her hair like a mythic siren who's just emerged from the depths. Between the smear of mud and water mingled with sweat, her shirt is plastered against her like a second skin.
"I'll be fine,"
she insists again, her voice hitching.
"He just needs to see me, Grady. Be right back."
Snarling, I let go. Whatever, I'll trust her and hope to every god that ever existed this isn't a fatal mistake. A second later, she slips inside the barn while I'm holding my breath. I grab the door, ready to rip it open at the slightest provocation, the tiniest hint this could go wrong. Yeah, she knows more than I ever will about tigers. Yeah, she's all soft curves, taunting hips, laughter, and eyes like gems, and bubblegum pink lips I want to bite. She's every fragile sweetness a man knows he'll die to protect. And hopefully I'm not about to have Bengal fucking tiger on my death certificate. I count for 10 seconds. It's eerily quiet. Come on, come the hell on, Will-O-Wisp, I mutter to myself. Can't help it. I open the door a crack and peer inside with one eye.
Nice and easy, you big baby,
she's saying softly, just feet away from where he stands at the edge of his trailer. The woman's a portrait of surreal calm, beauty, and the beast brought to life.
I've never been better, Brucey. See? We were just messing around in the water playing, just like I know you're gonna love to do at your brand new home.
The monster cat snorts as if he wants to deny he'd ever be caught splashing around like a baby. Or maybe he's just impatient as hell for the home she mentioned. Yeah, buddy, that makes 2 of us, I whisper.
It's a scorcher today,
Willow continues, so close I'm expecting her to reach out and stroke his chin.
You're so lucky. The bricks in this old barn keep it pretty cool in here. Nice and dark and cool as a fall breeze. Just what a big old tiger needs, huh?
Bruce moves then. For a second, I'm about to hurl the fucking door open, even if I know I'd never catch him in time. Not before he's on her and... Oh, the beast slinks by her like an overgrown tabby waiting for a can of tuna, rubbing its owner's heels. Only this fat cat almost bowls her over when his entire furry bulk brushes her side. A low, purring rumble echoes through the barn. Okay, shit. I'll relax. Barely.
That's it, buddy boy,
she says, watching as he walks into the hay.
You're fine, I'm fine, we're all just fine and dandy.
I watch her back out slowly, putting a little more distance between her and our unbelievable guest. Soon, Willow stands near the brick divider wall. Bruce paces around the inside pen. It's the first time I've seen him up and moving this much, and again, I'm struck by his size. That kitten could eat a buffalo for breakfast and still have room to spare. She shocks and awes me all over again by diffusing the crisis, whispering more encouraging words, willing him to take a nice long nappy time. Huh. Looks like dealing with pissed-off tigers and upset kids has a lot in common. Bruce's pacing slows, and standing in the center of the pen, he lets out a huge, blustery yawn.
Sorry, Bruce, we didn't mean to interrupt your nap, she says. Go on back to sleep. There's nothing to worry about here. See you later.
Bruce sinks into the straw, batting his eyes, and once she's safely away, I push the door open, urging her to exit. Instead, she waves a hand for me to enter.
He's chill now, she tells me. Honest.
I'm about to take a step inside when the girls ask if everything's okay, both of them maybe 5 feet behind me. Too close for comfort in this situation. Willow hears them.
Tell them yes. Let them have a peek. He's half asleep, not going to do anything.
I don't trust easily, especially this, but I wave the girls over, urging them to stay put behind me and look through the tiny crack in the door I open, too small for a tiger to shove a paw through. I wrap an arm around each one of them, and just like that, we stand at the edge, taking His Royal Highness in as he snores on his straw pile. Bruce lets out another purry groan, smacking his lips as he drowses away. What the hell do tigers dream about anyway? I wonder if Willow rules his sleeping mind as much as she's owned mine this past week. Willow steps out with a sunny smile, and I seal the door, triple-checking the lock.
Is he hurt?
Avery squeaks. Willow shakes her head.
That was so awesome,
Sawyer says with a laugh.
Can we see him a little longer, please? Mind your father, girls. He was just making sure everything's okay. He gets extremely worried when I scream, and unlike people, he can't really tell a scary scream from a fun one. So, no roller coaster rides with Bruce. Ever.
I snort. The girls giggle.
Would he attack if someone was hurting you?
Sawyer asks quietly, a weirdly adult curiosity in her little voice.
Yes,
Willow says without hesitation.
If he could, he'd come charging to my rescue, but this barn is way too solid. He can't escape, not even if he wants to.
So stinkin' cool,
Sawyer says, scrunching her nose.
I want to have a tiger for a bodyguard. You have one,
Willow says, turning and giving me a side-eye.
but I think you call him Dad.
My throat thickens, and before I know what's happening, I'm grinning like the biggest idiot on planet Fool. This woman is imperfect perfection. A living, breathing, achingly beautiful contrast I want to keep in my tapestry of life. She has a way of taming everyone and making them feel like they haven't felt in years. Exactly why she just might ruin me a whole lot faster than a brush with that tiger would.
11. Mating Call. Willow. Whatever it is that's happening right now, I can't put it into words to save my life. We had a moment. No other word fits for an occurrence that isn't meant to be put into language. It's supposed to be felt deeply, and this mysterious thing with Grady positively rocked me to my core. My toes are still curled in my drenched sneakers. He's so... I don't even know. All man, I guess. Power, muscle, good looks, heart. A walking cliché of alpha goodness pressed into the skin and bones of a hero who could hold up the whole sky without breaking a sweat. I've never been this attracted to anyone else. Even when he's soaking wet, covered in mud and grass, and afraid Bruce was about to eat me up, he's so flipping handsome. My insides stick like a melted sundae. Let's be real. They've been doing that for hours, days, weeks. Yes, I've got a major case of hot single dad-itis, and I'm not ashamed to say it. While watching him work, laugh, and play with his girls, my admiration only grows. It swells like this steady rising flood. I'm terrified for the onslaught when the dam breaks, and I can't hide it anymore. Yes, that's coming, despite the fact that I've done nothing but detonate his life. He'd protect either of his daughters as fiercely as Bruce guards me, no doubt about it. He's a hero in their eyes. It's sad that he has to be a bigger one ever since I showed up to stomp around in their world. But he's become a big, snarly savior in my eyes, too. Not just because he's helping me, but because of the way he loves his girls, his town, his little kingdom of this farm. Even with the door to the barn shut, I hear Bruce let out a low growl, another whirlwind of a yawn, and I smile at the girls. Time to let him get back to sleep, I tell them. He sure sleeps a lot, Avery says. Tigers do that. You know how much a domestic cat likes to nap? They're lightweights compared to big cats. Bengal tigers will sleep 18 to 20 hours a day sometimes, I say. House cats sleep about 12. Really? Avery asks, rubbing her eyes like the sleepy talk might be infectious. Wow. I nod, gesturing to the door behind them. Grady joins me, standing patiently by my side, his huge shadow enveloping me. But humans only sleep 8 hours, and we still have a lot of work to finish, I say, swiping at the mud covering my shirt. At least we'll be cooler now that we're all wet. The girls race back to the house, and Grady shakes his head. You're gonna work them to death, or at least to a good night's sleep, he grumbles. I bump him in the arm with my shoulder as we walk side by side. Is that a bad thing? Are you saying I'm bossy? He looks at me, and the undercurrent that sears the air between us is undeniable. Don't know. What do you have in mind, Miss Bossy Pants? He asks. Trying to hide just how deeply he's affecting me, I cover my smile and mumble, that's for me to know and you to find out. Later. I speed up to a power walk, hurrying into the house. His laughter makes my body tingle, and so do his words. Woman, you'd best not be foolin'. Holy crap, it's pure insanity to think anything could ever happen with us. Isn't it? He's still mourning his dead wife. I have a tiger needing a permanent home. But outrageous complications aside, I have to admit, I wouldn't mind a frenzied romp or two with Grady McKnight, one bit. I mean, what person with a pulse would turn down pure heaven? Hours later, the four of us stand back to examine our handiwork. Bluish-gray granite stepping stones encircle the house, spaced neatly and almost as good as new. The nearby flower beds now host a wild bloom of irises, wild roses, and tiger lilies. We were careful where each one was planted, allowing the older roots of past plants room to begin their rebirth in safe new homes. Those tiger lilies are going to look awesome when they start blooming on both sides of the steps, I say, pressing my hands to my hips.
Yeah, they will,
the girls agree in unison.
I can't wait to draw them,
Avery says, a slow smile curling across her face.
I can't wait to take a shower,
Sawyer says, yawning. Grady laughs. Now I know you've hit your limit. Don't think I've ever heard you say that before, babe.
Well, you just did, she answers. Can I go shower now, Dad?
She'd wanted to earlier, but Grady said not till all the tools were put away. He's such a dad, nothing ever slips by. Or maybe it's just the military discipline. Whatever it is, it makes Grady a big fat spoonful of alpha sauce, and it's getting harder by the instant not to sneak a taste. He reaches out, ruffling her hair. Run along, and make sure you scrub behind your ears. As both girls make a racing dash for the house, he turns to me. It's been long enough, hasn't it? For what? I frown, wondering what I missed. The medicated shampoo. Oh, geez. We're still stuck on the great lice panic? Yep, plenty of time. I've checked them daily up until this week and not a single nit was found. So it's over? Grady, dude, have you still been freaking out about lice this entire time? My eyes stick to his, barely holding in a laugh. Not worried, necessarily, just concerned. They're my girls, he growls as if anyone could forget it. Oh, Grady, I laugh, throwing my arms around him in a hug. The things that freak you out amaze me. With a slow burn smile that reaches up inside me, he drapes a massive arm around my shoulders as we start walking to the house. Hardly. Think I'm still freaked that you aren't scared being up close and personal with Mr. Congeniality in the barn. Does anything rattle you, Will-O-Wisp? I know huge cats and bug infestations don't. Neither does hard work. Because it feels too right. I loop my arm around his waist. Nope. I'm like a little samurai robot, I guess. Growing up on safaris and research trips hundreds of miles from civilization makes you kinda tough. Resilience makes us stronger. Just like those flower roots we uncovered. In a few months, they'll be regular plants, blooming like they haven't been buried for years. Leaning against him, I add. And someday you'll forget that Sawyer and Avery ever had lice. I think they'll forget a whole lot faster. They'll never forget today, he says, as we climb the front steps of the house. Not sure it'll leave my head for a good long while, honestly. Whoa. The depth and emotion in that statement makes me almost uncomfortable, even if it also makes my soul want to do a rock solo. So like every awkward turtle ever born, I try to make light of it. It's been a fun day, and I know how rare those can be. Hell of a workout, too, I say with a huff. I'll be 80 and my muscles are still going to be sore from all the gardening today. A hot shower will help that, he tells me point blank, opening the door for me. You clean up, and then I'll throw some steaks on the grill. Oh my. Is it the heat that's making me dizzy enough to see stars, or is it just him? Sounds great. You too, I stammer like a fool. The BLTs we ate for lunch, courtesy of Sawyer and Avery using leftover bacon from breakfast, had burned off hours ago. My stomach growls so loud I'm afraid Bruce might hear and think it's another tiger. "I'll throw some baked potatoes in the oven before I jump in the shower," I say over my shoulder, eager to keep my hands and brain busy for a few blissful minutes. If I ever needed a distraction, it's right the hell now. A short time later, standing below the hissing warm shower spray, I lean against the wall, rinsing the muck and shampoo out of my hair. A part of me wants to be extra clean, and unfortunately, it's got everything to do with packed muscle, a thick beard, and eyes like brown amber. Even under the hissing waterfall, a certain part of me throbs with an itch I'll never scratch alone. What's the magic word again when you're helplessly smitten with a man you totally can't have? Oh yeah, eep, eep, and also eep. The shower works its magic on my achy muscles, and the water is still steaming when I turn it off. After wrapping one towel around my hair, I wind a second around my torso, tucking a corner between my breasts to hold it up while I search my scant wardrobe for something to wear. I'd only grabbed a single suitcase of stuff I'd thrown together when I'd left the rescue. I need to throw a load of laundry in the washer because I've gone through what I have for the third time, or else start expanding my wardrobe with the shops in town. I rummage around until I pull out a sundress. It's white with a smattering of orange and black feathery blotches. I skip the bra since they, too, all need washing. It's loose-fitting enough, so no one should notice, thank God. Brushing the snarls out of my hair takes a while, and then I spend a few minutes shining my bracelet before slipping it back on my arm. It's the same one I've worn every day since my father gave it to me for my high school graduation. Shimmering gold and black onyx make faux tiger stripes around the ring. He had it custom made for me by a semi-famous jeweler in Johannesburg he's been friends with for years. Before leaving the room, which I've come to love with its gaping windows always full of streaming sun or shimmering moonlight, I flip my head down and give my hair a good finger combing to keep it from drying in clumps. It's so freaking hot today, I don't feel like blowing it dry, which is the only way it'll hang straight, so I'm calling it good. Just before I open my door, my hand lingers on the knob, my pulse in my throat. I haven't felt like this since my first morning here, unsure what I'd find. But this is worse in a different sense. The signals flying back and forth between us today were unmistakable. I hope Grady wants to get closer. The only question is, will that sexy bourbon sip of a man have the courage to follow through? And if he does, will I? Grady stands in the kitchen when I exit my room with my heart buzzing. Despite all I know about myself and the raw desire flaring like a Roman candle, the sight of him still rips my breath away. He's a human tank. His jeans hug his narrow hips and muscular thighs. His hunter green army shirt outlines his thick biceps and rippled chest in a wicked hint. Complementing the dark swirl of hair around his face, I want to lace my fingers through so badly. God, a man with a beard like his needs a permit to carry. It's basically a lethal weapon to lady kind. "Feeling better?" he greets me. My mouth has gone too dry to speak, so I just nod. "Good. I had the girls bring down their dirty clothes from today," he says. "They're in the washer if you want to add yours." Swallowing, I nod again. "Oh yeah, good idea. Be right back." I can't decide if I like the sudden distance from him or despise it, but the simple act of gathering my dirty clothes, carrying them to the laundry room, and starting the machine helps me regain control over my baser, "wanna jump him now" senses. Now let's hope it sticks. "I've put the steaks in a marinade," Grady calls from the kitchen. "It'll be 45 minutes before I can grill them." "Sounds yummy. The potatoes should be done by then." I try to sound as normal as possible while I put the jug of laundry soap back on the shelf. "Do I smell citrus?" "Yep. My ma's old recipe with plenty of garlic, olive oil, and a hint of lemon. Bon appetit. Hope like hell it'll cool off a little by then." My heart skips a beat as I turn, wondering why his voice is louder. Oh, right, he's standing in the doorway. Damn, he's hot. The kinda good-looking that renders you speechless when you're trying to think up more than one way to describe a sexy beast.